Test. Okay. Yeah. Check. Check. How's everything going today? Chilling. We be chilling. So just bear with me a moment. Let's open this. Okay, so I don't know when this was added in, but real quick. Now, when these were added in for Watanabe and Alpha, I know that one at least was last patch. Another the patch before it. So I'm just gonna do either or, and we'll figure things out from there. So let's just get into it, shall we? Watanabe. Okay, character challenge. We are doing USC support to conquer. Unlock special communications or get hard lock trial. Okay. I see. Interesting. I guess this means I gotta level up Nabe to 200 BP. Holy shit. And Ultima. Oh boy. But I guess we don't need to do that for the story, so we'll do that as we go later on. Okay, how to prepare for a massive group. Food and instincts. Yep. 3 years after the Great Evacuation. 3 years since Watanabe left Babylonia and wandered on the surface. Traveling across the globe, joining different camps, meeting survivors. The past few years has not been any quieter for him than the ones he's been spent fighting corrupted. Before he realized it, he has gathered quite a group of companions during this turbulent time. Soldiers that Babylonia could not take in, displaced people struggling in temporary shelters, collaborators when camps combined, folks abandoned by other Earth-based organizations. And most recently, the refugees who have roamed the surface for quite some time. Boss. Throwing the small bag of spice back to his companion, Watanabe takes off his gloves and dusts off his hands, praying that the larger pot of boiling stew before him is enough to sustain the camp for just a little longer. Soldier grabs the small bag crudely and stuffs it inside the gunny sack on his back. Ingredients and spices rustle upon his push. Shoo, stop staring. There'll be enough food for y'all. Stuffing the gunny sack, the soldier waves away the refugees waiting outside the food truck and staring at the food. They hunt a little bit away from the window, but they clearly have no intention to leave. The mood in camp has been tense since food was sold for the third time in a month. The soldiers managing the camp are quite nervous, faced with the challenges of distributing food and earning the people's trust. The food truck is not guarded to make resource access easier for non-military personnel, but soldiers on their breaks all hang around the food supply, keeping an eye out for thieves among the people or themselves. Constant anxiety has waned everyone's spirit, and they are starving before they realize it. Even when the soldier tries to cover his growling stomach with his cough, it does not escape Watanabe's ears. And just hold on a little longer, lunch is almost ready. Something to eat for once. We gave so much to that humanity corps and got so little food in return. We would have all starved if it weren't for the foraging team punching above their weight. Enjoy your lunch then. Since we still have to negotiate a partnership with that camp, Suma has been gone for a few hours already, so the negotiation can't be going well. As expected, they have plenty of supplies at their disposal, so they won't collaborate with us that easily. Just trust that our diplomat will do her best. We still have a backup plan if the talk fails. It'll be a battle we have to prepare for later. The battle is why we must keep you well fed, and the batch of MRE we got recently should give you enough energy to fight. This MRE ration made by Easton Group used to get a lot of complaints for their quality, but years of fermentation have made them quite nutritious and more suitable for prolonged combat. Combat? It's fine fighting that corrupt colossus, but fighting those people? Stop sounding so defeated. There's never an easy battle. We all have our missions and objectives. Let's eat first, boss. Get it going. Alright, almost there. We're still an ingredient short, but we don't have time for that right now. We'll have to... Are you missing this? Small hand reaches out and opens before Watanabe, revealing a strange-looking herb. That's right. The Hurian Angelica. Thanks. It's a nutritious and beneficial herb, rarely found in the desert. Where did you find this? I was just walking around. Watanabe looks at the unkempt child in the damaged gear before him. He saw many similar children when he roamed the surface, but he has never seen such an impassive boy with an indifferent gaze only found in adults. He glances to the right, and Leon, who is guarding the supply, catches his attention and quickly takes stock of the inventory. Leon gestures that everything is in order afterward, ruling the boy out as a suspect of theft. Alright, I suppose you're one of the lucky ones in this desert. Thanks for finding it. Have you just joined the camp? Can you tell me your name? He asked 2 questions. I don't like being asked 2 questions at the same time. Warren, how can you talk to the boss like that? Panicking woman enters the food truck without waiting for the young boy to answer. Why did you come for the food truck? I told you only soldiers can enter this place. I gave you the Hurian Angelica. Remember to use it. The boy glances at the woman before leaving by himself without looking back. The woman chases after him for a little bit but quickly stops and pants, prompting Watanabe to walk up and help her. My apologies, boss. My son just got here, and he still doesn't know his manners. Don't mind the kid. He's always too energetic to stay put. That's alright. The kid is just unfamiliar with the new environment. He'll get better once he gets used to the place. Watanabe peeks at the crowd outside as he says that. A wave of desperate eyes returns his gaze while watching each other with slight caution and hostility. I've forgotten how many camps we've been to. I hope ours will keep you for a little bit longer. Briefly wrapping up the conversation, Watanabe focuses back on his stew while still talking to the woman. So, how are you getting used to our camp? Getting used to a place is a luxury. I'm not my husband. It's good enough that Warren and I have a place to stay. I have to thank you for that, boss. Thank you. You don't have to thank me, we're not a shelter, we're just a group of people gathering for a common purpose. All contributing to the fight to achieve that goal. Especially you, Teresa. You must look after yourself. Our future depends on scientists like you and your research. You're too kind. Stop with the formality. This isn't a Babylonia shelter, and I'm no longer an officer from the Great Evacuation. There's no rank between us anymore. Old habits, just old habits. Ugh. A sharp pain in her abdomen sends her reeling. Watanabe dashes forward to support her. Is the stomach ulcer back? We got some medics at the camp currently. Ask them for a prescription first. Well, I'll save your meal for later. Give me a moment real quick. Just full auto. Okay. It's alright. This is nothing new. I just need to tough it out. I'd hate to bother you, boss. Perhaps we can't guarantee a full belly for everyone right now, but I hope we can keep most of you healthy. Of course, you're right, boss. I'll go see a doctor. Teresa nods a few times, avoiding Watanabe's gaze and turning to where her son went. I really should go and look for my son now. He's never up to any good. I have to keep him from causing trouble. My apologies, boss. I'll see you around. Seeing Teresa trotting away, Watanabe immediately steps forward, and he blocks the entrance to the food truck with a hand, stopping before a refugee who's attempting to barge in. What the hell? This kid and his mom just went in there, didn't they? Why can't I take a peek as well? You can look as much as you want, but you might miss what we're distributing later. Leon, Pietro, let's take the things outside. Yes, boss. The two squatting soldiers get up immediately, carrying the boiling pot outside the food truck where another large pot of steaming rice awaits. Pot lands on a metal rack with a dull thud. The resting soldiers scattered within the food truck pick up their weapons and stand by around the car, leaving only a few of them guarding the supply. Watanabe stands next to the metal rack and takes a deep breath. He has done this many times, but what he is about to do still stresses him out. Alright, food's ready. The ladle hits the metal pot and clanging sound reverberates. Dozens of people surround the food truck, gathering around instantly before being pushed back by the soldiers. We've got enough for everyone. Line up, don't push. We're distributing rations. The third company will be passing out your fixed portion of the main dish, and I'll give you your sides and extra supplies. Take your food and eat out of the designated canteen, no jumping the queue. Got it. Get started already. People being pushed back moan with irritation. Watanabe sighs with relief, silently feeling grateful that at least the people still have the strength to talk and complain. Not only are trained soldiers gathered here, but many starving civilians. Every single grain of rice they give out here is being eyed by dozens of hungry people. Watanabe would have been more relaxed if it was not just an influx of newcomers. The slightest mishap will shatter the order he and the soldiers have carefully maintained, in which case they must prepare for violence. Luckily, the people in this camp are yet to fight over food, as far as you can tell. Now, one by one, the dispersed scavengers grab their dirty containers and form a long crooked line upon Watanabe's orders. The first scavenger in line takes a portion of the stew before turning to Watanabe. Carefully, he places his container before Watanabe, his gaze attentive as if warning Watanabe will take it away. Here's yours. I removed the seeds for you. If you still get an allergic reaction afterward, go find a doctor, okay? There's no need to act tough. Next! Watanabe pours the steaming sides into the bowl, and the scavenger stands there, stunned for a few seconds. How did you know I'm allergic to it? It's getting better, right? Don't worry about it too much about it. The doctor said it'd take you a while to get used to eating this kind of thing. How did you? Your leader talked to me when our camps joined. I remember the dietary habits of every one of you. Do you have any other allergies? Better to register with the doctors then. It'd be too late otherwise, wouldn't it? We still need you for the fight ahead, so don't wear yourself out. I'm fine. Seriously, we're barely fed. Read the room. Looking away, the scavenger mumbles as he leaves with his meal. Behind him is the little girl. Come on, here's yours. If you still don't like the food today, find the old man at the foraging team on the east side and ask for some spices, alright? I will. Thank you, Pops. Call me Watanabe. Thanks, Watanabe. That's right. May I have a little bit more, Watanabe? I'm so hungry. I barely ate yesterday. The girl holds up her bowl with tears in her eyes as if a drop of tear can magically multiply the food inside. You'll have to ask the good folks waiting behind you. Are they willing to share their rations with you? I seem to remember that this is the third time you said something similar this week. Remember, you can only fool those who trust you. Right now, the number of people that trust you What a prick. Keep your food and save your lecture. Girl frowns and interrupts Watanabe's speech. Sticking her tongue out, she makes a face at him before leaving the queue. Remember to go to the foraging team on the east side and ask for some spices. See if they have a job for you. You can get some extra supplies this way. Watanabe shouts at the girl and waves. Alright, next. Remember to take care of your body, that's all. I will. Watanabe reads a sigh of relief, watching the last scavenger leave visible. Nothing has gone wrong. The armed soldiers are still deadening enough to keep everyone in check. The civilians have received their food. It's now the soldiers' turns. Troops, fall in! The soldiers guarding the perimeter quickly put away their weapons and stand in formation upon hearing Watanabe's command. We'll be distributing lunch now. Step to the front, one by one. A young soldier standing in front of follows Watanabe's order and walks up timidly to receive his rations. Here, Zachary. This is yours. Watanabe takes out a small pack of liquid after passing Zachary his bowl. And this IV solution is for your brother. Oh, thank you, boss. Taking the solution, Zachary hundreds and laughs. Watanabe's hand sandwiches Zachary's cheeks, forcefully relaxing his stiff smile. We talked about this. Don't smile like that. This won't buy you any favor. You'll only be drawing attention to bullies who would have otherwise looked away. And you don't have to butter up anyone here anymore. Alright, understood. Watanabe lets go, and it dawns on Zachary that he should stand tall and hold his head high. That's more like it. Don't forget, this isn't a charity. You've earned the extra supply for your brother. Thank you, boss. I'll remember that. Watanabe waves him away resignedly. Next. Alright, that's the last one. I'll take care of the rest. Yes, boss. Watanabe puts his hand down as the ladle clatters in the pot. The soldiers who have been in charge of passing out the food carry the bowls and walk away. The remaining food should be enough for those who weren't here. Turns toward a shadowed area. You first, Uma. How long are you planning to stand there? Oh, you saw me. A woman in military uniform walks out of the food truck's shadow. Watanabe fills a bowl with stew and pushes it before her. We were back when we were halfway through the queue. You didn't make a sound, but I could still spot you from here. Eat first. We'll talk later. I should report first in negotiation. Eat. You haven't eaten in 12 hours, and you haven't touched the rations you brought with you. We talked about this. You're no construct. Everyone needs to take care of their body first with the resources we can procure. Fine, I'll eat and talk. Uma puts her hands up in the feed and sits opposite Watanabe. Grabbing the bowl, she takes a few bites before continuing to speak again. You guessed it, boss. The talk fell apart. I talked their ears off, and they still wouldn't believe that there's a giant mechanoid buried underneath their camp. They even threatened me and said they would stop our established trade if I continued to spread these demoralizing rumors. We lack resources, which they have plenty of. It's understandable that Humanity Corps doesn't trust us. Watanabe raises a hand as he says that. A hologram is projected from his forearm, showing a map of the desert. 2 large areas are circled, indicating locations of the two camps. If we don't warn them in time, our most important trading partner will perish before we know it. Watanabe waves his hand and scrolls to another level underneath the dunes. There is nothing unusual beneath Watanabe's camp. Meanwhile, a large red spot is seen underneath the camp of Humanity Corps. Their base is built on a giant machine. Things are going to be really bad if it gets infected and restarts. I would have preferred to take our time to establish a long-term relationship to take care of this hidden threat slowly, but time is running out. Watanabe spins the map around, revealing a few more red dots in the upper right corner. We detected the number of corrupted roaming in the desert. They haven't discovered us yet, and they don't seem to have an objective, but given the trajectory of their path, they will be here in a few hours. That giant machine will definitely be infected then. Yeah, and I've told them the exact same thing, but they wouldn't believe me. With the amount of resources they have, asking them to retreat as quickly is to ask them to abandon everything they own in the wild. This kind of trust can't be attained with just a few weeks of diplomacy. Although we're just doing simple trading right now, we have bigger plans for our partnership with them in the long run. This is the purpose of our operation later. Right. By the lobby closes the hologram and pats Suma on her shoulder. Alright, that's all for your report. There's only one thing left. Whatever you say, boss. Finish your meal. Fine, you win. Stop staring at me like that. Don't you have something else to do? Plenty, so you better finish your food quickly and let me move on to my next task. Alright, I hear ya. Suma smiles wryly and grabs her bowl. I've said this before, you aren't just our best diplomats, you're also one heck of a demolitionist. Don't waste your gift. Sure, you don't have to keep repeating yourself. Take care of yourself, a fight is on the horizon. You'll regret not having a full belly then. Full belly? A joke like this will damn you to hell. Those refugees don't have to starve if we have enough food for full bellies. I've seen plenty of soldiers collecting greens to eat while they're on duty. Even you have to do the cooking yourself. They fall silent. The rustling sand in the wind seems to be covering the cries of hunger. They can almost hear the refugees scraping the bottom of their containers in the canteen, not sparing a single grain of rice. Look at the time. That's why I told you we should have kept the food. This is the problem we are about to solve. Dealing with the problem underneath their camp not only removes a hidden threat, but also gains us their trust. Sure, a partnership that only gets us supplies is just a short-term solution. Reaching out for Humanity Corps this time is me trying to fix our situation once and for all. I can't promise any results, and I won't, but we'll do our best to keep everyone alive. Will you trust the people of this camp? What are you talking about? I've known you long enough. Of course I trust you. Relieved, Watanabe reveals a hint of appreciation and approval in his gaze before shaking his head. No, not me. Trust the people of the camp. Every single person we have gathered here. And that includes you, Suma, obviously. You're one of us, the people trying to survive, but also people trying to achieve that goal. Maybe people from Humanity Corps will be one of us too. Quite a visionary, are you? Suma shrugs and puts down her bowl. Okay, I'm done. Just tell me what my job is. We'll start moving soon. I'll introduce you to your partner shortly. The fight is happening in a few hours when the corrupted arrive here. This time we won't be facing them directly. First we'll guide them to Humanity Corps. Moment. Okay. 2. Emergency Support Manual. A few hours later, at the outskirts of Humanity Corps' camp, a barrel raises half an inch, aiming for the red light dozens of yards away. The shooter holds his breath and fires. Puff, puff, I hit it. Watching the corrupted in the distance fall down, the man pumps his fist quietly. Stop gawking, pay attention to the next guy. One pushes the man's fist away. Seeing another extending barrel above his shoulder, the man immediately covers his ears and gives way to the woman with the sniper. Go, reload, this is the last wave. Don't screw up. You don't say. The man rolls to the side, quickly reloading with the woman as his cover. I'm in position, fire away. As the woman empties her mag, the man finishes reloading his gun. There's no need to aim carefully, they just need to empty their ammo in the right direction. Enough. That group of corrupted has stopped. Stop wasting the camp supplies. The man does not expect the back of his head to hurt before his ears do after this series of gunshots. The woman knocks the back of his head, demanding the man release the trigger. Turning to look at where he finds a few fallen corrupted on the ground as the dust settles. We won. Yeah, we won. Get out of your system. A group this size is run-of-the-mill in this camp. There are plenty of chances for you to celebrate in the future. Now get salvaging. We need to inform the rest of the camp later. The woman gestures to the distance where Humanity Corps set up camp, the place the two are guarding. But instead of heading back, them start walking toward where the corrupted fell. That is the temporary camp for guards like them, and their supplies are still there. The woman clears away the tents the corrupted destroyed before taking stock of the supplies and nodding. Not too bad. Sand didn't get everywhere. Food is still perfectly edible after we brush the sand off. Ew, that's disgusting. That bread was rolling on the ground. How can you still eat it? Hand it over and I can... Get your hands off my stuff. Use your allowance if you want extra food. Do you think I didn't notice you picking up scraps to eat at that filthy place a few days ago? I know there are plenty of supplies in camp, but someone who wastes a good royal bird like this deserves to starve in my book. Denied and dismissed, the man packs his gun away and turns toward the camp, sulking and changing the subject. We're done cleaning this area, right? Are there any more corrupted? I'm not detecting anything. Then, let's head back once we're done cleaning up. I'm not receiving any call for help from the other guards, so everything should be sorted now. Yeah, all sorted. Here I thought we'd be facing a massive group of corrupted given the commander's warning, but it was just a false alarm. Right? That Watanabe was such a drama queen with his nonsense about how dangerous it'd be if the corrupted crossed the border. Babylonia contract? More like babbling con man, I say. Say? What are you mumbling about? The woman's throat dries up. She turns toward where her companion is looking, where the camp should be. They should be able to see tents and hideous flags with phrases like humanity will win on them from this outpost and fruit drying racks beyond. But all these structures have fallen in place as a colossus with an angular metallic body. The colossus moves slowly, raising its arm and striking the camp. A corrupted colossus, this is... She stops speaking, suddenly she hears a familiar voice. Help! A few muted shouts are followed by an avalanche of screams. The crumbling dunes slide toward them as desolate cries reach them. Occasionally, a series of gunfire can be heard. From here, they can see shots being fired from the far edge of the fallen camp. The bullets hit the colossus like sand hitting stone, barely doing any damage. Did the enemies get past the other guards? We need to get back and help. How? What can you do? You're just gonna get yourself killed. The woman grabs a man by his collar and throws him on the ground before he can pick up his weapon and go back. She can see the camp where her companions were residing being destroyed. With a kick from a massive mechanoid, the resisting residents are launched into the air like sand before someone catches them. We're in position, evacuating targets. Corrupted Colossus is on the move. Rescue team, get the people out here. Distraction team, lead the corrupted away. Tall figure appears on the dune behind the woman. With his back to the sun, he waves his hand and flaming projectiles launch behind him, landing on the Colossus. Fire has not damaged the Colossus, but it still catches its attention. It turns around, making its way toward the group. Takes a step forward. A second step, a third one. Run, we have to. Boom. A large explosion from a sandpit stops the Colossus in its path. The figure on the dune bends and slides down the hill, pulling the man up and forcing him to stand. Don't panic, we're trying to dismantle the Colossus piece by piece. Did you see that? Do you see that flag? Go that way. Our people will meet you there. A few hours ago at Watanabe's camp. Guiding the corrupted. Sounds desperate. I bet Leon and the rest came up with it, didn't they? They did propose it, but everyone in the camp agreed to it. Does that include me? Well, you know me best. I agree with our plan. Given what I saw there, who knows what will happen if we don't act now. So, how do we do it? We've decided to blow it up. That giant mechanoid buried on the sand can get infected at any moment, but we're running out of time with how close the corrupted are. It might not be elegant, but it will solve the problem. It's faster to show them the danger than to convince some of one. We'll act when the corrupted Colossus activates. We can't give them enough time to pack, unfortunately. I'm just glad that their most important supplies aren't in that camp. And you're planning to infect the mechanoid? USL construction mech isn't a sand resistant, so it won't function even if it turns on. Without anything to dig it up, while their camp sits directly on top of it, we can't disassemble it before it gets infected as we often do. It's just a threat now. The only plan we could come up with at the end was to infect it so it would reveal itself and its weak points, then we can dismantle it. Obviously, we can't let anyone off that camp get injured, so that's the purpose of our whole operation. I formed a rescue team to make sure people get out safely. And the key to tearing the mechanoid apart is your expertise. Explosives. Bombs, huh? My stuff packs a punch, but even the biggest bomb is not enough to knock a construction mech down in an instant. That is, unless we can target its weak points accurately. Well, today's your lucky day. We know exactly where the mechanoid's Achilles heel is. We have another expert with us. Hey Zachary, come here for a second. Yes, boss. The young man responds to Watanabe awkwardly, walking over timidly with an armful of blueprints. You asked for me, boss? You haven't met each other yet. This is Zachary, a military machinist from Company 75. Zachary meets Suma. She's a demolitionist from Elite Force 24. Right. Hi, Suma. Is it? I heard boss talking about you. My name's Zachary. Zachary here is also the designer of the IUSL construction mech. Designer? Not a lot of people have the expertise to design a mechanoid like this. You should be on Babylonia? I know, but I didn't go there for reasons. That's not right. We've talked about this, boss. You said you wouldn't mention it, so we need you and Suma to work together on the technical details of this operation. It's easier if you know each other's identity. And the cat's gonna be out of the bag sooner or later. You have an idea how many people are talking about you in the camp? This is the perfect opportunity for you to tell them your worth. Right, I'll do my best. Why don't you start discussing the details of the plan with Suma then? Other units will find you to confirm their roles later. We need to draw it toward the mines before we can start wearing it down. I'm heading to confirm the route with the distraction team right now. I'll let you know their plan soon. Watanabe waves goodbye to the two of them and jogs toward the camp's armory. They soon hear a few different shouts from within, probably encouragement for the fight ahead. We've got the attention of the corrupted Colossus. Prepare to demolish its weak points. Following Zachary's command, the Colossus is once again covered in flame. That's okay, it'll work, I know what I'm doing. As the Colossus is drawn away by the fire, people slowly retreat along the path the soldiers carved out, laying low and clustering. Don't panic, follow the instructions and keep going. Watch out for the remaining corrupted. All units, beginning Wave 3 of the rescue operation. Yes, boss. Corrupted's here. Those monsters have come to us, boss. They came earlier than expected. I knew we couldn't rely on a force cast from those nerds. Some people have yet to evacuate. What do? We should leave too. No, the target's moving way too fast. Corrupted are going down the sun. We can't risk it. We'll hold them off right here. Everyone else, evacuate it immediately. Got it. At your command. Hey, wait your orders, boss. Boss, corrupted are coming from other directions. Suma from demolition, hermetization, all those places are ready to be detonated. Hooray! Blow it up. Let's see what the LTRB, LTLB, LTRB, LTLB.
私に傷をつけろ。いい腕をしているな。ゾウ侍。
missed. Oh.
私に傷をつける
Ow.
いい腕をしているな私と戦って刃の意志は万物を切り裂く取るに足りない指揮官すまない
Ow.
もう
Oh, my health is low.
造作もない
Okay, places have been vacated, boss. Copy. Everyone listen up. Keep your weapons and energy. I want everyone to start evacuation and merge with the main force. The fuck? Hold on. Fuck. What's this earthquake about? Oh, that thing has changed direction. It's coming. Can't let the corrupted classes catch up with the evacuating crew. I'll hold it off. Auto. PTSD. And 2 after. Zachary was right, this is a tough opponent to deal with. Remember the shield could be neutralized, initiating communication. Someone here talk to Zachary about how to break the shield. Explosives have been set up on the evacuation route. If I detonate them on the ground, they should be able to break its shield. All done, let's go with plan B. I'll guide the target to the routes and you will decide when to blow it up. Its shield may regenerate multiple times, keep monitoring. Roger. Come on, buddy. Now. Okay, was regenerated. Next spot. Okay, one more time and it's dead. Okay.
私と戦ったことを後悔させた。私と戦ったことを後悔させた。
Okay, talking to solid damage, doesn't close to ceasing activity, still seems to have some energy left. Shall we keep attacking? No. Corrupted's actions are out of control, there's a higher risk if we approach it. Just let its energy run out, the majority of us have already evacuated this safe area. Tell the distraction team to continue with our mission. Alright, we're about to wrap up the mission. Good work, everyone. Let's evacuate. Okay, explosion after explosion threatens to deafen everyone on the field. Zachary has seen such explosions in the past. Old records show that people used to level abandoned buildings with explosives. But that is too inelegant for a mechanical engineer like him. Construction mech he designed would be able to safely demolish even the most robust high-rise. He never thought he would witness the demolishing of his own design. Neither was he sure if his mechanoid could be taken down by explosives. This is a rescue team reporting. All personnel have been evacuated from the camp. This is a traction team. We can see the corrupted Colossus taking damage. Good work. One of the mob pulls away his dagger and concludes their battle with encouragement on the radio. Target has sustained heavy injury and nearly stopped moving and attacking, but we haven't exhausted its battery yet. Close quarter attacks can be lethal to us. All units retreat on my command. Hold on, boss. Target is moving away from our estimated route. It's moving toward its 2 o'clock direction, fast approaching the rescue route. Rescue team, report. This is a rescue team. We finished evacuating the camp. We are making sure there's no one remaining. There's still one person left. Requesting support. Is there anyone near the rescue route? Suma from Demolition Team. I'm near the route. I'm heading there to rescue. Suma, answer. The target is approaching your direction. What's your status? You don't have to worry me, Captain Obvious. There's a brief silence, followed by loud clashes through the radio that almost cover up Suma's desperate voice. Suma, I'm inside the attack range of the corrupted Colossus, and I'm impacted by the impact. Calling for Zachary from the engineering team. The target corrupted is deviating from its path. I need guidance. Zachary, do you hear me? We talked about what to do if this happens. Do it. Hello? Anyone? This is Zachary? Damn it, it's the radio getting interference. This is Watanabe. I hear you, Suma. Your radio is working. I've just arrived where Zachary is. We're dispatching reinforcements to draw the attention of the corrupted Colossus. And Zachary looks on, holding the blueprint in his hand. Zachary stares at the Colossus in the distance, sweating. His hands are shaking and his blueprint falls to the ground. What's wrong with him? This is a critical moment. Hey, hello, this is Suma calling for Zachary. Suma's furious shouts and coughs, and the Colossus heavies footsteps together in Zachary's earpiece, sounding less and less real. Hey, hello? Hey, hello? Stop daydreaming and start explaining. The blueprint boss is still waiting for us to come up with a plan. After a brief daze, Zachary concentrates and collects himself. Suma's already laid out some blueprints on the floor. Ah yes, I'm here. We can start. I want you to know about the capability and mechanism of explosives. Boss has gone through some fundamentals with me, so I know the basics. Good. Take a look at my drafts and I'll look at yours. Let's confirm how many bombs we'll need. Oh, alright, sure. Blueprints of another trade are not easy to understand, but standardized plans share a similar lexicon. Two of them quickly find a way in and begin their reviews. But Zachary's attention soon turns away from the blueprint before him towards Suma. Hesitating briefly, Zachary finally speaks. And I didn't go to Babylonia because there was someone who looked after you for a long time and they weren't qualified to go to Babylonia despite you did. So you chose to stay on the surface. Suma does not even turn to look at him. How did you know? People who could go to Babylonia but then were either deceived or had something they couldn't leave behind. Getting an IV solution from the boss means that you have someone that requires chronic care. Given how mousy you are, I bet it was an elder brother or sister that kept you here. Right, you guessed it. It was my brother. He had been looking after me since I was a kid. Babylonia's policy was very strict. I was offered a ticket for my level of expertise, but it was for me only. Where could I possibly go by myself, right? But at least I could stay behind for him. Never abandoned me. He always shared the food he got with me. Until the day when when he got hurt and couldn't take care of you anymore. Yeah. It was a concussion. He was rescued in time, but there were complications. He can still walk around, but his mind... I assume so. So, who doesn't have someone like that if they stayed after the great evacuation? So you too? Worse than you, they're all gone now. My grandparents went first. Old people, you know. Pretty much screwed once the serums stopped coming. Then it was my younger sister, slow runner. She caught by the corrupted. And the rest? I don't know if they were lucky or not. All of them were crushed to their deaths at the same time. It was quick. Oh, right. You designed that mechanoid. USL construction mech. Is that so? Zachary pretends not to hear Suma and fiddles with the map in his hands while facing away. Unscrolling the map on the ground, he sees one corner's rolling back up, grabs some sand and a rock to weigh it down, only for another corner to roll up. What are you doing? What's the point of fighting with the map? Zachary keeps on repeating this action for a few minutes. It's, nothing. I just want the map to lie flat so it's easier for us to see. Any more bullshit? Can you look at me when you speak? Before he knows it, Zachary is spun around and Suma grabs him by the collar. What's with that expression? Just speak your mind already. What's the point of holding back? He mumbles for a while before saying something comprehensible. Do you blame me for creating something like that? No, I don't blame anyone. I just blame myself. I blame myself for being alive. I see. Huh. Ouch. Suma lets go of Zachary before he can laugh and he falls on his buttocks. Stop being so sentimental. I was indulging your therapy session only because you were taking your time to sulk. Now you're getting me all schmaltzy. Just tell me where to blow up. Boss is still waiting for us. I don't care how you feel about your robot. It's threatening all of us right now. Their survival depends on us destroying that mechanoid. That's right, their survival. You've decided to stay. Do you want to watch your brother die? I don't know if Boss or Leon cares to live another day, but if you want to take care of your brother, take care of this first. Okay, fine. Just take a look at page 3 of the blueprint and get an understanding of its structure. I'll elaborate on them after I take a look at your demolition plan. Alright. Suma throws the blueprint into Zachary's arms before turning around and grabbing one of Zachary's studies. And she misses Zachary muttering as he reads the composition of the explosion. I feel... Why would I feel anything about it? My brother was hurt by that mechanoid after all. No one wants to destroy this thing more than me. No one. No one. Just setting up another full auto. He wanted to destroy it sooner. He could have destroyed it sooner. But why couldn't I do it? Zachary remembers the last time this machine was infected. He thought he had done his best to turn off this mechanoid's power and scanning function, but he did not expect the machine was still operating and carrying out its mission. That was one of his designs. The mechanoid can draw power from other sources so that it has backup power to continue its operation when it loses its main power supply. He remembers how he gloated to his colleagues when he proposed this design. He also remembers clearly how he risked his life to shut down the mechanoid last time, only for it to survive with its power reserve and crush a dozen of his companions with its feet. He also remembered how he told the others everything about these designs. But he still has not worked out how much energy a motionless mechanoid has gathered buried underneath the heated sand. Zachary, wake up! Slap, distracted, Zachary finds Watanabe's face before him, as well as Watanabe's two hands. Zachary's face is once again sandwiched between Watanabe's hands. The scars on Watanabe from the battle with the corrupted Colossus smells like rust, and his palms feel rough on Zachary's cheeks. But Zachary cannot feel any pain this time. Zachary also looked like this the last time he saw the corrupted Colossus. Watanabe's tone is so low that he is almost inaudible against the noise that the corrupted Colossus makes. Zachary, however, can hear his words clearly, as if they were pierced into his mind. You're scared. You're sorry. You're thinking about what happened last time and how you failed. Boss, You're right. That thing is terrifying. We're all afraid. You're its maker. You're also afraid that you're responsible for every life it hurts and takes. But you have to remember that this is not your fault. Without the punishing virus, the machine would have been your pride. Pride? Me? Yes, you, Zachary, an engineering genius of tomorrow. I've heard the people from Cosmos Industries mention your name. That was something you were proud of. And now you have another chance to achieve something you can be proud of. Save our teammates and both of our camps. You might have failed in the past and missed the chance to save someone you cared about, but what you have now is another opportunity and us. You still have a chance to protect that person, and all of us. This can be your pride. Zachary bends down and catches the cold sweat on his forehead dripping into the sand. Then he shakes his head, picks up the blueprint he dropped on the ground. Right, I won't waste this chance. Engineering team, this is Zachary. I need you to coordinate with the demolition team to execute an emergency rescue mission. Puff, puff. Despite the numerous hits to its core, the Higher Colossus is still slowly advancing. Every small step it makes raises a storm of stones, dispersing the soldiers that are attacking and drawing its attention. Behind the Colossus, Suna crawls slowly underneath the shower of stone. The system reporting distraction is working. The corrupted Colossus is being drawn back to our planned route for now. I've arrived at the camp to rescue the remaining person. What are you staying here for? Get going, no one has time for your crap. Suma crosses a large field to tear away a tent into the damaged Colossus' path, revealing a shivering young man beneath. She tries to pull him away, but his body seems to have taken root, not moving an inch. He keeps his eyes on the Colossus corrupted that is treading nearby as he watches his old camp crumble to pieces. You're the lieutenant from Humanity Corps, are you? What's so precious here that you can't look away? I can't go. Everything I have, the photos I took with my family, the trinket my brothers gave me, all of them were destroyed by that thing. They're all gone now. I'm the only one left. What else do I even live for? I'd rather just... The lieutenant stares at the approaching Colossus, his gaze misty. Suma lets go of his arms, allowing them to fall to his sides. Yeah, isn't it nice? Get it over with and you get to see your family again. Although no one here is gonna remember your family if you're gone. You told me you loved the beach and the parks, and your family worked multiple jobs to afford a trip to Venus Splash Park on your birthday. You hadn't forgotten the shark sphere you saw, the photos your family took the New Year's together. There won't be anyone to remember any of that if you're gone. Will you pay that price to die alone? The lieutenant is silent. Eventually he raises his trembling arms again. This time he holds Suma's hands. Good, now get up and run. This big guy is going to squash us. This is Suma, personnel rescued. Where should he go? Give me a moment. I'm just setting up another Fort Auto. Copy. A rescue vehicle is coming for you in the 3 o'clock direction. Another vehicle on distraction duty is coming from your 9 o'clock. Get out of there ASAP. Get out of here. We're too late. Too close to the detonation location. Corrupted will trigger the bomb. Desperate times. Big one is coming. Hold on, kid. What? Before the lieutenant understands what is happening, Suma has already pushed his head into sand before hunkering down herself. Right then, the massive shockwave hits them from behind, pressing them deep into the desert sand. The explosion feels like it has buried the whole world, and when the dust settles, there is nothing but silence. Okay, next up, story. Outline soil-based cultivation techniques. The sun is always blinding in the desert, even the reflections from the metal shards in the sand are bright enough to get people covering their eyes. When it shines on the remnants of destroyed livelihoods, the cruel display is not a sight to behold. Away from the debris, some of the people are clothed in robes only. They would have been hiding somewhere shaded on a normal day. The sun is the least of their problems right now. Their gazes focus on one person and one person only. He's standing on a slightly elevated dune, his expression composed and his voice calm. Nice to meet you all, good people of Humanity Corps. You probably know me from one of our previous dealings, so let's skip the introduction. Our camps worked together to defeat all the enemies in the earlier corrupted attack and successfully resolve the crisis. It was fortunate that we haven't suffered a terrible loss. But you lost your home in the process for now. I believe that if our camps work together, it won't take us long for us to rebuild your camp. Because we all know that the resources you need to survive are stored in other warehouses, and you only keep your daily supplies in your camp. That's a very smart thing to do. You have my praise. Don't worry about the corrupted destroying or contaminating your resources either. We sent our people to secure them. Wanabe's words have not inspired any confidence. Commotion in the crowd clearly expresses their discomfort. Secure is just another word for seize. Years of resources that they have gathered are now in Watanabe's possession. I hope this operation will be the catalyst for a deeper partnership between us. As we said, our camps want to work with you to build a new base of operation. That's a pretty way to put it. People are protesting before Watanabe can finish. We have so many mouths to feed. Even with our resources, we still need to strictly ration our food to make sure everyone survives. Work with us, more like steal from us. I understand your worry. After all, you've been pillaged before, and our camp is constantly lacking food. But taking from our teammates will only use up all our resources eventually, no matter how abundant they are. Which is why we need to work together to restore our past food production. Now, allow me to introduce one of our new friends. This is Teresa, an engineer officer previously employed by Eastern Group. She was quite established in the research of compact ration production. Me? A few sighs later, Teresa makes her way to Watanabe, fumbling with a cane in her hand. No need to bother with the titles. We've learned from our recent trades that your camp has gathered many technicians with expertise in food production. Between them holds the key to mass-producing food. Meanwhile, our camp holds technology to store and distribute food, which gave us the means to be self-sufficient to a certain extent. But neither is enough. Our technologies are incomplete without the other. Storing them, however, isn't quick and easy, just like establishing trust. We estimate that the recovery of this technology is going to take a long time. The food processing plants infected by the punishing virus will no longer feed us as they did. If all we do is store away the rations from the Golden Age, we will run out of food eventually, then... Watanabe pauses for a second, but no one interrupts him. Everyone here has more or less thought about this since the day they became a scavenger. Watanabe takes a deep breath. When he was still a soldier, a friend in the army who'd loved history once told him what happened to the people suffering from famine. Some, in the end, committed cannibalism. That friend eventually died from starvation after being trapped in the camp for half a month during the Great Evacuation, surrounded by corrupted with no way out. When Watanabe arrived as part of a rescue team to save the surviving members, he almost threw up upon seeing his friend's incomplete body. Watanabe shakes his head and casts the past out of his mind before taking another deep breath again. We are seeking your partnership to avoid that future. Technology Teresa holds is the key to the survival of everyone here. It can be the foundation that sustains more lives in the future. Okay, setting up another full auto in this grubble of fantasies. Let me stress that we are not asking for a compliance, we're looking for a partnership. All who stay here, whoever they are, will be supplied with basic needs, and they are expected to contribute to the camp. They could be a king sitting on a mountain of gold or a scavenger struggling to live to see the next sunrise. Everyone will be given what they need to survive. Rations, greens, things we can just pluck from processing plants must now be painstakingly produced. I know the reason Humanicore set up camp here in the middle of the desert was that this was close to an old factory. If we form this partnership, we can begin to restore the soil and the laboratories that got destroyed. We can start recovering lost technology and fill the belly of every single one of us. One step at a time, we can build a home on Earth again. May I say a few words? Teresa's voice is quiet but determined. Watanabe moves aside and nods, helping her up to the top of the dune. Yes, Watanabe was right. I was in charge of the production line of Eastern Group's compact ration. I have a fairly comprehensive understanding of the whole technology. But the truth is, I'm afraid to let other people know about this. I'm afraid of their expectations. I'm scared that they'd expect me to do something I'm not capable of doing. Every time I told people about my past, every camp that took me and treated me like their savior. They called me Demeter, but I was just a technician. Without a proper laboratory and support from engineers and machines that could turn bark into food and vegetables that could grow overnight, or just theories in my head, I couldn't turn them into reality. And so, they were disappointed and treated me as a liar who tricked them for food. I was cast out multiple times. Even now, I don't dare to make any promises. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if this technology will come to fruition even with enough time and support. But I'm willing to try. I'll do my best. Because I want to live, I want my child to live. When the mutineers chased me away from the Babylonia shelter, I decided that I must do this. Why would you guys trust them? Someone in the crowd protests again. Watanabe looks around and fails to discover where the voice came from. Warren, stop it! But the mother knows her child best. Following Teresa's gaze, Watanabe also finds Warren among the crowd. He's trying to stand out as he shouts toward the dune. He's a construct from Babylonia. Who knows why he ended up on Earth? Maybe we'll take the technology back to Babylonia. Once we store it, he'll take the army and our food away too. How do you trust him? How do you know he won't betray this place? How do you know he won't betray himself? Warren, now's not the time. Because I can't. Watanabe takes a step forward and leaps. When the dust clears, Watanabe is guarding before and looking into his eyes at the same level. Everyone here has a reason to keep going. Watanabe sounds as calm as he usually does on the battlefield. He does not sound like an overbearing or patronizing adult, treating the boy before him as his equal. Do you know what the good folks behind me did? Some of them gave up their ticket to Babylonia for their loved ones to keep their unconscious family alive. They work and fight every day to gain the extra supplies they need. Should you be heading for the ship to Babylonia? Did you forget something? No, I wasn't chosen. I said my engineering wasn't useful up there anymore before they threw me off the ship, so I guess I need to stick with you for a little bit longer. Is that so? Can I? Of course you can. We're blood brothers. I've been taking care of you since the outbreak, the same way I did when you grew up anyway. Stick with me and I'll make sure you have food on your plate every night. You're smiling, brother. Come on, I told you to stop laughing like that. Never mind, today's not the day. Got some extra canned food here. Let's eat well tonight. Consider it consolation for not reaching Babylonia today. Okay, thanks, bro. What the hell are you doing? Get back here! The mechanoid is infected. We can barely contain it. I know. I designed it. Killed my brother. It crushed him. Calm down. The soldier was attacked in quicksand. He may still be alive. Did you say you designed it? Good. Tell me its weaknesses. I'll take it down. Listen, you're going to run into more similar infected machines in the future. They're going to take a lot of lives. And you can save them with your knowledge. I don't know who that soldier is to you, but your expression tells me that you feel like you're holding him back. But if you save him now, you can at least proudly declare to him that you are the one who saves him with your knowledge. You can prove to him that you aren't holding him back. Alright, I'll do it. Some people have no one left, and they're willing to die for others at any moment. Still, they keep on going in the memories of the loved ones they've lost. Seen people who want to die. I've never seen someone who wants to die work so hard to stay alive. Anyone who's joining a group that has a desire to live, at the very least. And those who don't have long fallen by the side of the road. There's never been someone like you, who's in sleeps like everyone else, but throws caution to the wind when there's danger. It's none of your business. That's just what my life is worth. Just send me next time if you have another suicide mission. Feel free to leave me behind if you don't have enough food to feed all the mouths. I'd love to take down a few more preppers on my way to Hall, though. I'm only following you folks to make sure no one else ends up like the miserable person I am. Is that so? I remember you. You're the demolitionist we rescued from the mechanoid factory, aren't you? Your family was killed in that incident. There's no need to rub salt into the wound, Captain Obvious. Save your breath if you're planning to lecture me with your inspirational speech. Everyone dies. No need to get all schmaltzy about it. Ah, that's your right. Sorry? Right. You can see your family again if you die. I understand why that would be preferable. On the other hand, no one here will remember your family if you're gone. Didn't you always talk about how much you like ocean life and the sea in camp? You always asked your family to take you to the Copperfield Aquarium, and they only did it after you scored 100 in exams a few times. You even saw Copperfield that day and were moved by his vision. He said you would have been a zoologist if it weren't for the outbreak. Your family supported you and took you to all kinds of zoos, taking photos for all of your visits. It's your choice to reunite with your family, but no one's going to remember any of this when you're gone. Will you pay that price to die alone? And your mother, she keeps going despite everything she's been through just to see your father again. That's about it. Can't blame Babylonia. Who could have guessed that my cutting-edge technology would become obsolete so quickly? I'm just glad that my husband made it to Babylonia with his agricultural and engineering research. Abandoned us? No, I never thought of it that way. Look at the world we live in. All that matters is he lives. But I still want to see him again. I still miss his voice, his face. I want to talk to him and ask him how he's doing. Is he working overnight the way he did? Is he taking care of himself? Has he made every day count? That would be enough. I don't ask for much. I just want to know how he is. I know it's a 5-day morning and I can barely have a warm meal nowadays. How would we even... Is that so? Is that enough for you? Have you imagined surviving long enough to meet your husband again? Perhaps you could even use a technology to save more people. People like your son. Look, everyone here has a reason to not give in. The moment I suggest surrendering to Babylonia, no, the moment I reveal even the slightest hint of compliance, everyone here who has fought so hard to keep going will not hesitate to take me down. What about you? What keeps you going? How long will you last if there's nothing to sustain you? I'm sorry, son. This isn't the Golden Age. We've seen enough blood and deaths on our way to where we are. Perhaps you're right. Don't relent then. Do not give in until you can survive and find the thing that keeps you going. Before that, however, you have to first defeat your hunger. Warren's expressionless face is as impassive as ever, but Watanabe can see him clench his fist before letting go. I understand. I'm sorry for questioning you like that. I'm glad you understand. Well then. Watanabe stands up and raises his voice. If there's anyone who thinks differently like this boy here, feel free to voice your thoughts. I'll talk to every one of you, no matter how many of you there are. The tall guy there is Barley. He worked for the world government and became a lieutenant here after a power struggle. Leia grew up there in the desert. He didn't know about the outside world until the outbreak, and Chelsea... What? Cool Otto! Okay. One by one, Watanabe recounts everyone's story and their journey to this place aloud. You've come here to live, to die, or to accomplish something you desire. Whatever your reason is, I want you to be one of us. My teammates behind me also came together for different reasons, but we share the same goal, to build our home on this planet away from Babylonia. We fight against the punishing virus for the survival of humankind. Therefore, we need more teammates. You can leave and follow your heart like that boy or bury your desire to survive. But if you join us, we'll do our best to safeguard every base. And Part 5. Journey Remembered and Continued. After the destruction of the corrupted Colossus, the remnant of the damaged camp is left where it was. The tattered tents are beyond repair, the found pots and weapons no longer usable. They were once the tools people relied on to survive, but now they lie in the sand waiting for the shifting dunes to bury them. But the sand has already covered them before that day arrives. The boy squats down and skillfully digs up the sand with his shovel before throwing it aside as if he is searching for something on the ground. Warren. Hearing Watanabe, Warren answers without stopping shoveling. What is it? I'm here to apologize. I was being unfair back then. Oh, alright. Warren continues to dig after answering. Watanabe stands beside him, patiently waiting. Before long, Warren gets impatient and speaks first. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm still here when everyone else has gathered at your camp? Wasn't planning to. I'm sure you have your reasons. You're not like the other adults. At least you're more honest. Thanks. Are you willing to be more honest with me then, Warren? That's a crafty way to put it. I've heard what the doctor said. You want me to dig up more herbs, right? Herbs that are hard to find, herbs that help with afflictions, herbs that are nutritious ingredients, herbs that do this, herbs that do that. I was talking about your father. Warren freezes. Back there, you asked them how they knew I wouldn't betray myself. There was an adult who betrayed you and himself, wasn't there? What makes you say so? You speak like you know me, but when I know nothing about you? Everyone has a past or secrets no one knows about. I apologize if I guessed wrong. I just don't want you to keep crying to yourself to sleep every night because of your secret. I don't... Dad, what's happening out there? I'm scared. It's okay. Everything's okay, Warren. Dad's here. I will protect you. Here, let me stay with you. Just hold me when you sleep if you're afraid. Say something. You've been drinking alone since you received notice from Babylonia. You're gonna ruin your body like that. You got chosen, didn't you? I know what's on your mind after all these years together. It's okay. You can go. Don't worry about your son. Don't worry about us. They have shelter for scientists remaining on the surface. We'll have somewhere to stay. Don't worry. Daijoubu da. Where are you going, Dad? That's enough, Warren. Stop pulling your father's shirt. Dad is going to be away for a while. Isn't he staying with us? No, we'll meet again. We'll meet again one day. The wind carries a cloud of sand blowing past Watanabe and Warren. Grit stings the boy's eyes and cheeks. You're doing your best. You probably feel angry and hurt about your father's departure, but you probably also look forward to seeing them again, don't you? That is how you and your mother can support each other and survive until now. Warren bites his lip and stays silent until Watanabe takes out a handful of herbs. This is what you were talking about. It's called the Hurrian Angelica. Teresa was allergic to Pixidanthera barbulata, but it's one of the main sources of calories in the desert. You probably have learned a few things about botany from your father and know that the Hurrian Angelica can prevent her allergic reactions. You always follow the foraging team around until your shoes are all worn down because you're trying to forage for this herb, aren't you? All I know is Mom feels better after eating some of this herb. I just want her to sleep well. She could barely sleep in the camps when we stayed in previously, and when she did, she would have terrible nightmares. Use of microcirculatory dysfunction caused by the algae and lack of proper rest would be too much for any adult. But your mother continues to endure and survive. You are the reason why she has made it this far. You searched for a remedy for her, you looked out for her, and even dared to challenge the leader of a camp for her. Your ways are very direct, but you are brave. Warren, good job. Aye. The boy covers his eyes, lowering his head. He seems to be hiding his face from everyone else. By the way, it's quite sunny today, isn't it? It's easy to get dehydrated. Watanabe suddenly takes off his jacket and covers Warren's face with it. Warren immediately flings his arms around, trying to take the coat off, but Watanabe just holds him and makes sure he doesn't fall. The sun is so bright in the desert that you might not want it to shine a light on the feelings you hide inside you. But now you have something covering you. You don't have to hide anymore. Watanabe can hear quiet sobbing coming from within his coat, a blubbering intermittent but non-stop, as if years of tears need to be suddenly released. Watanabe waits silently for a long time. He makes no attempt to comfort Warren, nor does he make any promise. He just puts his hand above Warren's head over the coat and waits for the sobbing to slowly end. It takes Warren a few minutes to finish crying. Anime removes his coat, and there is no trace of tears in Warren's eyes, just faint water stains. Enough time away from the sun, I assume? Yeah. Then you might want to tell your mother how you feel later. What? How can I? That's not my suggestion. A friend named Zachary recommended it. Hey, come over here. Right, coming. Laughing sheepishly, a soldier steps out from the shadow of the armored car. The weather's pretty good today, right, buddy? Don't slouch before children. Stand straight. Stand straight. Be a role model. Right. Zachary rubs his face and collects himself upon Watanabe's remark, finally looking a little serious. A role model. I don't know how I feel about that. It's just, look, buddy. I just want to say a few words. You heard the boss earlier. I was the one who's been working for the extra supplies. It's been so long since my brother fell unconscious. There are so many things I want to say that he will never hear. You see, my brother took care of me in the past, so I was embarrassed to say anything. Now that I've been taking care of him for a few years, I've realized so much, but I can't tell him how I feel anymore. Someone was telling me that there are things you gotta say when the other person is still alive, right? Wait, no, that's not right. My brother's not dead, so don't just say it while the other person's still alive. Say it when you're still together, and you still have the chance to say it. Hearing the uncertainty in Zachary's voice, Watanabe elaborates. Zachary told me he wants to tell his brother that he's no longer holding him back, and they can now support each other. When that happens, Zachary's nervous laughter will stop, and it can be replaced with a proud smile. I want to see that smile on everyone's face. This camp only survives if everyone stays together and does what they do best. And that includes you. You're not here because of your mother's technology. Your understanding and insight into wild plants is a rare talent. It's an incredibly useful gift, no matter where it comes from. With your gift, you should be telling your mother how you feel with pride. You should tell her that you're a grown-up now and that you're no longer holding her back. We can all lose our loved ones in the blink of an eye. Even when the world wasn't as terrible, people could still be far apart. If your mother lost you one day, she might be tormented by regrets and grief as she tried to find you, not knowing how you felt. So, tell her when you're still together. Never hide how you feel. Moment. Oh, full auto. Good old grubble. Gribble grabble. Scribble scrabble. Okay, that's taking a while to load. Grubble. Grubble grubble. Hello? My internet might have cut out for a bit. I don't know. Are we back? We all good? If so, okay. Alright, that's right, what the boss said. I understand. Warren nods, half understanding what Watanabe said. Hey, where did you go, Zachary? Come over and help. Zachary shivers upon hearing Tsumakawa's name. Again. Zachary quickly runs off. Warren returns the coat on his head to Watanabe and bows before heading back to the camp. They both have someone they are looking for. Finally, by himself, Watanabe relaxes and stretches his shoulders. The midday sun has cooled down a little. The wind brings up another cloud of sand, blowing past Watanabe and moving his sleeves. Watanabe takes a step forward, pondering. Food, technology, military. We've finally taken the first step to tackling all these problems. Being able to solve our food crisis will be a crucial step. To continue its development, we will need to find our next partner. We also need to invest in engineering to restore its optimal environment. Alright, one step at a time like we always do. We'll keep going until the day we can thrive on this barren planet. Then we will remember everyone who has walked with us. We'll also need to give our group a name, then. The Remembered? That doesn't sound right. Watanabe slows down. What should we call ourselves? And then he stops. That's it. The Forsaken. Done and done. We'll worry about the character challenge another time. Out daggers. Yeah, can't do the contract stuff. This causes your stuff. We'll worry about that another time. Another time. Now we gotta do alpha. Origins of contact. Crimson Abyss. In 14, 15. Yeah, so I guess I gotta do that. Cognition. Should be a right channel. I see that's it's connected. We meet again. How did you connect to my comms? I have my ways. If you don't want me to call you, you should find a way yourself and stop asking me. What is it this time? We have a tentative understanding of each other. Meetings like this will only be rare in the future. Of course, I won't always be this passive. And show me your true strength. What do you want? Find me and ask me in person if you want to know. Perhaps I will consider taking you away from this boring place then. Uh-huh. Contract cognition. Stranger. Star rating. I guess let's go do the first part of this before we... So, on the brink of the abyss. To become enemy of humans, help those things I once fought against. The sky is gray, the air is damp, the surroundings reek of suffocating rust. Lightning bolt flashes past the sky, cleaving the clouds. Blood pours from the wound. It is rain. Rain is pouring down. The rain lands on her discolored hair, dripping down the synthetic fiber of her face, blurring her vision. Aimlessly, she wanders in the torrential rain, unaware of the rising water level. Hearing something faintly, she slowly awakes from her trance. She looks up to find the source of the voice, and her faded memories come together. Dear Lucia, one of the top 3 students in class, was screwed, Merle. We'll be the ones holding the team back. The Zun, I guess. Today is the first day, Lucia reports to her team. She has heard that it is a new squad named Grey Raven, comprised of all new members. 2 other constructs have been waiting inside for a while before she arrives at the designated lounge. Shut up, Zun. You're making it awkward for Lucia here. Hi, my name's Merle. Smartmouth here is Zun. Or Shun, rather. And yeah, it'd be Shun, probably. We're teammates from now on. We'll live and fight together until the day we reclaim Earth. Stop being so serious. This is just our first day. You're going to jinx it. Shun, Merle, nice to meet you. I believe we'll all see that day arrives. You too, Lucia. Can't you talk about something else? Like who our other support team member would be? Other member? Lucia looks confused. Elite squads usually consist of 3 members and a commandant. She has never heard of a 4-member squad in the past. Eh? You haven't heard, Lucia? Excited Shun looks slightly uncomfortable, his enthusiastic gesture stopping in his tracks. No secret, honestly, Shun and I weren't the brightest students. We'd barely passed training camp exams. The man who took us in seemed to value the synergy between us more. With his connection to the Arabs, he managed to request another member. He smiles wryly as he says that. I guess no one considers either of us losers to qualify as an elite squad member alone, hence the extra person. They probably had to drop a few duds to balance out someone as powerful as you, Lucia. I'm sure the commandant didn't feel that way. Lucia is not someone who knows how to comfort others. She clearly rebuts Merle's pessimistic remarks. Is this the Grey Raven Lounge? You're my teammates from now on, aren't you? Hearing a composed voice coming from the door, they turn and find a construct standing there. The melancholy in the room seems to have given him pause, and he has yet to step inside. My name's Hero. I'll be Grey Raven's support type construct. He finally walks in and introduces himself upon double-checking the sign on the door. Oh, wasn't expecting an old-timer. Does age still mean anything to a construct? There's probably a construct out there who's older than all of us, but looks like a toddler. So, what happened? Why do you all look so miserable? Well, long story short, Shun quickly explains the situation to Hero. I see. You don't have to worry about that, actually. As for, like, him being old and stuff, that's a reference to, like, Luna's Fate episode and stuff. Because in the second batch of constructs, Heroes was actually one of the constructs, one of the early constructs in there. After the first batch that happened with Luna. If you remember correctly, it's when Collins was chastising that one chick for being lazy and stuff. Lots of continuity and stuff to keep in mind with like these NPCs, even if they're still generic in designs. Anyways, it was Revenge, the Grey Raven Commandant, who personally requested the 2 of you. It wasn't a numbers game. How did you know? We know each other privately. He found me the doctor who treated my daughter. Speaking of which, do you want to look at her further? She took it yesterday. It was adorable. Hero becomes very enthusiastic upon mentioning his daughter as if someone has flipped the switch. Even the cheerful Zun cannot compete. With that, the gloominess in the room is instantly dispersed, and Lucia manages to relax a bit. Cannot help but wonder what kind of commandant would go against our side the way Hero described. Before long, the 4 Grey Ravens are greeted by Revenge. I'm the commandant of this new elite squad. My arm, it was due to a mistake I made on the battlefield, one that cost me my team. An infected member took my arm, and I had to kill him myself. I don't blame them. This robotic arm here is here to remember me of the mistakes I've made, so that I don't repeat them. Oh boy. You sure do make a lot of mistakes though, buddy. So allow me to make use of your strength. I'll make sure your efforts turn into fruitful results. Merle, Shun, I'll make you two greater than the sum of your parts. No one will ever be able to call you losers again. Hero, I'll make sure your daughter is taken care of. The doctor I know is much better than the ones in the Star of Life. Oh, fuck you. I think I know exactly. Well, I don't know exactly who he's talking about, but I know he's definitely talking about someone from Kurono. That's almost so certain. You don't have to worry about price. You deserve it as long as you serve Grey Raven. Lucia, you're not lost. Grey Raven is where you belong. We're the only ones who will never betray you, will never abandon you. Gaslight, gatekeep, commandment boss. Ugh. Fucking revenge. And I want you to be the captain of Grey Raven. I'm sure you have questions, but I hope you'll listen to my explanations first. I know Hero privately. A personal relationship would affect our judgment during mission, so he can't be the captain. Shun and Merle both execute plans perfectly, but their capability is greatly discounted without one another. Therefore, as important as their opinions are, I can't rely on their judgment. I've read your files, Lucia. Your improvisation and decision-making are superior to your peers. I need someone who can make choices on the fly. I'm just a flesh and blood. I can't always be on the battlefield with you all, but giving orders from a safe distance means there is an inevitable delay. And the truth is that the scout team would have gotten you if I hadn't fought to have you on my team. These are the reasons why you should be the captain. Does anyone have anything to say? Apparently not. In that case, Grey Raven, let's start preparing for the mission in 3 days. The serious and melancholic Merle, the cheerful but serious but self-conscious Shun, the collected hero who loses his composure upon mentioning his daughter, a devoted revenge, and Lucia, who has not felt belonged in a long time. These were the 5 members of Grey Raven. What happened to them in the end? I'm sorry, Lucia. I'm sorry, Shun, Merle. You and Lucia, why won't you just die? The sound of the gunshot is immediately followed by a sensation of pain, and the rain is dyed red. The static from electricity is almost inaudible in her foggy mind. Humans betrayed you. They are not worth your trust or your help. You gave them everything. What did you get in return? Fortune, fame, a content soul. This isn't why I fight. I became a construct because you don't want more people to get sacrificed. We ran away and left our kin on the surface as a lost cause. Humans did. Who put you on an operating table and sent you to the battlefield? Humans did. Aren't you the ones who were sacrificed from the very start? Or did you do it for Luna? Roland, Gabriel, leave us. I want a moment alone with my sister. Understood, Miss Luna. What a touching reunion. We background actors should probably exit the stage. Have a nice chat, you two. The large mechanoid and the always smiling construct depart, leaving the empty field to the sisters, who are no longer what they once were. Luna, you're... That's right, Lucia. I've been infected by the punishing virus. No, that's not the right way to put it. I've passed the filtering of the Ascension Network. The punishing virus no longer controls me. I control it now. A bolt of crimson lightning flashes over Luna's silver body. Lucia is familiar with it, having fought countless corrupted in the past. It is the spark of a highly concentrated punishing virus creates on logic circuits. But Lucia does not have the usual scorch that comes with it. She does not feel strange at all, as if the punishing virus before her is nothing but air. Roland and Gabriel also passed the filtering and became ascendants. So did the construct that human tried to connect, and now... You too, Lucia. Do you know that, Ascendant? I don't. Not all ascendants who pass the filtering belong to the same group. We have different goals, and we passed our filtering in different ways. We don't normally interact with each other. I think the encounter between that ascendant and your squad was not an accident. The ascendants wouldn't be discovered this easily otherwise. You know where the ascendant was? Were you there? I only saw what happened through a memory data corrupted there afterward. Reading the data corrupted. Is that a power the Ascension Network granted you? What happened after you left with the people from Babylonia that day, Luna? I will tell you everything, Lucia. I've been watching you from afar these past few years. The warmth of their union quickly fades away. The years they spent apart have not been kind to them. One began her path of hate due to a betrayal, and the other ended her path in a pain due to a lie. I'm sorry, Lucia. I should have gone back for you sooner. But it's okay now. We can stay together. I'll create a world where we can live together. She was a victim, like you. You're her sister. Shouldn't you answer her wish now? But the punishing virus was the reason for our misery. Mom, Dad, Luna, none of this would have happened if not for the punishing virus. The punishing virus was the punishment for humanity's recklessness. Both of you were merely victims of their ill-advised decisions. Why is a victim like you trying to fix the mistakes of those who wronged you? What do you truly wish for? I can protect you now, Lucia. What do you need to fulfill your wish? The weak do not have a way to realize their wish, nor do they have the power to decide the future. Accept me fully, and I will grant you the power to gain what you wish for. You are worthy. Starting from today, you can be yourself. The static slowly clears up and merges with Luna's voice. Lucia wakes up from her sleep again, but she still has not given the voice an answer. Morning, Lucia. How are you feeling today? Luna stays quietly next to Lucia. Despite how much older Luna looks in her silver frame, Lucia still recognizes something familiar in her smile. Luna, how long did I sleep this time? Second, setting up a full auto. Iris. Not. Just an hour. It was much shorter than before. You just passed the filtering, Lucia. You're not used to the power granted by the Ascension Network yet, so this is normal. I'll be okay. I'll stay with you slowly. I'll stay while you slowly familiarize yourself with this power until you can fully control it. Luna's expression grows more gentle as she reminisces. You used to be the one who taught me things, Lucia. I can finally help you now. Is she just unfamiliar with this power? Lucia wonders. She tries to control the punishing virus around her like Luna. Crimson Bolt flashes. Ugh. Even though she is now an Ascendant, Lucia still rejects this power subconsciously. Likewise, this power rejects her. As if two sharpened blades have clashed, leaving behind a gaping wound. Lucia silently endures the sting in her mind as she did before. The Crimson Bolt has left dark scorch marks on her fraying military uniform. I've heard the voice again. Do you hear it every day too, Luna? I only hear it occasionally. It'll go away soon if you ignore it. Lucia opens her mouth, hoping to tell her sister what she was told, but her vocal module will not say the words in her mind. Language tumbles in her head like sand in an hourglass, dripping away without form. I see. It seems that you haven't made up your mind yet, Lucia. That's why you can't tell me what the voice said. But it's okay. No one here will force you to do anything. You can take your time to make the choice you want. I will always be waiting for you. To become the enemy of humans, to help those things that I once fought against. Lucia does not voice her doubt. Or perhaps we are humanity's enemies all along. Lucia stands up. She has slept long enough. Now the waking world haunts her. Are you heading out today as well, sis? Yeah, I'll be fine on my own. Okay, please be careful. Babylonian forces are still around. I'll be here waiting for you to come back. Okay. Between the acts. Only those with absolute power can shape the new world to their likings. Watching her sister leave, Luna stops calling herself from calling Lucia back. Lucia, she just needs more time. Similarly betrayed by humans, Lucia should feel the same hatred as Luna. She would have not passed the filtering otherwise. Perhaps she's sympathizing with the constructs who are also betrayed. Luna could always tell what Lucia was thinking from her expression, but ever since her cathartic cry that night in the rain, Lucia has seemingly vented all her emotions. After that, Lucia has been nothing but indifferent. Luna has not seen any trace of sentiment on Lucia's face for a while. Should we follow her, Miss Luna? A familiar voice pulls Luna away from her contemplations. Roland and Gabriel approach her from the shadows. That's not necessary. Lucia is more than capable of handling those Babylonian constructs, even if she is being merciful. Not to mention that I always know how she's doing with my connection to her through the Ascension Network. If she wants to take a walk by herself, she can take a walk by herself. Do you have something to report? We have not found that Ascendant's trail yet. We have widened our search, but we have not discovered any clues that point us to him. Is that so? Luna is none too surprised by this result. He would not be the swindler if he could be found so easily. On the other hand, we've learned something regarding Lucia. This has caught Luna by surprise. She turns to look at Roland, her gaze slightly fluttered. What is it? The Babylonian defectors talked to us. Grey Raven was almost wiped out in the last mission. Lucia, the only survivor, is back on Babylonia receiving treatment. Shock, comprehension, anger, Luna's golden eyes reveal a series of conflicting emotions before calming down again. They wouldn't let Lucia go, would they? Even if she isn't the original one. Should we tell her? Will telling her sister convince her to join their side? Luna is uncertain about it for the first time. All Luna has ever wanted is to be with her sister. Does Lucia feel the same now? Is Luna forcing Lucia to do something she is unwilling to do? Is that why there's this gulf between them right now? Luna? Roland, Gabriel, how do you feel about Lucia becoming an Ascendant? Luna's sudden question does not catch the two Ascendants off guard. Gabriel answers without hesitation. Based on the data we recorded during our pursuit, I can conclude that she is a rather exceptional companion among the constructs we have encountered. She is simply unaccustomed to the utilization of the Ascension Network. Given that she has passed the filtering, her mastery of the network is but a matter of time. Once she can fully harness the Ascension Network, she will certainly become a massive boon to your plan, Miss Luna. She is someone you have chosen, Miss Luna. Your will is the will of the Ascension Network. We abide by your decision. Bullshit. Unlike Gabriel's candor, Roland takes his time to think without offering an answer. Luna does not press him, she just watches him quietly. Did he ask that? Roland first takes a look at Gabriel before turning to Luna and continuing. I think the most important thing is that Lucia didn't decline your invitation, Luna. I believe that Lucia's involvement must be crucial to achieving your goal. It's going to take time and a good catalyst for her to realize that. That is what I just said. Is this your conclusion after thinking for so long? Come on, I put a lot of thought into how to word it. Great minds think alike, don't they? We should be happy that we agree on this. Hearing what Roland said, Luna turns to where Lucia departed. She gives her order after a while. Keep searching for that Ascendant. We need to find out who sent them, at the very least. As for what you mentioned, Roland will decide after Lucia returns. Understood. The damaged corrupted does not resist. A giant mechanical hand crushes it into pieces. Gabriel retrieves its memory chip from its shattered body, starting to read the data stored inside. There's no reason to be this cruel, is there? It's your people. It is a corrupted who did not pass the filtering. It is nothing like me. Do you consider those feeble constructs your people? What a tough question. Roland keeps smiling, not agreeing or disagreeing with Gabriel. So, found anything related to that ascendant? Gabriel takes the memory chip out of his reader and throws it into a pile of metal scraps on the ground. Nothing new. It did not see the ascendant who contacted the humans. We should move on to the next area. How about a short break, I'm not you. I get tired. And don't you think Luna's a little too obsessed with this ascendant? That can't be good, right? Luna draws enough attention as it is. Babylonia is also searching for that ascendant in secret. Now's not the time to confront them. The will of the agents is the will of the Ascension Network. Are you doubting Miss Luna's decision? I'll let you know that I'm really quite loyal, my lord. But to do my job well, I need to understand my boss better. Put your loyalty in action, then. It is such a human vice to pledge one's devotion in words only. Now you're making me all worried. Does Luna care so much about that ascendant because she wants to fire me and replace me with him? Roland speaks with an exaggerated expression of concern. Gabriel does not pay him too much attention, being used to his jokes. There is indeed something special about this ascendant. As the first ascendant to connect to a human, his existence alone is worth studying. It is understandable that Miss Luna would want to capture him. Do you really think that's the reason? Roland chuckles. Miss Luna may have other concerns, but we have no need to speculate. Because Miss Luna needs him, we will take him. If Miss Luna needs to destroy him, we will terminate him. Even if he is an ascendant. For Miss Luna? For Miss Luna and the Ascension Network. Well then, I'll leave the other area to you to contribute to the great will of the Asnet. Where are you going? Don't forget that I'm also looking for qualified candidates for the filtering as well. I've been eyeing a few people. Now's the time to reel them in. I mean, I'll appreciate it if you want to do my job for me. I told you it is not necessary to lengthen the process of the filtering with your additional operations. Bring your candidates to Miss Luna and the Ascension Network will pass its judgment. Your games are pointless. You don't have to be so mean. I'm only doing this to find the truly worthy ones. With your silly arrangements, I prefer to call them tests. I hope they work. Other agents have started making moves as well. We will need more companions. I didn't expect you to be so guarded with the other agents. Only those with absolute power can shape the new world to their likings. Once humanity is wiped from this earth, the different ascendant groups will clash. I am not guarded. On the contrary, I look forward to that day when other agents reveal their power and will to the Ascension Network. That will be gospel. So, you agree with what I'm doing? I have always supported increasing our number. I merely hope you are taking your time to do something useful, instead of doing something entertaining to you. Relax, I have a feeling that I'm going to catch something big this time. Roland looks toward the distant horizon. I wonder what kind of show they will put on. Excuse me. Hesitation. Is everything just done just a futile effort in this meaningless whirlpool of fate? Lucia! Lucia walks aimlessly among the city ruins. The city feels fresh after the rain, with the dust and ashes in the air washed away. Lucia has not taken her time to walk on this ravaged planet ever since she finished her construct training and began to serve. Revenge was calculating and strategic-minded, even amongst the commandants of the elite squads. He would consider every construct's battle in... wait, no. He would consider every construct's battle power in his calculation and allocate time for their maintenance during continuous battles, maximizing efficiency while minimizing casualty. Decisive, outstanding, and kind. This was how the task force in Grey Raven thought of revenge, and he certainly acted the part. On the surface, that is. Her frame is heavily damaged, especially her right arm. I'll have to replace it at this point. Sign here. How long will it take for her to recover? Some of the custom parts will require an application before they can be sent here. It'll be another week before she can be deployed again. Now, I know the fight is rough out there, and elite squads like yours are needed everywhere. But you need to let your teammates rest and sleep. Their mind stability is much worse than it was during the last inspection. I'll submit the request. With your support, Command Central has to consider my time off application seriously, right? Who knows? The doctor looks at the gravely wounded Lucia with sympathy and shakes his head. I've said the same thing to many people many times, but most don't listen. A lot of commandants don't take mind stability seriously, thinking that they can just connect with the constructs to alleviate the problem. But it's never this simple. Injuries and exhaustion accumulate and become a time bomb in the mind. Without proper rest, the mind will continuously be exhausted, and the connection can only treat it temporarily. The doctor puts away his clipboard and gives a few more suggestions before leaving. Hey, give me a moment setting up another full auto. Full auto, full auto. All of these full autos. Okay, back to it. I can keep going, Commandant. That's not up to you, Doctor. Your teammates and I all agree that you must rest and perform maintenance here this time. I'm sorry. If Zun and I had stopped those corrupted, it wasn't your fault. Other squads were in charge of those corrupted. We never planned for them. I'll request a temporary pause on the operations of City 15. Raven can take a break here. But people still need our help there. Lucia, Revenge speaks in his usual low and calm tone. I know you wanted to help them, and I know you are more than capable. But you can't save everyone, and not everyone needs to be saved by you. There are many other elite squads on Babylonia aside from Greyhaven. They will complete the rescue mission. Trust your teammates, trust Babylonia, and trust my judgments the same way I trust you. Lucia is going to say something, but Jun and Moral stop her. Understood. I'll perform my maintenance as quickly as possible. Alright, you too, Moral, Shun. Let me report this battle to the higher-ups first. I'll also request some downtime. Revenge opens his terminal and heads outside the field hospital. It's okay, Lucia. Commandant was right. You don't have to shoulder everything. And thanks. I didn't expect a life of leisure when I signed up to become a construct, but the bosses can't keep working us like this. Alright, stop complaining. At least Greyhaven hasn't lost anyone yet. We fare much better than the other squads. But I'm not complaining about Greyhaven or Command. It's the people from Command Central. They have no idea how hard we work. There's only so much Commandant is allowed to do. Greyhaven has been performing well, so the Command Central values his opinion. But that's as far as it goes. Commandant can't change what the top brass thinks. At most, he can fight for some missions. When will Commandant get promoted to the Command Central? He'll definitely change things up and make our lives better if he works there. This isn't something one man can change. Not to mention that we'll need a replacement if Commandant gets promoted. Can you guarantee they'll be better than Commandant? Military constructs like us don't get to be promoted to the Command Central. Maybe the smart ones get to join the engineering force or the archaeological team. But ask yourself, are you one of the smart ones? I don't want a new commandant, but promotion will be great for him. How conflicting. I wonder what other people will say about our other defeat this time. I knew jealous people were talking behind our backs. Greyhaven only picks the important missions. Greyhaven's so darn lucky. Greyhaven this, Greyhaven that. I'm so sorry. If I were a little bit faster, we wouldn't have... You push yourself too much, Lucia. Did you hear what Commandant said? You don't have to do everything. Try to trust other people more. But Commandant also said that the sooner we defeat the corrupted, the sooner we reclaim Earth. That's not something a small elite squad like us can accomplish. Honestly, my biggest wish is to live long enough to retire and teach at the training camp. Same goes for me. You aren't planning to stay on the front line, are you, Lucia? I will fight until that day arrives, or my last breath. What can I say? Seeing you like this makes me believe that day will arrive. I suppose Shin and I need to pull our weight as well. We can't keep asking you to take on everything. Stop making decisions for me. I would have said that myself. Said what? What did I miss? Hiro returns to the break room after being called away earlier. You're right on time, Hiro. We were talking about destroying the corrupted and reclaiming Earth. You skipped over a few details, man. Reclaiming Earth? A few minutes ago, outside the field hospital. Lucia should be treated on Babylonia. Why did you request maintenance here on the surface instead? Because of that special construct. Hiro lowers his voice as he says that. He's the key to reclaiming Earth. We must catch him. Are you sure about our chances? I'll request reinforcement. If he's hostile toward us, we'll have to capture him by force or eliminate him. Will the higher-ups believe us? They might not believe you since your recording device was damaged and we have no proof. But I'll bet my reputation to try to convince them. Right, this is too important. Don't let Lucia and the rest know yet. Seeing the hesitation on Hiro's face, Revenge pats him on the shoulder. Hiro, you're the one I trust most, not Lucia. Didn't I send your daughter to a private hospital to get treatment? We're the ones who can share secrets with each other, aren't we? I understand. Share secrets? More like sharing blackmail. Revenge needs to submit a few requests and plan for the upcoming operations, so he leaves quickly after stressing a few more times. Hiro returns to the break room, upset to find himself hiding from his teammates. Even though this is not the first time Hiro sold something for revenge. Hiro, something wrong. Nothing, Shin was right. We can only reclaim Earth if we destroy all the corrupted. Lucia used to think that way too. The punishing virus has taken too much from her. When she was a human, she would swing her dagger to protect Luna. After becoming a construct, she would sharpen her katana to take revenge on the punishing. Excuse me. But she no longer has to worry about survival, and Luna has become more powerful than her. The humans have betrayed Lucia's trust and ideals and sacrificed Luna and her. The punishing virus was the thing that saved them after humanity's betrayal. Where should she stay? Where should she go? What would she fight for? What will her hatred, her ideals, and her trust rest upon? Is everything she has ever done just a futile effort in this meaningless whirlpool of fate? A gunshot interrupts her thoughts. Without thinking, Lucia rushes toward the sound out of habit. Hey, what do we got going on here? Hey, you there, you're from Babylon, aren't you? Help me! Is this because of my uniform? Hard to control those insects? Ugh, this voice again. Trail Palestine. Thanks for your help. So without the inward device, I'm probably not going to... Wait, what's the symbol? You're that Lucia from Greyhaven. But aren't you supposed to be on standby in Babylonia? Ah, you're on a secret mission that you can't talk about. Ugh. I don't have much time left. We were only reserves and we were already abandoned. But we met a guy who claimed to be its descendant. Everyone else was deceived. Please let Babylonia know so they can stop them. This is my very last wish. They are right in D11. Hang on there. I'll find you some medical resources. Dun, 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 dun. Nope. What's this? Members only. Bot. Arms triggered.
大丈夫です。私の剣の炎は全ての障害を焼き尽くします。大丈夫です。私の剣の炎は全ての障害を焼き尽くします。私の剣の炎は全ての障害を焼き尽くします。
This has been contained. Just an ad. There's an access. Okay, should give me access to that door. Okay, an announcement. Okay, still playing. Oh, hello there. More corrupted. Maybe there are some parts you can use.
私の剣の炎はグレンで全てを集結させる。
Okay, these should be enough. Must go back. I shot that's his gun on the ground. And my torch enemy is corrupted. And let me fulfill your last wish. It's the least I can do. Okay, lone boat. The wave that brings blurry reflections that overwhelm the lone boats of Lucia, as if they will sink her into the depths of the sea. Again. Invaded sector, frame compatibility, force restart. Now of all times, no, I can't recruit yet. Oh, Lamia. Stay away! Nuh-uh, he will keep his promise as long as we pull you apart, little girl. Cool Otto. Cool Otto. Boop. Unloaded. God damn it. Rambler, why you do this? Get away! Stay away from me! Shut up, Clarence. Let's do this fast. Ooh, wow. Who is this heroine? What a rare sight in the era of punishing. I see a Babylonian uniform. Another deserter. She looks somewhat familiar. Something's not right. Knock her out first. Sorry, but no bullying Lamia in my house. Okay, but I don't have strength. Ah, behind you. Walker, finally gotcha. Oop. Ouch. Frame being repaired, performance enhanced, high corrosion concentration. Luna! Thanks for the save. Finally, you have come to the stage. I'm late, but I can still make it. Take this power now. I must not fall here. No, Never yield to you.
ちょっとやばいかも。
We'll make you stronger. Don't you try to control me.
容赦しませんよ。容赦しません。私の剣の全ての障害を焼く連で全てを集結させる。私の剣の炎は全ての障害を焼き尽くします。大丈夫です。私の剣の炎は全ての障害を焼き容赦しません。私の手と連で全てを集結させる。
Okay, nobody's protecting you now. Time to die. Dad, I just want to go home. Stop!
容赦しません。私の剣の炎は全ての障害を焼き尽くしま
He's
す。
too powerful. We're no match. Run! Run! Get lost before I change my mind. Lamia, how you doing, baby girl? Lucia's frame is releasing immense heat. The startled humanoid hybrid construct tries to touch Lucia, but she quickly retracts her hand. Are you alright? Ouch! You're burning! A normal construct would have shut down long ago to avoid overheating. But a power Lucia never knew has enhanced or forcefully bypassed different savory measures within the frame to push it beyond its theoretical limit. Is this the power of an ascendant? The whispers have disappeared. Lucia can feel her mind gradually entangling with something ethereal. From Lamia's perspective, the frame of the white-haired construct who saved her is not just hot enough to distort the air around her, but also sends crimson electric sparks flying. Stay away from me! Ira jumps up like a startled frog and dashes behind a collapsed wall dozens of yards away, only poking her head out to observe Lucia. Aww. Again, always protect the Lamia. Lucia's mind is like a lone boat sailing in the storm. Although the static-like whispers are gone, an unknown, unseen, and incomprehensible data stream is causing a tsunami in her mind. The waves bring blurry reactions that overwhelm the lone boat of Lucia, as if they will sink her into the depths of the sea. Damn it, we almost got it. That slippery mermaid. Was that the almighty Lucia from Greyhaven? Isn't she standing by on Babylonia after losing her team and commandant during the last mission? Maybe she's on a secret mission, or maybe she's joined the Purifying Force. That's impossible. Didn't you see the symbol of Greyhaven on her uniform? And the chances that we would run into her. We would have died if her frame wasn't malfunctioning at the end. What should we do now? We can't go back to Babylonia, and we haven't finished the Ascendant's task. We'll wait for another chance. Didn't he say we can also become Ascendants if we find the whereabouts of a purple-haired construct? So those were people Roland was testing. So he had them try to bully Lamia, and if not that, probably try to locate Holshaw, or rather Lithos is his English name. It sucks that Will wouldn't come with us. He was the best at this kind of thing. That guy was an idiot. He was the one who complained about Babylonia the most, then he immediately chickened out when an opportunity arose. He even wanted to report us. What a coward. Don't say that. He was our teammate. Enough with your crocodile tears. Weren't you the first one to shoot? I wanted to make it quick for him. Who was the one who destroyed his Inver device to get him infected and die a slow death as a corrupted? I bet you took the chance to settle a score, didn't you? Because Will was... Shut up! Walker's words seemed to have crossed the line. Clarence immediately draws his gun and Walker draws his in response. Enough! Stop messing around. Chad's shouts were to no avail. He lost his authority as the captain the moment he decided to desert and turn a blind eye to the attack on Will. Okay. The fear of the unknown, the concern about wasted time, and the loathing of Lucia's meddling. All kinds of negative emotions are piling up like sand in an hourglass, tugging at the strings of rationality. Everyone is trying to shift more blame to the others and reveal a more mangled scar as if that would prove their innocence. You all look pretty lively, I say. Here I thought my chosen heroes would be disheartened upon seeing their victory snatched away before their very eyes. They suddenly hear an inappropriately cheerful voice. Turning around, they find Construct amidst the ruins nearby, seemingly having been there for a while. Why are you here? We still have time. This Roland was the one who found them desperate and abandoned. After witnessing how he could command the corrupted like puppets, they fully believed what he said about a sentence. What a heartbreaking thing to say. I'm here because I'm worried about you. Don't the chosen heroes always require guidance during a plot twist? You want to help us? I'm here to bring you a piece of good news. The construct I asked you to find has likely left this place. Why would that be good news? Well, you don't have to waste your energy to search for him anymore. Isn't that good news? Are you messing with us? Seeing how eased and carefree Roland is, Chad is about to start a fight before remembering how Roland controlled the corrupted, and he swallows his pride. The hatred he felt and the strange thrill he got from allowing Will's death got Chad through what Roland called the first round of the filtering. He does not want to give up his chance now just to start a petty fight. What do you want us to do? It's simple, same as before. Take care of the mermaid, and I'll bring you the one who can perform the last rite. Understood, but... Shut it! Is there something else? Can we go? Roland does not say anything. He reaches out with his right hand and gestures for them to do as they please. The three of them quickly vanish from Roland's sight. Looking at where they depart, Roland gently taps next to his ear. After a while, he laughs and starts talking to himself. Heroes who run away and affected the enemies often get bad endings. Roland reaches out inside his pocket and presses a button. It's the curtain call! Let me send you off with some fireworks. Taking off his useless earpiece, Roland deftly jumps down the ruins, rubbing his ears to ease the discomfort from the loud explosion. Now, let's see how the other side's doing. Okay. Let's see, next. Path chosen. She still her wishes have never changed. Unlike the others, you have greater potentials. Greater potential? That's right. Your bodies have a greater affinity to Tantalum 193, which means you can become constructs. Constructs? What's a construct? Are you turning us into robots? Your bodies will be completely replaced, but your minds, the most human part of you, will be preserved. That way, your physical bodies won't be defenseless like our flesh and blood against the punishing virus. You will obtain superhuman powers. You will become sparks. You will become our last hope. Nicola looks at the two girls who are in each other's arms. This is how you can truly protect those you love. Otherwise, your struggles in this broken world are futile. You don't need her. I can be the construct. All I want is to protect Luna. If I can do that, it will be enough. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have. Lucia hears a voice behind her. Nicola looks past her toward Luna, who has been hiding behind Lucia. Luna steps forward, moving past Lucia. Lucia. Or Luna, rather, I guess I know. Lucia reaches out and grabs Luna's hand tightly, stopping her from stepping into the darkness. I won't trust you anymore. I won't let Luna leave me again. Nicola remains silent, but the menacing darkness behind him lunges toward the two girls. This is not a memory. This is the nightmare Lucia fears. Tragedies joined together into a chain, bounding her to the tracks of fate. But at least she will not compromise this time, before it is too late. It's too late. Do it, Lucia. She's corrupted now. There's no saving her. The only thing we can do is end her suffering. The limbs of a construct before her are torn away. She is infected with a highly concentrated punishing virus. The ludicrous claims that constructs' bodies and minds will be protected from the punishing virus become will withstand the punishing virus for a bit longer on the battlefield. It is too late by the time Lucia and Hero arrive after following her distress signal. Her mutilated body crawls towards Lucia, her mouth making an inhuman shriek. Her artificial skin peels away as it scrapes against the ground, revealing her silver tantalum frame. Her artificial heart beats forcefully, pumping the vital fluid out of the torn tubing and leaving behind a trail on the ground. Lucia raises her katana, ready to bring an end to the infected construct's torment. Lucia. Your sister. Her procedure failed. She has already been processed and disposed of. In the last stage of the experiment, an immensely strong punishing reaction appeared inside of her. It took over and corrupted her almost instantly. Which means that Luna became corrupted. We had to dispose of her. I'm sorry, but you won't be able to see her again. Her blade strikes and the corrupted stops screaming. I will always find her, no matter how long it takes. This will not be her end. That day wasn't my end. That was a new beginning. They were right about one thing, Lucia. The construct body is capable of protecting the body and mind from punishing virus. But becoming a construct is not enough. You have to pass the filtering from the Ascension Network. The filtering from the Ascension Network? We don't have to fear the punishing virus anymore. Through the filtering, we can control it. That is our only way out. That is humanity's only way out. That is Earth's only way out. This is the only way to realize your wish. This time, you will gain the power to protect her for real. I've heard something like that too many times. Babylonia, Revenge, you're all the same. Lucia slowly points her katana toward the doppelganger before her. I'm not falling for that again. Lamia! Ah, let me go! I was just checking on her. The sound of the outside world reaches her ears again. Lucia slowly opens her eyes. She finds Lamia stunned as Roland ties her up with his chain blade. I can't let you disrupt her. After all, approaching an ascendant like this can take your life, even just from a non-conscious reaction. It's not easy to find someone worthy. But then you say, wait a minute, she's also an ascendant? Why is she like this then? Did you say there's no more pain after becoming an ascendant? Like a frog thrown into a pot of boiling water, Lamia instinctively wants to leap away from Lucia. Ouch, it hurts. But she has clearly forgotten about the chain around her, losing her balance and falling flat on her face due to her giant tail fin. Wiggling her tail, she looks like a fish on dry land, flapping around in protest. Let me go! Let her go, Roland. That was the first time he said my name. What an honor! Roland looses a chain, and Lamia immediately stands up. She wants to approach Lucia, who spoke on her behalf, but Lucia's threatening appearance stops her in her tracks. Standing between the two ascendants, Lamia is not sure what to do with herself, waiting for them to speak. Why do you want to become an ascendant? Lucia can deduce that Lamia met Roland long ago, judging from the snippets of conversations she heard. And the reason a construct seeks an ascendant is plain as day. Because that's the only way to survive, isn't it? You'll become one of the corrupted if you fail. What? I can fail? Lamia stares at the quiet Roland. He shrugs and smiles. His smile seems to have reminded Lamia of something horrible, and she slouches like a deflated balloon. Aww. Whatever, what difference does it make? At least I have a chance to survive this way. Lamia says sluggishly. As long as I can survive. As long as you can survive, is it? I think you can't know if this is a tragedy until it is a curtain call. Let's go back. The Babylonians might come back. Roland contemplates the coldness in Lucia's voice before smiling inconspicuously. Certainly. Luna will be delighted to see you return. Lucia notices her reflection when she walks past the display window of a boutique. Her thick, suffocating military uniform is tattered, and the color of her synthetic hair has faded. Even someone who knows her might not recognize her now. Give me a second. Lucia pushes the rotting wooden door to the shop. The antique copper bell above rings upon hitting the door. Luna's Ascendant group finds their 4th member that day, and Lucia finally sheds her heavy uniform. Alpha is awakened by the sound of a bell similar to the one in her memories. She looks down to find a white kitten staring at her curiously. A bell hangs around its neck, ringing crisply as a cat shakes its furry head. Furry head, I guess. Go away, I don't have anything for you. Perhaps it has not seen other living things for a long time. It approaches Alpha upon hearing she speaks, rubbing her foot affectionately with no intention to leave. Alpha moves a leg to the other side, and the cat follows. After a few attempts, the kitten is still not relenting, even treating this as a game. Alpha sighs silently. She searches her pockets and finds some fishing bait. Crouching down, Alpha places some of it in her open palm. Meow. The white cat walks up to Alpha's palm and smells its bell ringing. Then it takes a small bite of the fish bait. Alpha does not try to pet the cat, nor does she retract her palm once the cat finishes its meal. She just lets the kitten lick her metal palm and her furrowed brows relax. Ascendants are all driven by strong emotions and grand aspirations, more or less. They are either buried deep inside or presented proudly and openly. Whichever it is, they are still a starting point that guides the Ascendants through the filtering. What was her starting point? You have a sister now, Lucia. You have to protect her. Take Luna and go, Lucia. Protect her. Live. I can offer you a choice if you have someone you want to protect. Lucia, become who you want to be. Alpha stands up and leans on her motorbike, and her threatening composure returns. Go away. As if noticing the change in the person before it or being intimidated by her composure. The white kitten quickly vanishes at the end of the street. Alpha's wish has never changed. Luna is her only family. Before Alpha became conscious, she used to believe that Babylonia would give Luna a peaceful life. In the end, humans abandoned Luna for their own goals, and Alpha lost her for a while. After she became a construct, she thought Grey Raven could stop the same tragedy from happening again under Ravenge's leadership. But his kindness was a mask that hid a poisonous heart, and she became a part of the tragedy herself. Did he really lose his arm because an infected member attacked him? Alpha will never know. But she will not make the same mistake again. She will not entrust Luna's safety to someone else. Even if it is the Ascension Network which gave Luna her power. Alpha stares at the blue spire in the distance and gets on her bike. Wait for me, Luna. The engine thrums, dust rises, concealing the lone departing figure. And that's that. We'll do the challenge at a later time. Let's go through some of the story stuff, I guess. That's in here. Origins contract. Contract feelings. Completed. Acceptance. You'll never keep up with the construct no matter how much you practice. Were you monitoring me? I don't have time for that. I just happened to see you practice swordplay secretly on your own that one time. Took me one look to know whether it was a spur of the moment or a lifelong dedication. What do you think, then? As expected, it'll take me less than a move to take you down in a direct confrontation. Forget I asked. I didn't mean you're weak. Force is only one form of power. You must seek your own strength. I have no intention to guide my enemy, but I look forward to the day you flourish. Okay. Contract alignment. And now I just need to complete Heartlock for the 3-star rating. Heartlock trial. Crimson Abyss, Crimson Abyss. Let's use you though. Okay, Crimson Abyss is required. I don't need you. Where's my alpha? Here somewhere. Double alpha trouble.
私についてきて恐れることはないわ。私の邪魔をすると全てを粉々に潰すのは最高だわ。隙だらけの目標補足全力でかかってきなさい。風より解かれし力我が刃と化せ。聖書を情けないやつ楽しんでくれとするよ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。その程度の抵抗なの。全力でかかって風より解かれる力我が刃と化せ。情けないやつ楽しんでくれとするよ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。全力目標補足風より解かれる力我が刃と化せ。情けないやつ楽しんでくれとする。次に向かうわよ。この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
Charlton.
私についてきて恐れることはないわ。あがいてみて。もっと目標隙だらけよ。この戦い私を楽しませてほしいものね。全風より解かれる力我が刃と化せ。聖書を歯応えないわ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。全力でかかってきます。風より解かれる力我が刃と化せ。聖書を情けないよ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。風より解かれる力我が刃と化せ。情けないよ楽しんでくれとする。目標補足宿命の風は私が断ち切る。その程度の抵抗なの。風より解かれる力我が刃と化せ。聖書を歯応えないわ。次に向かうわよ。この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
Yeah, within 2 minutes. 2 and 3 minutes respectively.
私についてきて。恐れることはないわ。私の邪魔、隙だらけよ。もっと来てよ。全風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。聖書を歯応えないわ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。全力でかかってきなさい。風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。手加減は情けないよ。楽しんでくれたする。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。全力でかかってきなさい。その風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。聖書を歯応えない。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。その目標、風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Oh well. Still finish with style.
次に向かうわよ。この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
Okay.
私も疲れてきたわ。今日はもうここまで。
Might as well. Yeah. Continue. Since we already did most of this.
私についてきて。恐れることはないわ。すべてを隙だらけ。あがいて目標補佐。全力でかかってきなさい。風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。聖書を分け歯応えない。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。その程度の抵抗なの。風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。情けない。手加減はしない。歯応えない。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。全力でかかってき、風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。情けないよ。楽しんでくれたする。聖書を目標補佐。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。その程度、全風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。情けないやつ。楽しんでくれたする。手加減はしない。聖書を情けないよ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Okay, yeah, let's retreat. This one I think we're gonna wanna do with the
あなたの構造体たち、みんなを守る。人生、誰でもいい。 かって私も行ける目標保持貫く商材の槍私を見たもの深淵に消えるの深淵に襲い遅いみんなを守る光明の結晶よ私たちに光を与え生まれ変わらせてくださいおう私も行ける貫く商材の槍私を見たもの深淵に消えるの弱い貫く私の力はどう？存分に楽しんだ。
Success! Success! No, can't really replicate that melee announcer. Oh well. Smash Brothers Melee!
やって私目標保持私も行けます私に貫く商材の槍私を見たもの深淵に消えるのよ遅い弱い私も弱い遅い弱い私についてくれる私についてくれる誰でもいいから商材の槍みんなを光明の結晶で私たちに光を与え生まれ変わらせてください深淵に遅い私の力
I
は
think that was under 2 minutes.
存分に楽しんだ
Here we go. Power.
こんな方法で私にダメージを与えようとこんな方法で私にダメージを与えようと
Okay, let's see. What do you want to talk about this time? Your attitudes have changed. Have you found a way to defeat me, or have you gotten used to this? I'm sorry, but it's classified. Huh. I think this is the last time we talk like this. Hi. You have learned enough about your enemy, and I have realized that you are my most worthy opponent. So, we clearly have no reason to keep talking like this. Did you get my old tag? The broken one? Watch out for the Ascendants if you don't want that to happen to your Graven. I never dropped my guard. I see you've come to the same realization without my warning. After this, we'll watch each other, beware of each other, and use each other like we used to. But today, I'll keep my promise and take you away from this boring place. Where are you taking me? You'll find out. Unless you're only brave enough to talk to me alone on your comms. Interesting. That's what? Yeah, I think this is just their repeat. Yep, skip. Okay, Interesting little commissions, incoming commission. Oh, transmission rather. The power! Yeah! Okay, we'll do Watanabe's bullshit another time. I also need to actually invest into him if I want to actually complete that decently. And then, well, Nanami's is new this patch. Let's quickly go through the event, some event record stuff. So this was... Let's just start from the beginning. So you just don't sweat it. She went done touching the 9 markets going to last for a few hours. Oh boy. Find a restaurant, treat ourselves. Listen, okay. I can't hear anything. Billy wind traverses through the hustle and bustle streets. Had lanterns hanging over the archway. Okay, with the others watching. Okay, ma'am, I brought you pulao. Very well. She stands facing the bone-chilling wind coming in from the street, all the while waiting for Bai Gui to retreat in the shade, leaving a dubious pulao alone with her. Chu, however, remains calm and silent, leaving one wondering whether she's noticed the look on Pulao's face or whether she just doesn't care at all. So I guess, yeah, this is after the Niter docked and stuff. And they met up and reconvened with actual Kalong. Mary Lady Chu. Working up her courage, Pillow asks a question, and with it, Chu takes her penetrating eyes off the bustling street and looks instead at Pulao, who's keeping a safe distance from Chu and Ah. Those penetrating eyes carry with them a power so strong, stronger than the shackles back on the Niter. Why do you ask? No, never mind. Shaking her head, Pulao decides not to press further. Probably in relation to thinking of, what's his name? Her brother, who used to command her. Chu, or Chu as Pulao remembers her, suddenly refused to let the Niter sail back to Kalong, and this is from before the Battle of Kalong. After the battle, the Niter was docked permanently away from the fort, and the people on it slowly built their new home upon Kalong's ruins. The real Chu was never seen making an appearance since, and Kalong sort of just allowed the people in the Niter back. Standing right in front of Pulao now is none other than the Lord of Kalong herself, except Pulao is uncertain how to face her. You can doubt whatever you want, including everything you're seeing. Kalong, however, is the only thing you need not doubt. Loneliness grasped Chu before a split second, vanishing before being caught by Pulao. Probably thinking about Villiers. I'm sure you learned about the situation from Bai Gui on your way here. Pretty much. Pulao nods dubiously. She can't find a logical explanation for what's happening at this very moment, but she finds it hard to convince herself that it isn't all just a dream. Am I in a dream? In front of this. Despair. For the world shall know. But more accurately, everything including you and I is a byproduct of Huashu's calculation, and this is how Huashu brings back the past and fixes calculations that went wrong. This happens every year, and he chooses to do it on such a special day for ceremonial purposes. And you are here because you've crossed paths with Huashu. History is a mirror that shows the past, one that serves best if kept clean, that is. She runs her hands along the railings as though trying to rub the metaphorical mirror clean. This place here is just a virtual space within Huashu's system, but it all feels so real. The smells, feelings, and emotions, all of these come together to form the special day in Kalong, and all of these were stored in Huashu a long time ago. She says Chu as she looks away from Pulao at the lights in the distance. Just like a dream, then. Pulao too looks into the fiery red skies in the distance, her tone having softened. Yes. Well, when can I leave then? I want to go back to the ship. You'll wake up when the calculation ends. It's just a matter of time, so just treat this as a chance for a break and relax. Letting out a sigh, Chu returns her gaze to the night sky, lamenting over dreams of the past and future and features that she can speak of to no one. Albeit unreal and existing only in the virtual night sky. Okay. This thing moves us over to Grey Raven. What's going on here? Oh yeah, these things were making the rockets, I guess.
ターゲットロック最大火力
カラスだよ私の刃になってください
シミュレーション完了
道切り開きます人知尽くす少
There
年
goes the music. Oh, now it's back.
私の指揮官の翼退きな私もいけます
ターゲットロックオン最大火力
カラスだよ私の刃になってください道切り開きます私もいけます
あなたの生存確率はゼロです
私が指揮官のこの位置私もいけます
ターゲットロックオン最大火力
この一撃でシリカラスだよ私の刃になってください切り開きます私もいけます切り開きます
時の果てで滅びよ
切り開きますみんなを守る切り開きます私の指揮官の翼です指示をお願いします退きなさい私もいけます
ターゲットロックオン最大火力
カラスはよ私の刃になってください
No? Well then. All that glitched out.
シミュレーション完了指揮官我々が勝者です
みんなを守る私は指揮官の翼です指示をお願いします
Wait, was that actually defeat the enemy? The enemy is defeated. Oh well. Oh well. I don't think there was anything to import there, so let's go. Journey's End. Lee! FOS Academy, please ensure that you have all your personal belongings with you when alighting. With the door now open, Grayren step out and surprised to see that FOS Academy before them is not as they remember it. Where exactly is this? The Science Council. The road sign is there. What are we doing here, though? We'll need a few more passengers to kick off farming officially. Do allow me to explain the rules, using Lee as an example. Me? While ensuring everyone's safety, of course. I don't know why you sound so confident, but aren't you going to get off? Having asked all of you to get off, the Mechanoid now looks this way inside of the train. No conductor cannot leave his train, just like how a captain cannot leave his ship. I'll be observing all of you from the train. Seemingly to assure all of you, the conductor waves this way. I have a bad feeling about this. What is it, Lee? Well, it just feels awful getting bossed around by a mechanoid. And being watched at all times. Awful indeed. Well, unsure how they're supposed to go about what they've been told to do, the Grey Ravens, seeing that they don't have other choices, walk down the hall. A few minutes into walking down the hall, however, the Grey Ravens hear something coming from up ahead. Geez, this is ridiculous. Where are the codes? Where are they? Coming this way is a group of constructs with bags of all sizes and weapons of all sorts. Judging from the geological survey equipment and portable radiometric dating equipment they are carrying and the colorful dirt on their bags, you can tell that they don't fight. This group of constructs is obviously an archaeological team. Wait. Construct leading team salutes your way. There you are, at long last. Huh? What's up? Lee. Thank God you are here, which means we don't have to go to the Science Council to dig data out. Wait, wonder what is... Grey Ravens and Lee, please sir, I have a few questions asked for you here. Stop pushing me, sir. I was just wondering if you could quickly shed some light on the structure of the materials in the Hetero Tower. I'll get back to that in a bit. Jeez, my foot. Before you know it, the rest of the Grey Raven have been surrounded by the overly excited constructs. Are they trying to talk to Lee? Well, why they're all trying to talk to Lee? Does any of the missions we've been on recently have to do with the WGA and their archaeological team? Not that I remember. Trying his best to handle the constructs, Lee seems every bit as confused as the rest of Grey Raven. Can someone please just explain to me what's going on? Right, apologies, guess we got a little worked up here. But see, we're all very inspired by everything you did in the battle at the Hetero Tower. Especially when the Hetero Tower was what's the word again? Reversed! Right, so when the Hetero Tower was reversed, we submitted a request to Sir Nicola, asking him to send us on an expedition mission around the area. For archaeological purposes? Why would you want to go there, though? I can't think of anything there that's going to be worth your while. But you see, the stratum there changed drastically after the Hetero Tower rose up, and this is what we found. The satellite map on the screen shows a few zones that are extra bright. No matter where you go in this world, there are things waiting to be discovered. Just because they haven't been found doesn't mean they aren't worth anyone's while. I know, right? Someone spent 3 years digging but hasn't found anything worth mentioning. I'm going to make your jaw drop when I hit the jackpot. So shut your trap already, you lousy janitor. Oh, why don't you go give cleaning a try then? With his members quarreling, the vice captain of the archaeological team moves over this way. Please, have a look at this. Is this a broom? She shows Lee a stick-like device with all sorts of weird items tied to it. From the bristles at its end, you can tell that it is, or that it used to be, a broom. This is a cleanup brush we designed to cope with the punishing virus. Are you sure this thing works? Engineering department has checked it and said it works. And I've also got this. She shows Lee another object that looks like a spatula. And I gather you guys cook on your auto missions? This is not a spatula, but a shovel we use to remove dirt. And of course, we redesigned it too. Totally got it. So you guys were saying you wanted to go on an expedition mission around the Hetero Tower, right? That would be correct, yes. Not trying to burst your bubble here, but there is still a lot we don't understand about the tower. Even if the area free of threats from the virus, the task force will be prioritized when it comes to taking on an expedition mission. Which is to say that the request you submitted most likely won't be approved. But there is so much more to that tower than meets the eye. I can make your wish come true though. Following the robotic voice, Conductor appears behind all of you. Same swing of its robotic claw that you saw it did before, the archaeological team does poof, and your surroundings start transforming into an eerie space of crimson red. Run the world? No stranger to this place, are you, Lee? How did you find out about these? Taking a step forward, Lee tightens his hand around his gun. Roaming works by picking up historical data that is important to you from the past year, replaying it and determining the historical values of these digital tidbits. On the battle report you submitted to the Science Council lacked in details and core information, Lee, what's in there was sufficient for me to perform a preliminary ecological model. And the battle you went through at the Hetero Tower, Lee, I can see that it's rather significant to you. And to verify it, the new interaction is required, and I'm sure we all know the drill here. Time to fight. Even though it's just a data recreation, there must always be a guard inside the Hetero Tower. This tower is full of things that defy explanation. No need to worry, I'll keep you all safe.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からはのあなたたちの時間は僕が制する。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
And up here we go.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。大したことじゃありません。
Ow.
集中しましょう。僕の視界、あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Wee. Before Livs knows it, a gunshot shatters the corrupted, creeping up on her from behind. In pieces, the corrupted twitches for a few seconds before disappearing in a puff of smoke. You and the rest of Grave are not the only ones left now in the virtual Hetero Tower. In addition to the weird train and of course the mechanoid that looks on as everything unfolds. Commandant! Someone opens a car window and waves this way. Isla, we now have a few more passengers aboard. With the Grey Ravens aboard again, the car now appears slightly crowded. In addition to Isla, there are Nicola, Alan from the WGA, Sika, Karenina, and Kamui on the train now. Apparently, while you and the rest of the Grey Ravens were caught up in the fight just now, Conductor already brought everyone else on this train up to speed about what they needed to do here. Means that we need to relive our past in this virtual space. And that's not something you get to do every day, right? I'm excited. Waku waku. Well, I am not, though. Kinda like how you can go back to a certain point in the game, right? I want to go back to yesterday. Why is that? Oh, because I forgot to get Kamui Kamu the nightmare spicy chicken wing bento that he asked me to get him. And you just do that for him? Well, the bento is from this new place that just opened, and Kamu just wanted to give it a try. He asked me to get him that because he was out on mission before, but they were already sold out when I got there. The deep frown Nicholas sits quietly through all the hubbub. Boy, what a mess. I got a report from the Science Council before my infiltration. They think we need to be here inside Gestalt to take care of the situation. Which means there's nothing the Science Council can do from outside, and that this mechanoid program is a model that's branched out of Gestalt. So yeah, they were, I guess, trying to perform maintenance on Gestalt and went inside it. Nicola nods in agreement with what Lee said. And this lousy robot is responsible for all of these. In conclusion, yes, and with all due respect, I am no lousy robot, and my program happens to be the latest version. And would you happen to know what we can do to get rid of you? I'm going to put your head on a potato and chuck it into space. Apologies, but I am a 9000. My operating voltage is higher than the voltage of potatoes by electricity. I have no idea why would you want to put this guy's head on potato, Karenina, but we're in a program space now, and this guy has the highest permission here. From a computer permissions perspective, there's no way you can destroy it with violence. So, in a nutshell, we're stuck in Gestalt, and we can't get out until we're done doing what this mechanoid wants us to do, correct? That's basically it. And that means we can go back to yesterday. We can prove that the past 24 hours have been an indispensable value. I can make that our next stop. Indispensable value? Right, that is, prove that your past 24 hours will have a significant impact on the future. God damn it, Gestalt. Well, Kamu would have been really upset without his nightmare spicy chicken wing bento. And that usually doesn't, and things usually don't end well when Kamu is upset. And it gives you a boost when you get to enjoy food that you've been looking forward to, right? And when you get that boost, you know you're going to do well on that next mission. I don't think there exists causality between the two. What am I saying? Is that it makes you happy? See, my companion always tells us nothing comes before your happiness. Come on, guys. Well, I happen to have free coupons for this restaurant for designing their logo for them. And I don't think I can use all of them anyway, so here. You're the bomb, thanks! Well, I regret to inform you that we can't make your yesterday our next stop. Is something supposed to be taken as unimportant just because it doesn't have a significant impact on the future? I don't understand the logic behind the conversation just now, but I'll add your question to the list of questions under review. Shaking its head, conductor closes the car door. I will be choosing your next stop based on the information of the passengers who just boarded. Clank clank. With screeches coming from the tracks below, the train sets in motion again. The train picks up in speed, leaving the virtual header tower behind as it speeds through the barren land outside the window. I hereby sincerely implore that we prove the value of the upcoming historical data, besides any events that are already known to have a significant impact on history. Let the bygones be bygones, and let not the future stand uncorrected. Clank clank. We will soon be making a stop at the 2nd Avenue on the administrative layer. Nice. Continue that then after we get through chapters 22, I guess, maybe 23 even. Fortune of Spring, I think this was the old one. Questions? Any questions at all? Alright, meeting's over. I think I do remember this from last year. Okay. Captain, once you need to do some preparations, I'm here to run errands. Address is on a famous restaurant in Babylonia. Gathering the time, how to get approved. New Year's event in this calendar. Organizing some announcing. Festival, we need some proper procedures. Make sure you all come. Mail. First Department of Science Council in Babylonia. Next mail. Does not even have a sender. Lisa notices you've been staring at the terminal, unable to see the mail content. She is curious to know what happened. What's the matter, Commandant? Nanami seems upset. That means she's urging me to go collect it. Hope it's not explosives again. Speaking of which, we haven't seen Nanami for a long time. Open it now before it gets mad. Ciao, yo. Turn to the grave. I should have touched wood. Knocked on wood rather, but still. Okay, countdown before Billy comes on. In front of you is a further grave and lunch. Fortunately, it's not in ruin. As you imagine, a red package is left there very out the lunch door. It seems the sender wants to complicate enough, but gave up halfway. Good old Nanami. Package isn't ripped, but doesn't be easily untied. Nanami's gift. The Nanami Munchkin was inside. The lounge first. Okay, gonna bomb graffiti that Nanami did before and gotta be even more careful. But you still decided to treat it with utmost care because if the next door doesn't complain about us again, I don't want to write another incident report. placed on the table. Shall I just open it? Maybe she wanted to give Commandant a surprise. Perhaps she's just hiding nearby. Cat. No, Commandant is a tiger cub. Comes from Nanami's gift. Did you send us a tiger cub? Star of Life's quarantine department will never let it pass. I agree, can't be a creature inside. Bituku. Now that's Commandant, isn't it? But yes, why? Okay, move back Commandant and protect Commandant. The blade comes out, Lee and Licho immediately move in front of you. Something extremely dangerous is about to happen. If they didn't leave their weapons, they would have taken them out. Liv, get a containment tank! Appears to be a black sphere-like object, then shakes off the shredded paper, completely revealing itself. Hey! It's actually her cub! It's a machine that resembles the head of a tiger. The blades that cut through the rope earlier are its ears. The anti-gravity system helps it to levitate and hover near Jaguar. Slowly spinning around, there's a red glow inside, which are in fact cameras, suggesting that I could be looking for something. Is this a cub? Did Nanami make it? When you look into its eyes, the red glow quickly flashes and it quickly pounces on at you like a tiger does found its prey. Meow. Roar! Okay. Invention of tiger. Okay, don't be scared. Lucha need mean harm you. They were just too anxious. They won't do it anymore. You can come out, yeah. Shall we feed it? Feed it? Why feed a machine? Sorry, I was too reckless. A few minutes ago, the pale blue flames coming out of the tailpipe. The tiger head machine bounced at you. Lucia immediately took action. Outside mobility plume allowed her to quickly dip behind the machine. Her right hand slammed down, carefully avoiding the machine's blade ears, tailpipe flames. Tiger head sensed the threat and quickly dived, barely avoiding Lucia's attack, but it only ended up in the trap completely wrapped inside his blue tactical kit. They had not used any harsh methods, as he did not want to break the tiger head. It just dashed around inside the cloak, cluelessly trying to find a way out. Having no luck, it ended up using blades to cut an opening again. The construct tactical coat, weaved from special materials, did not stand a chance. Tiger head soon broke free and hid onto her chair. He made a shaky, threatening sound, seeing the machine stand slowly, and Lucia stopped taking further action. I don't think it was going to attack Commandant. Felines often bounce at the person they are close to, that's probably why it did so to Commandant. Even if it wasn't hostile, if it hit Commandant with that amount of momentum, Commandant would have spent a night on a bed in the Star of Life. Meow. Seeing Lee and Lucia were still nearby, the tiger head made a shaky roar, and then moved a little further into the shadow under the chair. What do we do now? Now, meow, roar. Despite Liv's calming words, the tiger head machine has not let its guard down. It is no longer trying to run away, but it's still reluctant to get out of the shadow. I know you're the bravest. Come out now. Liv slowly gets back on her feet, looking a little sad. Sorry, I couldn't get in out. Aww. So cute. I'll give it a try then. Sure, good luck, Commandant. Slowly squat down to the same level as the machine and look it in the eyes. The tiger head also moves slightly forward, trying to identify the new person. Commandant, try to calm it down. Be gentle. It lowers her voice behind you, trying not to alert the tiger head. Good kitty, come here. That's it. Hesitates a bit, then slowly flies out from under the chair. But soon it makes another sharp noise after seeing Lucia and Lee standing nearby, and it realizes that they have not taken any further actions. It stops stepping back. The tiger head moves toward you with great caution, frequently turning away to watch Lucia and Lee's actions. When it finally gets into a safe distance, it immediately leaps into your arms. Green gladly rubs against your chest. Thankfully, the jet engine behind its head is not activated this time. Great, he likes Commandant. But why didn't Nami send it here anyways? I have checked the package. There was no message left. You pick up the machine to inspect. It calmly allows your hand to move to its body. Is it enjoying this? When you look right into its red eyes, eyes recognition pass, whether checks are there. Forget about them. Too much of a hassle. Identity confirmed. Gray Raven Commandant Kane. As the red light scans through your pupils, you hear Nanami's voice from the machine. It's been a long time, Commandant. You see Nanami's hologram in the air. Surprise! This gift didn't come from the Science Council. It's me, Nanami! Quite surprising in a way. Hologram is not real time, but a pre-recorded voice. So Nanami has now responded to the strange look you give her. Her speech continues. Now allow me to introduce my greatest work. Ta-da! Behold, Tiger! Good, I like your spirit. You must have already found out that Tiger is a combat booster similar to Cubs. But it can't transform yet, so don't use it for combat. If there's a chance, I'd like to make you a more powerful Super Tiger. Of course, Tiger is more than just a cat. I put a lot of time and energy into it. I have prepared more gifts inside its head. There are many things I'd like to share with you all. But for my own enjoyment, to make command and cherish the upcoming festival more, I have also set up some trials related to it. Of course, there will be no hints. Go check them out with the others, Commandant. As the video comes to an end, Nanami also disappears. It started in a rush and ended in one, just like how she always is. So, Nanami prepared another gift for us. We need to get her something in return. I wish I could give her the gift in person. Nanami is hard to track. Nanami said there was another gift in Tiger's head. Do we have to dismantle it? Meow? Considering how much loves her work, I don't think so. Makes sense. Suddenly realize receive a verification request in the terminal. The other three constructs pause for a moment. Received request connect to my mind. Oh, I got one too. Same here. Here's a key that I need for verification. Looks like this is the proper way to unwrap it. Feels like we're all unwrapping the gift together. So, how are we connecting? After confirming there's still some time before 2300. Gray Ravens, move out. Roger. Only regular breathing sounds can be heard inside the quiet Gray Raven lounge. Tiger twitches slightly on the table and Nanami's hologram shows up once again. She first glances at the three constructs leaning back on the chairs. You're sleeping so well. Then she looks at the only human in the room. Nanami rests her hand gently on the human's head. The hologram of her hand goes through the air. Her hand cannot hold anything. Still, Nanami gently pats the human, as if the real her is here, instead of an illusion. Commandant, make sure you work hard to find Nanami. You promised me. I will indeed. The girl's hologram disappears once again. Okay. New world. You cannot see, hear, smell, or taste, touch anything, but your thoughts have expanded beyond the infinite distance. Feel like a speck of dust in this space, or every single speck of space is dust is you. As you roam around, you see a glow. Move over. Following by the blazing light, you swing your eyes and start to feel solid ground under your feet, but the impact makes you stumble as if you had jumped from a great height. Someone grabs your arm. Are you okay, Commandant? Can you stand? Liv's warring voice, and you hear Liv's warring voice and realize she is holding your arm. You turn around and find Luciano on guard, glancing at you every now and then to confirm your situation. Apart from Grey Raven, there is also many people walking past. Most of them are casually dressed, while some having outfits like full body armor or latex suits. Apart from a few curious glances, they do not seem to express against on the entrance. The buildings here look quite similar to your impression of Kolong's style. I'm fine. Where are we? It should be a virtual space, but the simulation of the city is near perfect. I can't find any obvious glitches. Of course, there are some weird things going on. You don't need to lead to remind you about the weirdness of this place. So many tigers flying in the sky. Many machines that look identical to tigers are hovering in the air. Super special sale! Last sale before the new year! The speaker's broadcasting some advertisements. Nobody seems to be surprised at the unconventional scene. It seems to be just an ordinary sight. Excuse me, could you please let me get through? Oh sure, huh? What is it? Oh, it's Martin. Sorry, I was just a little shocked. Bionic machine left with a confused look. After carefully observation, you realize that there is also some constructs and other mechanoids among the crowd. How's exploration of the New Year relic dungeon going? Rahachi! Or maybe not. I don't know. Gun and pointy. Forget about it. We got owned. The opponent's level was too high. Want me to carry you tonight? We two make a great duet. Maybe next time. I just want to be a peaceful life for now. Have we got all the ingredients needed for tonight? All here, but I heard some of the audio adopt children would be coming back. Shall we prepare a bit more? Good point. Let's buy more fruits from Anima House. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Come and have a look. The show's about to start. We'll break rocks on our chests. Bew, 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 bew. Da da da, bew, da. Master will not tolerate your actions. Just give up. Bew, da. Haha, it's okay. It's New Year. Let's be happy. I've seen a lot of things beyond my common sense, but Nanami's gift is really something else. It's Nanami style, indeed. Raven? Did someone also enter this virtual space with us? No, the voices. Hey, what are you doing here? Nozzle. Who are you? I feel hurt. I'm the artist living next door. I even drew some portraits for you. Right, is this yours? Nozzle hands over a tiger head-shaped machine. It's Tiger! I didn't know it also came with us. Yeah. Don't lose it again. I need to buy the paint for New Year's painting. Gotta go. Nozzle left after handing Tiger over to you. No conflicts, no threats, even past enemies can become neighbors. Is this what Nanami wants to show us? Or is this her wish? Liv closes her eyes, trying to empathize with the creator of this space. She soon opens her eyes again, no longer anxious. She actually sounds like she is looking forward to the new environment. The virtual space seems to be vast. Where shall we go next? Mazel said to live next door, so we should have a place to live here. Let's head to the base Nanami prepared for us. I agree. Nanami said she would give us hints. What Nozzle said should be one of them. Okay, but we don't know the address. Look, behind you. He points behind you. Behind you is a wooden road sign that is commonly seen in animation, but very out of place in a city of steel and concrete. There is a cartoonish air on it. Is this road sign just showed up behind you, Commandant? It's probably the one of the hints that Nami left us. Meow. So let's follow that. Spring cleaning. More wooden signs shown up every few meters. Messages on them also keep changing. Turn left here, don't get it wrong. Red means stop. Green means go. Run, now. Go straight, don't stop. There are a few twists and turns, but you follow the signs and manage to arrive at the destination safely. Welcome home. The walls are about 2 meters tall and are painted bright red. On top of the walls are blue bricks and tiles with complicated patterns. The 2 door panels aren't the common steel type, but they are made in timber and with beautiful patterns. Looks like we have arrived. It's a Kowloon style residence. The New Year is one of the traditional Kowloon festivals, so I'm not surprised. Huh? Is this incantation also a Kowloon tradition? Liv points an ink wash painting on the door. The painting is highly abstract and not limited to Anima techniques. It is full of emotions. No, that's probably just Nanami's graffiti. I think it's us. Huh? Nanami once drew your portrait with a similar style, so you immediately recognize this painting. This is Lucia. Is that me? This is Lee. Dot dot dot. And this is Liv. This must be Commandant then. It's quite difficult to tell. Trust me, it's already much better than before. Meow. Tiger rubs against your palm. It then rises into the air and points its large eyes toward the painting. A red light quickly scans through it. Beep. After the sound, the doors gradually open, making a squeaky noise. In front of you is a Kowloon-style mansion. There are individual buildings on the 4 sides inside of this vast mansion, which are connected through corridors. The buildings are made from green bricks and tiles, decorated by a rock garden. In the center is a giant pagoda tree with a shiny marble table under it. At the entrance are 3 constructs equipment and a broom. It's our equipment. I sense a battle coming. Meow, meow. Tiger, do you want us to go in? Meow. Tiger urges you to cross the wooden threshold. The moment you step into the yard, something happens. Ah! A lot of gray-black balls swarm out of all corners, wall corner, bricks, and tiles under the tree. They soon take up almost half of the yard. Corrupted? No, I can't detect any punishing reaction on them. Okay, relax, Lucia. Lucia nods at you, but still clutches her weapon and looks at the front vigilantly. The number keeps rising, but they don't seem aggressive. Is this also Nanami's gift? Well, look around us. Walls are deteriorating. Trees also withering. The more balls there are, the faster it dies. Let's get out of here just to be safe. The door is blocked. The door has been engulfed in a mist. When touched, it feels like steel instead. You cannot seem to go through. More gray-black balls continue to appear, leaving less space for Greyraven. Meow! Tiger starts to attack the balls, probably because it's annoyed by the decreasing space. No limbs available, it rams them with its strongest face armor. The balls are knocked away and disappear. As Tiger gets more involved, the number of gray-black balls continue to decrease. The duration of the surrounding has also slowed, and even started to reverse. It feels like Tiger is removing dust from the environment. Seeing what has happened, you have figured out how Nanami set her trials. I see. Probably have to dust and clean this place. Dust and clean? It's a spring tradition, after all. But it's simply, we need to clean the house before New Year arrives. And after last year's incident, you looked up some information, but didn't expect it to come into use here. Dust and clean? So, are these balls the dust? Mission is clear then, let's clean this place together. Lucia and the other members soon join the battle. With no gun around, you look at the lonely but unmissable broom. Pick up the broom and embrace the battlefield. Why am I suddenly wearing an apron? Good old Nanami. Are you just like that, Commandant? I see. Well, it actually suits you pretty well, Commandant. Hey, thick dust has appeared. Need help, Commandants? Full modes, be careful. Alright, you look pretty good in this outfit. Okay, next up. Why are you dressed like that? This is the source of the pollution. Stay behind me. This cleaning is actually very easy after the last ball disappears, the walls no longer deteriorate, and Pagoda Tree has stopped withering. In fact, it's so shiny now. The walls now shine like mirrors, giving a reflection of sunlight that is harsh on the eyes. Even too much rendering. Commandant, no danger ahead. The buildings on both left and right are locked, and only the ones in front can be opened. I have checked inside and found no threat. But there wasn't any hint either. Maybe it needs all of us to be present. I have also considered that possibility. Based on previous experience, that room should be our next stop. Let's go. Oh, Collins' office. Well, basically what's normally used for his office. The building has 4 rooms, all fully furnished, a line of arcade machines, and in the living room, Tiger is sitting on them, taking a nap. There are a few apples in the basket on the coffee table. The apples seem to be freshly washed as there is still water drops on them. Based on past experience, if this is the right place, some hints would suddenly show up. For example, if a notice board that protrudes from the ground, a voice that appears in the mind, or even an NPC with a yellow exclamation mark on top. But none of them has happened. After everyone has entered the building, Tiger has not scanned anything but remained on the arcade, unwilling to get up. Severe stomach cramps hit you as you struggle to find any clue. You feel like all your internal organs have been emptied from the abdomens or replaced with ice. It is a very familiar feeling that sometimes would take place during long-term combat missions. Food. Huh? Commandant, are you hungry? It is Nanami's interference. You contributed a lot in the dust and clean operation, but the energy consumed should have not caused the situation. Hear another extended grumble, but not from your body. What, Lucia too? Unlike your exaggerated response, Lucia just rests her hand on her abdomen. She looks confused. Good old Nanami. Hey, Spring Festival couplets. Hunger. It does feel like that. Constructs don't need to eat. I have long forgotten how hunger feels. Still, I don't understand why Nanami is doing this. Without answering Lucia's question, you just take an apple from the basket and hand it to her. Try it. Okay, I will. Lucia carefully lifts the apple with both hands, moving it close to her mouth. She opens her mouth but cannot find a good angle to bite. Her action seems awkward, as if she had forgotten how to eat food. Eventually, she puts the apple between her jaw, then bites into it. Crunch! The rich aroma of isoamyl acetate spreads into the air, along with the crisp sound. Lucia chews the apple in her mouth, then swallows it down. For a second, she is stunned. She then takes a second bite, chews and swallows, followed by a third, chewing and swallowing. In the end, Lucia no longer chews the apple. She simply repeats the biting and swallowing actions. No one has made a sound. Everyone just quietly watches her eat the apple and listens to the crunch sounds. Only a few brown apple stalks are left on the table. Shall I get you more food? No thanks. I haven't felt this full ever since the outbreak of the punishing. It's a nostalgic feeling. Lucia closes her eyes as if she is enjoying the one sauce sense, but soon opens her eyes again. She looks determined as usual. In this virtual space, Nanami gives the human senses back to constructs not to weaken them, but to make them enjoy the same happiness as humans. Appetite is one of the most basic needs. Constructs who are deprived of this happiness to succumb to the cruel reality. But in Nanami's imagination, such compromise would not be tolerated. That is why she returns this feeling to constructs, so they can enjoy the same happiness as humans in the following traditional activities. It's called satisfaction. If that was also a hint, Nanami's next trial should have something to do with food, right? Correct. When it comes to New Year, nothing matters more than New Year's Eve's dinner, but tasting the food itself is not enough. There aren't any ingredients in the kitchen. We don't have the currency here to buy food either. Beep sound interrupts Lucia. Tiger has already started the arcade and completed the game before anyone can realize. The screen shows "You win," followed by lots of cheerful sounds. A lot of coins fly out of the machine. What are these? Lucia picks up a few coins. The pattern in the front of the coin is difficult to be recognized. It barely resembles the head of a tiger. It says "Universal Token" on the back. She was well prepared. Good job, Tiger. Ow. Hearing the words, Tiger gets even more pumped up. It bashes the screen, trying to make the machine spit out more coins. You quickly grab Tiger before it causes more damage. It finally calms down after some patting. Lee and I will take care of the shopping, Commandant. Please, Commandant, Liv, please stay put. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I'll take care of Commandant and Tiger. Commandant, could you pass me the detergent? Hand it over. Thanks. That's not food, Tiger. After Lucia and Neve left, Liv proposed to wash the dinnerware and flatware before they came back. There are dishwashers everywhere in Babylonia, but this kitchen is rather primitive. Only the basic cleaning tools are provided. You and Liv have to use the kitchen sink to manually wash the plates. Liv is doing her part with ease, while your biggest contribution is probably to prevent Tiger from making a mess. Knock knock. Someone is knocking at the door. Are they back already? Commandant, could you open the door, please? Of course. You wipe your hands dry and go to the door as you open it. Thank you. Happy New Year's. Wish you great fortune, Sophia. And Pulau. Red. Thinking back about your experience with door-knocking salesmen, you immediately take the most appropriate action. Shut the door. Here's someone rapidly knocking on the door again. Don't shut us out, you'll block all your fortune away. Fortune Kid has messed it up. Huh? Is it because of me? Pulau. You were stuttering too much when you said your greeting, that's why they shut the door. Red packet, please. Isn't a greeting. You should have taken that in the beginning. You didn't remember our duty, Fortune Kid. We must not fail our duty. Our duty is to sell the goods. He opened the door again after learning why they are here. We should just... Oh, hi. Would you like some couplets? We were thinking of offering you a discount. Okay. What couplets? Here they are. I promise you'll love these couplets. He opens a pair of couplets. Top, the year of water brings fortune and wonder. Bottom, the year of tiger roars brilliance and vigor. Horizontal, a world of happiness. What do you think? Good omen, isn't it? I can get them for this figure only. One boy shows 3 fingers. Okay. So God worshipping. How far are we on this? 45. Wow. Me and the mighty stove god.
Hi.
3 familiar constructs soon enough after you paid with the coins found in the arcade. But no matter how hard you try, you cannot seem to paste the couplets on the door frame. It's already your 5th attempt. As you reach a sticky tape, someone hands it over in advance. I'm back a minute, Lucia behind you with shopping bags in her hands. Welcome home. Glad to be back. 5th attempt also failed. The tapes completely disappeared before even the hearing. The last challenge only started when you entered the yard. These couplets probably need to be used at the right location to unlock the corresponding trial. Where's Lee? Lee said there were some spices missing and went the next street on. I'll see you back soon. You put the couplets away and bring the ingredients inside the building after telling Liv about the couplets in these words. The 3 of you wait together for him to return. 4 hours later. I think I should go find him. I'll go with you. As they stand up, you hear familiar knockings on the door. Open the door. This guy was Zoss. Is he one of yours? I just happened to be there by coincidence. Just happened to walk to the city border. There's no road over there. Watanabe? You got the wrong person. I am Patrol. But I don't blame you. I saw them show up in front of people. Anyway, I've got to go. Don't let them go out alone next time. Patrol waved enough. Welcome back, Lee. Welcome back, Lee. Where are the spices? I'll be right back. Lee must be tired after all that walking. I'll do it. Surprisingly, he got lost. Can we really leave this to Lucia? Not on that. After Liv has come back, I'll take care of the dinner. I'll help too. Me too. Commandant, you can take a rest in the living room. The kitchen can't fit so many of us. Since Lucia has already said so, you can only let her do it before the 2 of them enter the kitchen. Cannot help but open your mouth again. Lucia? Don't worry, Commandant. I won't put too many spices like last time. Expressing some concern, but I should have faith in them. Boom. Okay, maybe putting faith in them was too much. Lucia! The fire extinguisher is over there. Fun times.
シミュレーション完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。
What happened? I turned on the stove and this happened. No, that's not enough. Why is she here? Leave it there. The food ingredients have become alive.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Hey, collect the ingredients. Okay, take them in the Anima. All I got, not enough. Okay, we can for this. Now, let me show you how to make it fast. Wait! Okay. This is madness. But not enough. I'm exhausted. I'm starved.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。気を抜くのはまだ早すぎます。指揮官。
Boom, 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 boom. The arrived ingredients are soon dismantled, but the kitchen, which has been reduced to scorched earth, literally is not recovered. You have some use after all. I've received enough offerings. Okay, who's that? It's me, the mighty stove god! Did you turn our kitchen into this? Lucia keeps her head down while still grasping the kitchen knife. You can see the steel handle is already deformed in her hand. I did, but that was because you were too slow to make your offerings. Today is the day to worship the kitchen god, don't you know? How am I going to return to heaven without enough offerings? I can't even give you a score. Sub God has probably realized her mistake. She's still loud, but nowhere as arrogant as before. But that doesn't mean you can just blow up our kitchen. You made a powerless complaint, but you still have to pay the kitchen. Do you still have to pay the kitchen repair bills even in this space? I made a mistake with the strength of the explosion. With enough offerings, I couldn't do a lot of things. Can't think properly when I'm hungry. On the other hand, if I haven't received enough offerings, then everything would be a piece of cake. Just now, you provided enough offerings. I can do anything now. Can you restore the kitchen to what it once was? Of course. Are you underestimating me? Totalis. Not this one. Blow it all up. Not this one either. Kaboom. And magically, looks like it might be fixed. Kitchen has been restored on top of that. I can easily do this too. Take it as a bonus gift. My sub ingredients have turned into many delicious dishes, still steaming hot. Lucia has crushed the handle of her knife. Not being able to cook seems to have more adverse impact on her than the damage to the kitchen. Poor Lucia. I'm leaving. Do you have any other words for me? Take care. I didn't say for that. The stove god turns into light and disappears in the stovetop. Richard makes a sigh, apparently disappointed. Maybe next time, Lucia. This is gonna take a while, so I'll probably continue that one another day. Let's actually go back to doing the main story, shall we? So I did the 2 arcade animas, so let's start Spiral of Kronos. His life behind the scenes. Most of the time, the work of Commandant is no different from others. Babylonia, 8 AM. Commandant office. The pure white blackout curtain rises automatically with the sound of the door opening, allowing the cold daylight to dip in through the window panes. The artificial sky is now a clear early morning blue. Sensing the sound coming from the doorway, a little robot seated at the center of the table blinks its round electronic eyes, but it trains them at the source of the sound. All vital signs confirmed to be normal. Entering the room, the young man stops at the table as usual. Placing his half-finished coffee with sugar on the table, he starts checking his terminal for new missions. The Operation Logistics Center doesn't assign special battle missions, and when there is no mission for him, the young man, as a commandant, can either be found working on battle reports or reviewing all sorts of test requests. More often, however, the young man carries on with his role as a military tactician specifically. He allocates intel and resources accordingly. Like his fellow strategists, he works with Babylonia's enormous intel network, but unlike others, he enjoys access to more parts of the network. With his gentle touch, the electronic screens come to life one after another, each brimming with tasks to be done. The robot stands up and spins around once before moving aside so the young man can work. Ever so gently, he pats the robot on the head. It sits in his hand, watching the young man smile at it. Alright, one thing at a time. Now, first things first. Murray. 2 hours have passed by the time he finishes the final test report on the new remote connection device. The robot moves to the edge of the table, tapping his arm with moderate force. Something has been doing for the past 5 minutes. Oops, 5 minutes too late, huh? Rubbing his sore wrist, the blond man swallows 2 white pills with his cooled coffee. Heavy footsteps can be heard from the doorway, and in the mirrored reflection of the wall ornament, Murray catches the sight of a scarlet figure. Closing the screen before him and looking up at the doorway, he waits as the breezy figure makes a beeline through the reception room and straight into his office. All the while without so much as a knock on the door. With a thud, she drops a somewhat old folder and a memory drive in a zipper bag on the table. Oh, the process was a real pain in the butt, but I'm giving it back to you now. Vera speaks with her usual mocking smile, her mind impossible to read. It's got the mission log and the thing you need. With a glance at the folder, Murray looks knowingly back at Vera. Thank you. Murray sounds sincere enough, except Vera bursts into laughter. We have you to thank, Murray. You're doing a good job as Nicola's agent. And I need to say, I'm impressed by how well you've removed yourself from the radar. Rono needed an excuse to do what they do above the table, and the Parliament needed this chance to justify what they got. That's why I was sure they'd help. I'm sure it wasn't easy on your part, but you got what you wanted all the same, right? I only did what little I could as the Cerberus commandant. Huh. The man before Vera looks harmless enough, but Vera knows he is anything but. As Cerberus' official commandant, Murray does not plan his strategy around orders from the HQ, setting him apart from the other commandants. He has a way of bringing out the best in Cerberus and never holds them back from what they do. In fact, he would even help his team get off the hook on occasions when they get in trouble. Or propose cooperation, as if they were his equals. No one cares about some weakling commandant who can't go down to the surface, said Murray when they first met. The difficult thing to do when taming a group of wild beasts is to collar and muzzle them, except it never seemed like something Murray was interested in doing. And that was when it dawned on Rhea that this man, despite his gentle smile, is someone the old-timers in Parliament would deem dangerous, whose insanity is different from Cerberus's. Vera, however, is no fan of restrictions herself, nor is she one to fear hidden fangs. You're all for your team members, while I am all for my own benefits. Murray looks down gently at the little robot that spins around his hand. It's times like this that Vera finds Murray weirdly friendly. You can do whatever you want to do starting now, and I'll support you however I can, as I always have. I guess I'll do just that then, if Nicola has given me the green light. Anyway, I'll be on my way now. With it, Vera waves at Murray as she turns around to leave. It was nice working with you. Seeing Vera off, Murray picks up the folder from the table and takes out the contents inside. Puts it in a common folder with the world government's logo on it. Babylonia, 11:30 a.m., Parliament Square. With the folder in his hand, Murray heads toward the square right outside the Parliament building. The artificial sunlight is warm and gentle. It's nearing midday in Eden time. The square, however, misses its usual hustle and bustle and is now cordoned off with light strips and autonomous machines that stand in the way to the entrance. Apologies, sir, but passage through here is temporarily prohibited. What's going on? We've identified a technical issue on the bridge of 13C module. With emergency maintenance underway now, all residents are prohibited from passing through. Oh, but I actually need to head down to Parliament Hall. The temporary elevator on the left can take you up. You can head down to the hall from there. Right, of course. Thank you. The elevator is packed with staffers trying to go to the Parliament. While waiting for the elevator to arrive, Murray overhears the conversation. What's up with all the emergency maintenance these days? Last time something like this happened, I literally had to walk around Babylonia to get where I wanted to go. It's just a cover-up. The worker lowers his voice. Some resident caused a scene and triggered Babylonia's autonomous alarm system in the process. They've sent some orderlies over to take care of it. The guy said the punishing virus is a conspiracy that the world government came up with to control everyone. He went on to say that Earth was long gone and that Babylonia was well on its way to another planetary system. That's absurd. We've just saved a whole bunch of refugees from down there a while ago. Ain't nothing we can do about it. It's a closed chamber up here and people only listen to what they believe in. There are even people who know nothing about the recent earthquake and the damage it's done, but I think we're winning the war. Boy, the data is brutal, to say the least. But think we're winning the war. Boy, the data is brutal, to say the least. What happened to the guy, though? Heard the guy is a retired commandant. Came down with symptoms of mind damage and refused to believe in any visual recordings they showed him. He took the weapon from one of the orderlies, rushed down to the hangar, and tried to fly an aircraft back to Earth. I saw him a few days back at the start of life. He wasn't doing well then, but I never thought he'd lose himself altogether. Speaking of which, many retired soldiers seem to be having mental health issues lately. Something seems a little off here. Boy, I've been feeling pain in my head for quite some time now. It's probably got to do with lack of sleep, but I guess you wouldn't know how I feel since you don't ever need to sleep. Wrong, my friend. We still sleep when we should. Interesting. After getting off the elevator, Murray heads straight down to the meeting room, which is located at the very end of the corridor. Hey! Sika. At the end of the corridor stands someone Murray has never met. Hearing Murray's footsteps, the person turns around this way. For a moment, she seems caught off guard before the worried look on her face quickly turns into a radiant smile. She doesn't exactly seem adept at masking her feelings. Hi. A moment later, Murray recalls a name that matches the face. Sika, the student who recently graduated as chief of her class at FOS. While Murray has never interacted with her, he hears about her every now and then from the task force's construct. So yep, she indeed is a chief as well. Unlike previous chiefs, however, Sika is under fire because of some controversy. Commandant Sika. Murray greets Sika with a polite smile. Sika quickly greets Murray back, apparently having been caught by surprise. Oh my, sir, didn't expect you to still remember my name. Oh, just call me Sika if you don't mind. Honorific actually makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Scratching her head, Sika tries to put herself at ease. But you deserve all the respect as a chief. And it just hit me that I didn't graduate from FOS myself. Looking slightly uneasy, Murray changes the topic. I see you came to pay Commander Nicola. I see you came to pay Commander Nicola a visit. What's the matter? Right, I actually came to submit my application for a surface mission. It's been approved without hiccups, fortunately, and I was just on my way to the hangar. Murray can tell the process must have been anything but easy from the look on her face. Smiling cheerfully, Murray gives Sika the thumbs up. Good luck with the mission. Thank you, I'll do my best. This is your last chance, Sika, says Sika quietly to herself as she turns around to leave. Parting ways with Sika, Murray paces down the corridor until he reaches the room at the end. Through the crack in the door, he can see a solemn figure standing by the window. Taking a light breath, Murray knocks on the door. Come on in. There's still an hour to spare until the adaptation test of the day starts, but Lee already finds himself in the Science Council's classified laboratory. Asimov, on the other hand, sits in the middle of countless projector screens as usual, frowning at the ever-changing data before him. Behind him is a chamber partitioned by bulletproof glass walls with several pods storing construct frames lined in parallel. The pods are empty except for one that holds a frame. The pod is cordoned off with red light strips, telltale of how important and dangerous the frame inside the pod is. You're early. We're still in the middle of fine-tuning the equipment and initializing the frame here, which is going to take a while. I know, I actually came for something else. With it, Lee puts a memory drive on the table in front of Asimov. I came across some data, and I have a new hypothesis about the header armor shards. Meeting no objection from Asimov, Lee inserts the memory drive into the system and opens up several encrypted files. Punishing language. Seeing these words, Asimov jumps to his feet. These are data left out of Kurono's trial record. And I'm also seeing the part missing from Shomei's research data that's been retrieved. How did you get your hands on these? Do you still remember how there was a data anomaly from the 20th adaptation test that happened because the wrong parameter was used for enemy simulation? I do, and that's because whoever was in charge back then screwed up by adding the data of a header armor shard. Wait, is it because of that garbled message? With a nod, Lee pulls out a code on the screen. This is no garbled message, but an encrypted message that you can only decrypt with a special key, which I did a week ago. And the key is... I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is just yet until I have all my points of concern sorted out. Right. Well, tell me what you saw in there first then. Babylonia, 1 p.m. Walking out of the parliament, Murray lets out a sigh of relief. Nicola stopped questioning him about his source of information after that, which in turn made it easier for his work to progress. With the issue of it off his back, Murray now feels more cheerful than ever. I'm not going to look into your source of information, as I said. But I do still want you to keep in mind that everything you've done will mean absolutely nothing if you ever get busted. Thank you so much, Commander. I'm just doing my job. With a mixture of emotions and expression, Nicola keeps his gaze on a smiling Murray and the black folder sitting squarely on the table. With your complete trust, I now see it as my duty to do the best I can. I have the original now. You are to categorize the rest of it as a mission recycled file through the special channel like you always do. They'll know what to do with it. Of course. The rest of it should help make Lee's frame more compatible. For all he cares, anything could go wrong, but this. After all, he wants more than anything to be of help to Lee. He vividly remembers the time when he could do nothing but watch as Lee soldiered on, carrying the weighty burden of life, and that time felt like an eternity. Lee would always tell him that things would get better in no time, except what he said was mostly just lies. Murray looks up at Eden's midday sunny sky. Thanks to the artificial sun, Eden is perpetually sunny with blue skies. When Murray recalls his times with Lee, however, their memories together would always begin with one certain night from many years ago. It was right after Lee started working that high-paying job as an engineer that Murray found that his brother became very busy to the point that he stopped coming home on time. There were times when Lee would come home early and amaze Murray with all sorts of obscure but interesting engineering knowledge. Very often, though, Lee would leave home with some weird boxes late at night when Murray was fast asleep, and then come back home again by the dawn, before Murray woke up. It wasn't something Murray was aware of to begin with until one day a celebration was held for the first time in years downtown where they lived. The day wasn't exactly ideal for holding a celebration because it seemed on the verge of rain, except it never rained, and the celebration took place as planned. The celebration lasted late into the night. For the entire time, Murray was waiting for Lee to come home to go to the celebration together, but he never did because of work. Murray took his medicine before going to bed. When he next opened his eyes, he heard the bangs of fireworks and the hubbubs of people out there. Lee? From the crack beneath the door that opened into Lee's room, Murray was seeing light. As far as Murray could remember, though, Lee never closed his door. So Murray got off his bed, tiptoed to the doorway, and pushed the door ajar, ever so lightly. Through the crack, Murray could see Lee, sitting by his workbench. Lee was calmly wrapping a roll of gauze around his arm. The table was strewn with used pieces of gauze and all sorts of homeostatic medications, each which was as red as the blood itself, horrifying a young Murray to no end. It hurt. It's gotta hurt, and Murray knew that it's got to hurt more than when he himself came down sick. Yet Lee didn't even let out so much as an ouch, as though he was perfectly used to it. Against the ear-splitting bangs of fireworks out there, Lee didn't notice that his door was ajar. The next morning, Lee woke Murray up as usual, and showed Murray a gift as he apologized for not being able to make it to the celebration with him. Looking at Lee, Murray wasn't able to ask any of the questions he wanted to ask. It hit him as he was then. He wasn't able to help Lee at all. Rather, he was one of the things that caused Lee to worry. It wasn't until Murray saw a long sealed-away construct dossier in the Babylonia database that Murray finally learned about what Lee had to go through. The weight of every single word bone deep. The dossier was a testament to Lee's suffering. Murray has never been able to let go of ever since. Would things have turned out any differently if he had walked into Lee's room that night? Would what he had to say to Lee have stood a chance of changing his mind if he had found what Lee had been doing just a little sooner? All the what ifs, however, mean absolutely nothing. Lee has never stopped moving, and to really be of any help to Lee, Murray has to catch up to Lee. Which is why he has jumped at every possible chance to get his hands on any resources there were. No matter how slim the chance, there is no going back now. He has to make sure everything goes as planned. Murray couldn't be there for Lee when Lee was going through all of the suffering, so he promised himself to always be there for Lee going forward, no matter what might stand in the way. Tightening his grip around the dossier, Murray turns around and heads toward the Science Council. Chapter 21 Spiral of Kronos. 21-2. Key deep within. Babylonia, 12:30 p.m. Recover data. Data recovery in progress. 89% complete. Data to be played back was severely damaged portion omitted. An audio recording is played. I've never let anyone in on the theory I'm about to share in a few moments, not even my sponsor. Only Ascendants can find this document. If you're watching this now, then I'm most likely dead. A dead man has no secrets. The theory is absolutely meaningless to my research. The theory points toward the origin of knowledge itself, and one thing I can say with certainty about it is that the kind of future it brings is not one that the Ascendants would be happy to see. Not to mention that the theory is not something we can make happen anyway as we are. The language of the punishing virus, or to put it differently, the codes of it. The key to the truth of it is hidden somewhere in the higher dimension, and the idea of us getting hold of it is simply beyond our wildest dreams, given that we haven't even yet conquered time itself. I don't even know if the punishing virus is a tool that some higher civilization uses to filter out the fittest among us, or if it's just a randomly sowed seed that just so happens to have taken root on Earth. People are probably going to figure out that millennia from now, but for now, what I just said is nothing more than an empty hypothesis. I am, however, storing everything I know in this terminal. Whether it's something with practical values or not, I believe this research results deserves a place in this world. The recording turns blank for several tens of minutes, after which it comes to a sudden stop with a monologue of the seemingly disturbed speaker. Now, if you could answer this one last question for me. The Merciful One. The recording ends. There is a rough theoretical model attached in the file, and it's something Shomei came up with using the data he got through unconventional means. With the data, we'll be able to decrypt at least 23.5% of the message from the Heterama shard. There are still a lot of things we don't understand about the new frame, but my hunch is that the message will be key to helping us move forward. You seem to have a lot of these hunches these days, huh? Saying no more, Asimov turns around to face the screen and starts reading away with a heavy face. Moments later, he nods his head. Right, it's exactly as you said. Plugging this model in is going to help us decrypt the Heteroma shard a lot faster. By the way, the Parliament can't know about any of this for now. And I gather that's because you can't disclose the source. Exactly. And I'm sure you know that would be against the protocol. I just want the adaptation test for the specialized frame to go well. You know pretty well that I wouldn't have come to seek your help if I wanted to follow a protocol. I'm not interested in any of that melodrama, but that doesn't mean I'm just going to sit around and let you drag me down. I'm not the only one in charge of the project, which means the Science Council will make all this public to its researchers sooner or later. And that means you'll have to come up with a reasonable source. Of course, these data aren't the abnormal data I got from the adaptation tests. It was actually a set of coordinates. Earth, a week ago. It was a regular surface mission, but Lee didn't head down to the specified mission location with the rest of Grey Raven. Instead, he has to be assigned to a different location so he could drop by a certain place after the mission. For the longest time, the team of researchers at the Science Council was out there with end dealing with the abnormal data until they decided that the data were nothing more than programming errors and carried on with their research into the infra device and frames. He, however, cracked the garbled message one day after an adaptation test. He was driven mostly by instinct, which explained why Lee found the data so familiar. The key to decrypting the message wasn't a piece of knowledge that pertained to some classified information possessed by a certain force or team, but rather it came from a childhood game. A game that he used to play with Murray, that is. We'll be able to solve all the puzzles when we get our hands on the key. The key and the passcode? Yes, and the most impressive thing about this kind of passcode is that you don't even need to hide the content it protects. But without the key to decrypt the passcode, the message would just be a bunch of garbled text in its encrypted form. Mind-boggling, isn't it? All it does is change some numbers and switch the order of letters and then encrypt them, and bam, you end up with something that seems utterly beyond human understanding. The principle it works on, though, is really a no-brainer. That's mind-boggling indeed. I only read about these a few days ago myself. The public library has a lot of books on that. I can go and get you a few tomorrow if you're interested. Sure. Not exactly understanding of every single word on the page, Murray was reading one of the books Morian had borrowed from the library. It's paged, or I guess Lee is supposed to be there. This page is heavy with notes and abounding with words Morian had written. Oh no. I want to go outside with you, Morian. Oh, no. Oh, that is his name, Morian. You can do that when you get better. Fine. Speaking of passcodes, should we try to come up with a kind of passcode that only the two of us can understand? Is that even doable? Of course! It'd be something that no one else but the two of us can understand. Pretty cool, right? And let's see. Right, let's try this. Lee snapped back as the device pinpointed the location and started beeping. Shaking his head, he looked down at the electronic map in his hand. The map showed the fastest route to the destination, a deserted building 500 meters away with nothing seemingly out of the ordinary. No signs of corrupted. According to the combat log, Task Force Squad once engaged in a fight here, but the group corrupted and neutralized the zone in large part. Reconstruction efforts for this zone, however, were not put on hold when an earthquake hit and damaged the energy center nearby, putting the zone on the list of many zones waiting to be reclaimed. 200-meter radius is as accurate as it gets with the coordinates. Looks like I'm going to have to go through them one by one. Did Murray come up with this message for him? Why didn't Murray just reach out to him like he usually did? Lee did bring these questions up to Murray, except Murray only responded to him with a slightly perplexed look. This seems almost too easy for a trap. Less than 40 minutes to go until the end of the mission. Guess I'll try looking around. Something caught Lee's attention during the process. It was a robot, one with barely an S on it, making it stand out from the rest of the Desi machines here. It appeared to have stopped working just a short while ago. Sitting quietly in the corner, the robot seemed to be staring in Lee's direction as though expecting someone's arrival. Lee walked up and straightened the robot. Family robot from the Golden Age. Wait, it's a modified one based on that. No sign of infection. This model. It's been so long since I last saw one of them. Garbled message no one else was able to crack, and an overly familiar robot. These were too good to be coincidental. Power component is only 23% damaged. Guess I'm lucky. Wait, a self-destruction program? Why would a family robot need it, though? Program, however, didn't work as it was supposed to. All of its control systems were apparently deactivated before the program was executed. After removing the self-destruction program, Lee connected to the robot's memory shell, hoping to access its data. All wiped out, huh? This, however, was not stopping Lee. Lee's knowledge about programming and the structures of machines wasn't something he got after becoming a construct. His interest in numbers and puzzles started when he was a kid, which later turned into his burning passion for machina and numerical programming, which then later became what he did for a living until... Cyborgs? Yep, and that's something I've been researching. I know, and I also know you're going to work on neural network algorithms, probabilistic programming. I've read all about them in a lot of your books. If you put an AI program and a bionic machine together, you end up with something more powerful than a human being. Do you know how to make that, Morgan? When can we see it? Well, that's probably going to take some time. I want to focus on getting you operated on first. Hey, that's what you said last time too. I'll be waiting, Morian, so just don't overwork yourself. By the way, there are a million things I don't understand about the programming problems you showed me before. With a frown, Morian looked at all the notes in the book and all the codes that occupied the computer screen. When he first showed Murray a few things about programming, he only meant for them to keep him entertained at home. Murray, however, had been picking up the knowledge and technology, all of which were beyond his current grasp, at the speed of a child who was much too busy running after an express train to consider whether the feat was out of his league. I told you the rest, Murray. How much time did you spend on all of these? Well, I didn't spend that much time. Just don't do it again, alright? You don't want to ruin your eyes. Fine. Murray lowered his head in disappointment as the computer screen blackened out from idling. Morian knew how Murray was, and that Murray's conditions weren't hindering his intellectual development. Mentally, Murray was a lot tougher than most kids his age. Which is why Morian could never bring himself to be overly harsh whenever he looked at Murray in his eager eyes. I mean, there is no rush. We still got lots of time. After patting Murray on the head, Morian picked up a book from the table and turned the computer screen back on. Alright, let's work through them together. Now, the code here. The more Lee looked into the robot, the more he found himself awash in a weird sense of familiarity. The robot was used as a messenger with what little was left of its memory, showing records of multiple entries. Lee tried to probe further, hoping to find the author of the entries, but was denied access, which he saw coming. Impressive and well thought out indeed. The underlying codes that drove the machine were complicated and uncommon, except Lee was no stranger to them, because they looked exactly like the kind of codes he would write. Pretty neat, but I would have done a much better job. Could it be you, Murray? He was indeed the one who taught Murray all these, which was something they continued even after Murray went to Babylonia and was allowed access to public lectures. Every now and then, Murray would call Lee with questions he had from the lectures. Chrono monitored every single message a construct sent out and received, an effort offset by Lee and Murray, who would mask what they really meant to say with their secret codes and hide them everywhere in the messages to each other. Their respective lives to live, Lee and Murray rarely ever saw each other. There wasn't really anything secret about their messages. They were simply exchanges of daily greetings, and interpreting the messages with their own secret passcodes was how they showed they cared for each other. When Nami impersonated Murray in third grade and Entity sent in space, her behavior wasn't the only thing that gave her away to Lee, but also the fact that he didn't get the usual Murray-like replies after sending Murray his usual encrypted messages. Analysis complete. There was only so much data he could fix. From the mostly damaged, garbled text, Lee filtered for what he was looking for. Don't think I can do what I need to do next year. This power runs. Putting in his pocket the memory drive with all the data he needed, Lee stood up. Right on time for the meetup. Just then he heard an ear-splitting bang from afar. With incessant bangs that seemed to come from the depths below, the ground grew violently shaky, as debris and cement rained down, shattering the pieces and stirring up waves of dust. Lee dashed out of the building and into the empty square outside. Right before the door to the building behind him gave way, and the ear-deafening bang burned away the pile of machines. Was that an explosion? If it was, he could only imagine how severely damaged the location of the explosion must be. This is an emergency report to all teams in the area. There was, however, no sign of corrupted in these surroundings, and the concentration punishing virus has been within the safe range since he arrived. With the ground still trembling, Lee felt as though the entire world were shaking violently. The air reverberated with the sound of walls crackling, as tiny cracks made their way from the walls and the ground toward the focal point, like the most venomous of snakes. Wait, what in the world? It's an earthquake. Hurry up and run. An abandoned shopping center 500 meters away from Lee's mission location, a group of scavengers were at the mercy of chaos. They had been here for a week now, and they wasted no time sealing the door at the entrance as soon as they arrived, for fear that corrupted would enter the place through it, leaving the fire escape on the right their only passage option. Ironically, the very measure they had taken now hindered their escape from the place. They had no choice but to leave behind their personal belongings, and run for dear life from the trembling building. Worn out to nothing more than a dilapidated shell by years of sun and rain, the building finally gave way with the violent shakes, sealing their fate as pieces of what used to be the dome above landed on the floor. Right before the exit was blocked off, however, the scavenger at the end of the line lifted his get up with all his might, and with it he collapsed to the ground as chunks of fallen rocks landed on the slanted cement wall and crushed his foot. Ah! The shakes seemed to have stopped momentarily as the world in his eyes slowly lost its colors and the light faded away. He might have escaped corrupted and red tide, but the Crimson Virus was never the only source of threat. With the world in its apocalyptic state, however, there was nothing he could do now except for sitting trapped underground as he watched himself literally bleed his life away. Right before he was about to fall unconscious, the scavenger heard someone's voice. "There's a survivor here! Out of my way, I'm taking over!" Right when he lifted the third chunk of the cement, he heard a tantalum in his arm snap, sending a pain signal and then damage warning to his mind at the same time. Shutting off the pain signal, Lee lifted the concrete block with all his might and shouted at it into the depths of the darkness. "Is anyone down there? Let me know if you can hear me." A construct from Babylonia's task force. Hang in there. I'll get you out of there in no time. Okay. Brothers. Equally stubborn, reticent, and good at hiding what they don't want people to know. And that's that. I had to stop when the earthquake hit, and I only managed to come back with those data. And this deserted robot you found there just so happened to have the data we needed. Now that seems anything but a coincidence to me. It's almost as though someone baited you there just to show you all of that, and then destroyed it right away. Natural disasters are not within anyone's control, though. How do you know the earthquake was natural, though? We don't have any evidence to say one or the other, though. Let's try to focus on solving the issues we have here with the frame. Speaking of natural disasters, though, there is something that caught my attention. Liv saw the version of the future that the Asnet predicted when she was in Imperia and her infection reached the critical value. During the recovery, she wrote a report of what she'd seen. I have the report, and in it she wrote about Earth's Everwinter. And that's what Bianca saw too, when she saw the future in the red tide at the Copperfield Aquarium. Seems that both Asnet and the Punishing Virus point to the same thing, and humanity is going to be wiped out at the end of a winter lasting for decades. Are you saying that the recent earthquake had to do with that prediction? Asimov nods. A lot of things can bring about an ice age, such as changes in solar activities, or if Babylonia ever falls, and also strong geological activities. Everwinter, huh? Strange interference that's messing with my mind is here again. It's gone again before I could see it. But, as we are now, the Punishing Virus is still the biggest threat. I hope I'm just worried for nothing. I just sent the Parliament an application a few days ago asking to put together a team of budget analysts for the situation. God only knows if it's going to pass, though. Asimov knocks on the table as he casts a glance at the progress of initialization on the screen. Almost there, give me a few more seconds. I just need to do some prepping for the adaptation test. You risked your life to bring the data back, and now it's my job to put them to good use. Seeing Asimov at work, Lee touches his side pocket. There is a video recording from the robot's data that Lee hasn't shown him. He is feeling uneasy, precisely because of what he saw in the video recording. Okay, I'm gonna flash back to that. So, what's the conclusion? In case you weren't aware, we always need to go out of ways to smuggle the things you want into Babylonia's transportation crafts. I can't tell you everything I know, except you'd probably be disappointed. I'll tell you if I am after I hear it. I mean, I still have confidence in what you're capable of. I'll be damned, you managed to get all the extra information from the mermaid without letting her go. You were either very careful, or you just simply lucked out. But anyhow, Corona isn't the only one who's aware of that. Let's sit back and see where it's going to take us. Someone taps a glass with a finger. Aha, I see you aren't surprised about the information leakage. Now you want to be careful around Nicola. Because the old man would probably waste no time getting rid of you once you were of no use to him anymore. You seem to know Commander Nicola very well. Care to share with me some of your most memorable moments with him? Person on the other side of the phone chuckles. We're doing a business of trust here, so let's just keep our distance as is, yeah? Now, going back to the agents, they're a mysterious bunch. We tried to look into them with all of our human resources, but came back with nothing. If you're trying to look into that one particular agent, then I'm afraid you'd be most disappointed. Agent you're looking into, the one that claims to be an author, knows how to manipulate people with the truth he wants them to see. No, we aren't trying to learn about him. It's just that we keep coming across a particular name in the latter half of Shomei's research documents that Babylonia didn't recycle. The merciful one. Exactly. And that's the creme de la creme. Now, how to get our hands on it is the question. That's something even Babylonia's Department of Information would find challenging. Which is why I came to seek your help in the first place. It's impossible to identify the speakers with the acoustic fingerprints, as both of their voices have been processed. The driver has no trouble identifying one of them from the way he speaks. It's Murray. What else is he still hiding from me? He has always known that Murray was up to something behind his back, except he never brought it up. With battles never stopping and everyone trudging ahead, their conversations have become repetitive. He can't even remember the last time he enjoyed a casual talk with Murray. He can no longer guess what's going through Murray's mind, and Murray was no longer the adorable young brother he once was. Still, nothing made Lee prouder than seeing Murray going through life as a healthy boy. Murray, on the other hand, grew occupied with his own life, until one day it hit Morian that Murray was no longer the little brother who would look at him in admiration. They might not have the same blood running through their veins anymore, but nothing will ever erase their brotherhood. They share similar feelings, holding their ground on similar issues, and fall quiet at similar times. And even when it comes to hiding what they don't want people to know, they're similar too. I'm doing a great job finishing work early, which is why I'm home early to spend more time with you, Murray. You know, working as a mechanic is a piece of cake for me. Don't worry, it's all good now. I'm sure you'll be out and about in no time too, Mary. I want to work at the world government, Morian. Oh, I'd be happy working as a tactical liaison officer. I mean, I can't rely on you forever, right? Oh, I've been doing fine these days. Haven't really felt a thing in a while. And they're probably going to promote me. I just need to do a little test. Come on, I'll be fine. I'm going to show you how well you taught me. Lee rarely ever gets upset, but here he is now in the Science Council's meeting room, looking anxious and flustered. If my memory serves me correctly, the world government decided to put a stop to the remote connection technology because they found out the user would suffer detrimental effects. Right, a mind connection would synchronize the consciousness of the commandant and construct at the cost of the commandant's mental stability, that is. The effects were so detrimental that there were a few dozen commandants who had to retire early with side effects from using remote connection during the initial phase of the Reconquista age. Nicola looks alarmingly at Asimov, who looks up calmly at Nicola, as though trying to say, I'm just saying it like it is. Why is it then that I'm seeing Murray's name in this name list for a remote connection test? He caught his own tone. He knows that, as a construct, he isn't supposed to raise his voice when speaking to a higher-up. Murray has great potential. We need people like him, and not to mention he's recommended himself for the role on several occasions. Speaking softly, he hasn't become upset with the way Lee had spoken to him. I'm guessing part of him is wanting you to see him as the grown-up that he is now. And none of us can ever live on our own terms, so long as we're still under threat. But I do have the right to know what's happening to Murray as his only legal guardian. I mean, if anything happens to him. Lee, let's take a moment to remember that you wouldn't have been here if we decided to come down on you for going through classified information without permission. And I'm sure you don't need anyone to remind you that, as a construct, and I'm sure you don't need anyone to remind you that you, as a construct, no longer belong to Kurono, because the world government now owns the documents you signed back then. Now, are you still going to press further, at the cost of your team's sanity, that is? I am not going to stop Murray from doing what he wants to do. I'm simply asking to be looped in about the situation. I have all his documents with me, and I'll make sure that all his missions fall under my jurisdiction. Lee, we understand that you're only trying to protect Murray. We'll keep close tabs on Murray's health, because he's the only person we can count on besides the Grey Raven Commandant when it comes to experimenting with the new remote connection. Every person who helps us inch a step closer to victory is important to us. Enough said. We all need to do what we're supposed to. Return to your team. So I guess that was shortly after we joined Graven. All done. Lee comes to his senses with the sound of machines kicking into gear. Coming up to the pod, Asimov looks down at the brand new frame. All set. We're good to proceed to today's adaptation test. Okay, next up. Crack. Earth, 2:30 p.m. Aboard a transportation craft that's making its way through the stratosphere, the ground gradually sharpens into view as the aircraft descends through the clouds, leaving a trail in its wake. Seen from above through the clouds, the deserted city looks like a mirage from the Golden Age. Seems to be buzzing with hustle and bustle. Also sharpening into view, as the aircraft nears the ground, are countless faults. Faults left in the wake of the earth that struck this place, tearing through the ground amongst the grey forest of the buildings. To this planet, the faults are but the proof of a plate in motion. To humans, however, they are proof of a disaster. Around the faults are what remains of the buildings that once stood there, some of which have given way from years of disuse and the earthquake, while others are marred with burn marks and bullet holes of all sizes. Commandant, our original location of landing is far more damaged than previously imagined. We'll be touching down ahead of schedule. Yes, please do. Roger that. Ready to descend. Switch to manual control. The aircraft starts descending amidst the roar of engines. No stranger to the turbulence that comes with the descent. You lower your head to review the particulars of the mission. An hour ago. According to the reports that came in, the violent earthquakes have been observed across all regions over the last 2 months. We are, however, unable to conduct an overall evaluation of the damage caused by the earthquakes due to the limited availability of sensors at Babylonia. To complicate the issue, many of the earthquakes occurred at locations in proximity to conservation areas. Okay, we don't usually see earthquakes so violent around conservation areas though. Right, according to the current reports, the distribution of the last several earthquakes is abnormal to say the least. Geologically speaking, the plates these affected areas aren't exactly active. None of them is situated in or around a seismic zone. Theoretically, these areas are supposed to be at a much lower risk of geological disasters. Which is why we chose to establish conservation areas in these areas in the first place. Celica superimposes at the affected areas from the holographic map. Oh, something seems a little off here. Exactly, and post-earthquake, they found an average 2.3% increase in the virus concentration across all affected areas. That is an interesting number. Can't draw an effective conclusion based on these data. What we do know is that the recent earthquakes have severely hindered construction efforts in the conservation areas, as a great number of buildings and energy facilities suffered damage. Many from the engineering force have been sent out to assist with recovery efforts, but we need part of them to stay behind on the moon to help with the reconstruction of the base. To that end, we are assigning a great chunk of missions to task force squads. We're short-handed here, or for certain reasons. With hesitation, Celica lowers her head as she opens up the electronic file she holds in her hand. Since we're still working on re-establishing communication with the ground, we need a task force squad to go down and look into the situation. And that, Greyraven, is your mission this time. You are to rendezvous with the squad that's stationed there, and you are to help them investigate the damage inflicted by the earthquakes, repair damaged equipment, and determine what caused the concentration punishing the rise post-earthquake. The squad will fill you in on all particulars when you get there. Roger that. As Celica taps away on her terminal, details of the mission start showing up on yours. Going through the list of participants, you notice that Lee is still missing. Any questions about the mission? Celica looks up at you from everything that's waiting for her to deal with. She appears somewhat tired, but still makes an effort to handle the situation as patiently and carefully as she can. No, I think I'm fine. You don't think you'd end up anywhere different than you did before bringing up Lee again now? That's right, and be on our way in no time. Safe trip and best of luck. Commandant, we're here. Coming to your senses as Liv speaks to you, you realize that the aircraft is now parked squarely on the ground. Checking the map and seeing that the number of corrupted and hydro creatures around you is within a safe limit, you give Lucia the green light to open the aircraft's door. Setting foot on the ground, you feel lightheaded for a split second, as a non-existent tiny crack stems out of the asphalt you're stepping on and shakes you to the core with a tremble from the depths of Earth itself. It feels like a heartbeat, one that came and went so fast that it almost seemed like an illusion. Commandant? Seeing you stop in your tracks, Liv walks up to you and casts you a worried glance. You let her know that you're fine as you shake your head and straighten yourself up. That was a neurological stimulation just now, and you guess it was probably a side effect from the aircraft speeding up with the reverse thrust. You didn't see it coming when it hit you just now, but you aren't going to let it happen again. Let's get started. We can travel by the transportation craft going forward. I've reached out to a nearby team and they'll be here in 15 minutes with a smaller vehicle. We need to walk to the rendezvous point first, so roger that. All these did earthquakes cause this? Lucia hasn't let her guard down for a single second along the way, while Liv has been analyzing the fishes and concentration levels of punishing on the way through a quarter and marking them all down on the holographic map. Since the Battle of Copperfield Aquarium came to an end, the perceived threats from hetero creatures has been waning with the red tide ebbing. Be it hetero creatures or punishing polymers, they stopped showing up in the truckload like they used to, and the crimson splotches on the satellite map disappeared as though they never existed in the first place. The Parliament was relieved knowing that a full-fledged clash using all of its Omega weapons was temporarily avoided. At the same time, the lunar base's reconstruction has been faster than ever, and the research of specialized frame has been making headway thanks to the new information. And with everything looking so positive for the time being, humans have been spared a moment to breathe. Every single victory has made its way to the people in no time, rekindling their hope. Is this peacefulness a sign of hope, or just a temporary calm before the storm? You, however, have never been able to shake off the uneasy feeling in your mind. You are no stranger to what's been happening, and the earthquakes have done nothing but unsettle you even more. Flustered, you promised yourself that you'll let go of nothing you come across here. and that you'll prepare yourself for anything that might happen so your team won't have to face it alone again. Commandant, are you feeling okay? Slowing down, Lucia casts you a worried look. It hits you now that your face is heavy with a frown. I'm fine. Take it easy. This is just a recon mission, you tell yourself, as it occurs to you that this is the second time your team is checking on you since the mission began. I see you're almost fully recovered, Commandant, but it never hurts to be careful. And you too, Liv. Just take it easy, but honestly. Try sending a dozen tough guys my way now and watch me rough them all up. No doubt about that, Commandant, but I just want you to know that I'll keep an eye out for you anyway. Yeah, right. Says Lucia with a frown on her face, which is something you know she normally wouldn't do. Close enough. That indeed sounds like something he would say. Liv nods in agreement, but her expression soon breaks into a contact smile. That's Lee for you. You might come across as sounding like a bitter person who doesn't care, but we all know for a fact that he's the exact opposite of that. And he'd always put everything on his own shoulders. I know, right? Lee doesn't really talk about what he likes and doesn't like, not even now. Liv and Lucia have read you like an open book. Never outspoken, he has been supporting Gray in his own way. He is absent from a lot of the missions the team has been sent on these days because of all the adaptation tests he needs to go to, but he never misses a beat when it comes to routine work. Before the team heads out for battle, you can always count on Lee to send you a detailed analysis of the locale and the enemy to be fought. Also, Lee never fails to fine-tune the exoskeletons and weapons at the base with meticulous care so they're battle-ready. You know that you can basically count on him to get everything done. God only knows when we'll all be out on the mission together again. Phew, I mean, they spill no beans about their research on the new specialized frame, and I'm sure Commandant doesn't know much more than we do. Actually, you stop cold when your terminal starts ringing with a connection request. It's from the squad of the engineering force stationed around the conservation area. Take the call. Try switching to a different channel. There we go. Hey, can you hear me? Through buzzing noise, you hear a voice coming from your terminal. This is Grey Raven. We're at the rendezvous point. Oh wow, support force here. We just confirmed your location and we'll be all there in no time. Roger that. We'll be waiting. 10 minutes later, a small vehicle with the world government's logo sharpens into view, veering wildly around the collapsed buildings and faults with outstanding dexterity. Seem to recognize the wildness with which the vehicle is being operated. Vehicle speeds down this way as you guess the identity of the driver. Yo! Noctis. Swerving the vehicle to a stop with the same astounding dexterity and parking it squarely by the roadside, the driver pops her head out of the window. Where's Vera? Oh no, Bridget! Been a while, Commandant. Hey, it's your gal. Totally saw you coming, Bridget. Hop on already. We'll go through the particulars as we go. Bridget's driving a weapon to combat 21 as far as driving ability goes. Contrary to how she drove coming down, Bridget now drives the vehicle steadily toward the conservation area. Also sitting in the vehicle is a construct from the engineering force. As Bridget drives, the construct goes over the particulars of the mission with her. Commandant Kane, Lucia, and Liv. We have all three of you confirmed. We collected these data on our way here. Received with thanks. Excuse me, my nose is bothering me. Sitting next to you, Liv and Lucia send the construct their data. These are going to come in handy. Thank you so much. Thanks, we knew we could always count on Grey Raven. How's everything looking? Not so good. We didn't end up with any casualties from the earthquakes because we got everyone evacuated in time, but a big part of the conservation area's basic infrastructure came down because of the earthquakes. We're now trying to bring the power back with the backup power system. Some of the communication towers got ruined too. Engineering force is working at top speed trying to bring them back up, and we should see the connection in this zone up and running tomorrow. We don't know if there will be aftershocks, though. The only thing we can say about the earthquakes at this point is that they hit at random times. You guys are a godsend, Grey Raven, because we're short-handed as of now. That's what Celicud said too. Is there another task force squad around? The man came down this morning with some constructs. I'm guessing they put the squad together ad hoc, and they're on a mission now around the conservation area. Things are way worse, and they even picked up traces of corrupted. We'd have asked Babylonia to send more hands down, but things aren't looking exactly peaceful with task force these days either, no? What do you mean by that? Defectors. Having been quiet this whole time, the construct of the engineering force suddenly breaks her silence and chimes in. As you glance at the rearview mirror, you can feel her vigilant gaze fixed upon you. Bridget takes off her sunglasses and lets out a sigh. The Parliament has been trying to keep everyone in the dark, but the whole thing is an open secret now. We're suddenly seeing a bunch of defecting constructs these days, and a lot of these squads with defecting constructs got put on hold for missions and put under investigation at Babylonia. Telka's heavy face from back then makes sense now. And Teasel too, I see. Look over at Liv, whose face is just as heavy now. They aren't allowed to come down to Earth for missions until the higher-ups get to the bottom of the situation. All the squads that get sent down these days are scraped together, and people are finding it difficult to work with one another. Of all times too, huh? Task Force has all its intel shared among its members and possesses the most lethal of weapons, making it vulnerable to even the least bit of mistrust and suspicion among its members. Rumor has it that a defecting construct showed up at a base on Earth with an ascendant and killed everyone there. My friend is still in the lockup because of that one certain construct. Bridget pats the construct on the shoulder. There is nothing wrong with getting yourself ready for what's coming your way, but there are things that are simply above our pay grade. So, I'm only seeing the three of you here. What's happened to this other guy called Lee? He's on a different mission. I see. Been a while since I last saw him. He last fought alongside Lee at the beach in the battle where everyone's life was at stake. After the battle, he never really had a chance to talk to Lee except once. Flashback. Coming back to Babylonia from a surface mission, one day you saw Lee in the lounge. He was sitting in front of a desk. His always worn jacket was placed neatly aside, revealing the part of his frame without bioskin. Lee was fixing his right arm, whose mechanical structure was exposed. With a tool in his hand, he was making meticulous adjustments to the mechanical parts in his arm. All the while, however, Lee was doing so with a face so straight that one would have been blamed for thinking he was just picking apart some machine. Are you just going to keep standing there? Lee snapped at you, all the while carrying on with what he had been doing. He decided to continue the conversation. What happened to your arm? From one of the missions from before. It's nothing serious, and I just thought I'd take this opportunity to put the output structure. Well, you can just ask them to do it for you at the maintenance. I'm just more comfortable here. And I don't want to make people do for me what I can just do for myself. We don't remember seeing Lee paying many visits to the maintenance department in the start of life, but doesn't mean that he never gets hurt. He has always been seen alone, and the people who don't know him might find him aloof. But people who do know him know that he's just used to putting the burden on his own shoulders. And he carried on with work without looking up, filling the room with the clinks and clanks of metal parts. Am I bothering you? Not really. This is your lounge. Lee seemed lost for words with a frown. Just ask whatever questions you have. How's everything coming along with the adaptation tests? I believe I sent you a report every time there was a test. After the battlefield of Copperfield Aquarium, and with your insistence, Hassan agreed to the idea of sending you a progress report, along with the updates on the frame every time there was an adaptation test. Hassan, however, refused to provide you updates on anything else, saying this frame does not require mind connection with the commandant at the moment. Except the reports didn't really clear your doubts. I've seen them, but I'm curious about what didn't go into the reports. What exactly does sudden mind overload mean? And something just feels a little off about you these days. As if he was hiding something. One question at a time. I've only got one mouth to do all the talking. Now about the sudden mind overload. I don't know what's causing it, but it hasn't affected the frame or its battle performance. Everything about the new frame is within normal standards. And there's nothing off about me. Well, if you don't ever bring it up to Lee, he'll just put all the load on himself and solve it all before people even know there are problems. And if you ask me what we've done for him, well, I can hardly think of anything. He has always has everything planned out. I might be Grey Raven's captain, but I often find myself relying on his judgment. I seem to always think that he's just going to finish everything I ask him to do, which he actually does, except it just never hits me that Lee might need help himself. He just never brings it up. And that is Lee for you. He always meets the problem head on. He's always quiet, you all know you can count on him. But I'm not so sure if I feel the same anymore. I'm never there when my team members adjust themselves to new frames. And I just don't want anything to let's go with that. I have every responsibility to keep all of you safe as your commandant. Totally saw that coming. But don't sweat it. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. I can just tell something is weighing you down on the inside. I'm worried about you, Lee, both as your friend and your commandant. You remember having said this to Lee. I have no doubt you can handle everything, but it's never healthy when you always try to take the burden on your own. We'll never know what you need if you never say a thing. And there are things that can go unnoticed if you always choose to be quiet about them. Lee, however, looked away from you in what seemed like a temporary bewilderment. You waved your hand at him to get his attention. Lee? Right, of course. If there's anything I need your help with. Lee stopped in his tracks and looked up at you with a straight face. I'll let you know. Said Lee, except you didn't know if he was just saying it to make you feel better. With that, everyone falls silent as the vehicle carries you through the locked facilities. Before long, you arrive at the conservation area. The damaged buildings have been temporarily reinforced, and members of the engineering force are bustling about. When some of them pass by, they nod in greeting to Bridget as she reciprocates with nods. Our temporary base is right over there. Let me take you there first. Captain. Right then, a construct from the engineering force rushes over. There you are. Here, you need to have a look at this data. Take it easy. What is it? Bridget takes a monitoring device from the construct and starts going through the data. The geomagnetic storm peaked again just now, and it's the highest we've seen over the past 2 days. When was the last time we saw a peak? When the second aftershock hit. Right then, when the construct finishes a sentence, a deafening rumble fills the air, and with it the ground starts trembling. Okay, 21.5. Signs and abnormality. Okay, Lee. Finally. The fall was endless. Aside from the soul-crushing pain, this is what Lee remembers most vividly of being turned into a construct. To this day, Lee still remembers the day he was turned into a construct. He was now at Corona's lab, which, unlike the trial area at the Science Council, was a dark, cold lab in the basement. People at the lab told him that he would be mankind's long-awaited hero if the experiment turned out successful. Lee, however, knew better than to take what they said seriously. Construct tech developed behind the scenes at the cost of countless lives. Their plans and mankind's hope. Lee cared about none of these. All he ever really wanted was for the people he cared about to live a safe life going forward. Lee wasn't the first one to have participated in the project. From where he was, he could even see the poor souls before him immersed in the pods around their bodies, pale and motionless. Those bodies, hooked up to innumerable wires, were anything but human. They have been disassembled and reassembled, only at the end to either be used or discarded, erasing every last bit of human dignity they might have had. few lost causes tainted the floor with their vital fluid, trying to claw their way out of the lab in their broken body. He was glad he wasn't yet in that state when Murray last saw him as a human. He thought he was going to carry on fighting forever as a tool until someone came along and told him that they saw constructs as indispensable partners. Lee thought it was just another lie, but the person made a promise and lived up to the promise. Which is why Lee never wants his commandant to see him when he goes through the test or be burdened with concerns about potential risks. While the rest of Grey Raven is fighting on the ground, so too is Lee fighting a battle of his own. He's going to solve everything, and all that the rest of Grey Raven has to do is wait for him to go back a changed man, so they can all go on missions again like they have so many times before. Seeing Murray grow up healthy has always been Lee's only hope, but he now has another, having joined Grey Raven. Lying down in the experiment pod, Lee picks up a cable and inserts it into the port in his neck like he has so many times. Let's skip the virtual bridging this time and dive straight into the battle simulation with the new frame. Asimob points out the new frame which lies in the pod. Instead of the standard compatibility data, we'll be using your own data today. See if what happened before is going to happen again. Sure, let's get this started then. Starting mind transfer. Please enter the activation parameter for temporary authorization for frame switch. Commencing battle mode in frame. Initialization complete. Constructing battle environment. Construction of battle environment completed. Radiations and stuff. Interesting. Lots of talk. Simulation system loaded. How do you feel? Anything strange? Not at all. Everything's good. The adaptation's better than I expected. Good. Seems the mind and frame are going well together. Let's start the first test then. Use the basic abilities of your frame to defeat the enemy. Task complete. Entering the next phase. The mobility of this frame has been significantly improved based on your habits and requirements. It also comes with excellent firepower. However, that will also increase your burden in combat when facing a large number of enemies. You'll need to make use of all available weapons or quickly finish them off. I'll give you plenty of signal orbs in the second test. Use your composite armament to deal with the vast number of enemies.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。僕の視界からもう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Okay, so we'll try and move. Available.
もう逃げ場。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。僕の視界からもう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。時の果てで滅びよ。
At the end of time. Cease your existence. At the end of time. Good times. I think I've pretty much mastered this frame. Basic abilities are enough for you to handle regular combat, but on top of that, we still plan to add a special power to this frame. Plan to. Alright, for now this feature only exists in theory. It's an incredible instant computing power. When this frame is running at maximum output, it can even transcend beyond time and dimensions. Let's just call it Hypermatrix for now. You could try using this feature in a simulated battle first. I'm ready. Is this the Hyper Matrix you mentioned? Just like Matrix, it will forecast all possible enemy actions. They must be near stationary in your eyes. Hyper Matrix is more than that. Attack data from certain skills you used earlier will be stored within the core of your weapon. In this space, you can access and reuse this information by attacking enemies. Given its extremely high power consumption, the duration of Hyper Matrix will be likely very limited. Great, you can consume the skill data to generate new sight points and unleash them all onto enemy when the Hyper Matrix ends. When Hyper Matrix is closed, all the sight points across all dimensions will be unleashed onto the enemy. Now try using the signature to leave. Okay, entering the next phase. I'm going to load some data of some formidable enemies. The system will no longer help you maintain Hyper Matrix, you need to control it yourself. Let's call it a day. Your competing powers all drained. Let's call it a day before you put yourself in danger. Alright, I think we just need a few more tweaks before officially deploying the frame in combat. Why is the simulation combat system still on? Asimov, what's going on? System, execute the logout command. No response. Lee, no, logout. Error, danger. Do you copy? Overload. Lee, Lee! Few seconds it took for Lee to exit the battle simulation mode seems like an eternity. A blinding flash of light engulfs his vision. Within the depths of his sight, the twisting spiral tower emerges and collapses repeatedly while the surroundings blur and shift at a rapid pace through the passage of time. What in the world was... Swallowing is meaningless for constructs, but Lee clenches his fist anyway as he tries to calm the nausea he's feeling from the mind overload. Where is he? The Science Council on Babylonia, the deserted factory full of corrupted, or Corona Lab, or the Corona Lab in the basement with all the broken constructs. A crimson fog clouds over his eyes as the views from Lee's deep mind cross over into reality, blurring his perception of time. What was that he saw in his mind? If that was an abnormal projection because of the data anomaly, it seems almost too realistic. Try as he may, Lee can't seem to see through the crimson fog that's clouded his memory. Unable to describe what he saw, Lee is now feeling nothing but heart-wrenching sadness and bone-deep despair, which will quickly fade away as his mind recovers. Lee's hunch is that this is happening because his memory is locked, except he checked his memory data multiple times and never came across any sign of his memory being tampered with, or any sign of memory loss. He missed something he should have no trouble seeing, and it's not the first time this happened. Everything Lee just went through took place within a few seconds, and to everyone except Lee, he has already recovered. Coming back to his senses, Lee lies down in the pod and changes back to entropy. How long did my mind overload last just now? It lasted for 3 seconds, but my mind record reads 35 minutes. Seems like this only happens when you use that particular frame. With a solemn face, Asimov presses a finger on a corner of his forehead. We just got the issue with the inward device taken care of, and now we're looking at this whole other bunch of new issues here. Let's have a look first at the parameters that went into the test this time. The Science Council remains illuminated, and everyone carries on with what they have to do quietly. Inward device specialized frames and Omega weapons, with this research project demanding everything and the brain juice of every last researcher that the Science Council has. Mankind sees the brain children of its wisdom all put into use for one single cause. Every single booty one, despite at the cost of countless lives, has been handed over to the researchers, rekindling hope in mankind. We have the results from the analysis now. How does everything look? The inverter device worked just fine and the frame is 98% compatible, except there was obviously something wrong with his mind just now, right? Right. It's the same as what happened before. We always end up with an overload when we try to collect battle data with him in that particular frame. And it only happens when he's in that frame. We compared what we have here with the test results from a virtual connection, and confirmed that this is what happens when the Omega weapon in the frame reaches maximum power when working. The inverter device, on the other hand, works just fine, and we see the percentage of infection go down at the critical point. Which is why the data of this frame seems completely normal, and I'd even go as far as calling the data impressive. This frame is the only one out of all the specialized frames that's completely immune to the punishing virus, which is exactly what we hoped to see. We found a way to balance Omega weapons to help us absorb and purify punishing. The data extracted from the heteromer shards can help Omega weapons better purify punishing. If we work on improving the inverter device, this frame's purification speed will be able to catch up to its absorption speed just fine. We can normalize this technology of this frame, and I'm sure it's going to be a major game changer. Asimov's voice sounds on the verge of cracking when he says game changer. We don't know why my mind overloads, but it only does when I change into that new frame, which has to do with the fact that it's a specialized frame and that it has something that the simulated data don't. Something like this happened before, but never to the extent we saw this time. Right, it was 0.5 seconds to begin with, and now we're seeing 3 seconds. Your mind fluctuated so much during this period of time that we couldn't even pick up the correct range with the machines. If we'd run the test on a different construct, their mind would have been destroyed, and they would have been infected right away. We usually only see an overload when someone's mind is imprinted with an excessive amount of data in an extremely short period of time. But you're able to recover within 3 seconds and all your numbers are back to normal, as if nothing has happened to you, and we haven't observed damage on your mind so far. Asimov is right, this only happens when you're using the new frame. But I don't remember anything that's imprinted on my mind, and I'm not seeing any extra data in there either. All that Lee remembers is a single message. The one only he and Murray understand, and pieces of subconsciousness that would pop into his mind every now and then. Every so often, Lee sees location coordinates key to his missions, or he hears calls coming from the seashore that disappear before he knows it. Before he gets to the bottom of the message, Lee decides to stay quiet to keep Murray out of trouble. There's gotta be something I'm missing. No voice in Lee's subconscious, however, seemed to want him to stop probing. Trust me. We're going to apply this technology to all the new specialized frames somewhere down the road, and to that end, we have to simulate as many possible scenarios as we can. Asimov, have you seen traces of my memory data being modified or hidden? No, none so far at least. And my deep mind? Theoretically, your commandant is the only person who can access your mind, which can only mean two things. Either the infiltrator is doing an impressive job covering the tracks, or your mind just hasn't been tampered with at all. And if someone did access your mind, I can send the Grey Raven commandant an access key for a deep mind connection with you. Although, we'll have to have you change back into the new frame first so your mind can overload again. We need to keep in mind, though, that we don't know how your commandant's mind beacon is going to affect the overload, or if the overload is going to affect your commandant's mind beacon. But if your commandant grants access to your mind, we might just be able to dig up something from there. No, we can't do that. Competentless politely voices his rejection against the idea. The overload might just last for a few seconds, but there's no way the human brain can handle it. I'm not even completely familiar with the frame myself, and I can't expose my commandant to any risk before I have a better grasp of it. I just don't want to put anyone in harm's way, ever again. Asimov lets out a sigh. Boy, here we go again. Cam came to me a few times trying to find out how you've been doing. Are you just going to keep being quiet about it? I just don't see a point. I'm sure Kane is going to barge right into the science council the moment the commandant, finds out everything I've been through, and I know for a fact that because I know my own commandant inside out. Keeping someone in the dark is rarely ever a good thing to do, though. Apologies for coming in without knocking on the door. I came right in because I didn't see Long out there. Right then, a gentle blond man appears by the door as he closes it ever so softly. It's Murray. Murray? Lee! Good to see you here. Murray doesn't have a good view of Lee from where he's standing, but Lee clearly sees him hiding the document in his hand behind his back upon noticing his presence. Which, however, doesn't escape Lee's eyes. Let me guess, did Nicola send you here with a message for me? Commander Nicola sent me here with this document. He would like you to know that it's usable now because it's gone through all the process. Murray passes the dossier to Asimov. It's a clear folder with the world government's logo, though through which the logo of the Knighter of Nona Ouroboros can be seen. That's good news. I'll take that. With a genuine exclamation, Asimov takes the dossier from Murray and starts going through it. So, what's up with you recently? Not much. I haven't really been on any battle missions these days. So I've been doing what I'm supposed to as a liaison officer. That's great. Just don't overwork yourself, yeah? And let me know if you ever need help. Of course! Take good care of yourself too, Lee. The room is quiet, save for the sound of Asimov turning the pages of the document. 5 minutes later, closing the document, Asimov looks at both Lee and Murray, both of whom are standing perfectly upright. Say, I've never seen siblings talk to each other the same way you do. Or is it how people usually talk to their families these days? Everything is okay with the document. I'll pass it along when he gets back. And we're finished with today's adaptation test, so you're free to go. I'm just going to go and wrap everything up. As Asimov turns to leave, he casts a meaningful look at Dee. Let's cut to the chase then, since you already know what's going on. You were the top candidate when it came to Omega's specialized frame, but they picked Liv, and it wasn't just because she submitted an application. Someone was holding you back from being picked. And that would be Murray, huh? Doesn't even need to ask Asimov to know that it must have been Murray. I'd never have let Liv do that had I known better. They would have picked her sooner or later anyway, since it really makes no difference to us. And I guess Murray did what he did because he cares about you, you know? I just never thought he'd go this far. You don't seem to talk a lot about yourself to him, do you? Makes sense that he's been going around asking about you. Well, there isn't anything to talk about. I just want him to be safe. Playing the role of a mediator at the Parliament, influencing people's decisions without their knowledge, and finishing his tasks without so much as a failure. None of these comes without challenge. Having spent quite some time down at Corona's lab, Lee knows better than to mess with what he shouldn't, and if anyone ever does, they'd be gone in one foul swoop. Lee doesn't want to stop Murray from doing what he wants to, but neither does he want Murray to ever get hurt. I'll try to have a talk with him. I'll be on my way then. Wait, Murray. Care if I join you for a walk? Sure. Okay. Next. Silence. The concealed facts and emotions weave together, separating them and hiding them from the true meanings and thoughts lying underneath their words. Leaving the Science Council, Lee and Murray walk side by side down the hall, leading out of the building. This is when Lee would usually ask Murray about his work and health, except Lee doesn't say a thing after what he did just now, giving Murray no choice but to tag along. Well... Murray tries to make Lee stop, but to no avail. Keeping his eyes trained straight ahead, Lee carries on walking. Seeing Lee so quiet reminds Murray of what happened when he was still a kid, when he went out of town trying to buy medicine from some doctor. Milked dry and unable to go home, Murray was left crying alone in the rain until Lee found him. Muddy all over and soaked in rainwater, Lee, with an umbrella in hand, was out of breath when he found Murray. Lee, however, didn't blame him at all. Lee held Murray's hand tightly the entire time on the way home. Lee walked on quietly, all the while keeping his eyes trained straight ahead. Seeing Lee all tense from below the chin, Murray knew he was angry. Walking next to Lee, however, it hits Murray that he's slightly taller now. Lee finally stops when they reach a quiet corner. Been a while since we last talked. Murray looks around and is surprised when he notices that this place is one of the few in the bridge area without monitors. Murray quickly goes through his head and everything that he's done recently to see if there's any loose end he forgot to tie up that gave him away. As he does so and keeps his eye on Lee, Murray casts Lee an excited yet confused look. I know. I know, right? It sure has been a while since we last talked. I mean, even busy with all the adaptation tests. Right, but I do have something I want to ask you about. He opens his hands to reveal a tiny chip. Wait, what is... You aren't going to tell me you don't know what this is, are you? That's exactly what Murray was about to do, except when he meets Lee in the eye, he knows there's no getting away with it. Well, it's just something I use to help me survey mission bases. I mean, because I can't exactly fight on the surface like you and the other commandants. Where did you come across it, though? All messenger robots self-destruct post-mission, and there's no exception, as long as Lee doesn't see what's inside the chip. It doesn't really matter where I found it, I recovered it and had a look at what's inside. Gotta say, the encryption was a real piece of artwork that could have deceived anyone. But me. Because, you know, I'm your brother. In the deafening silence that ensues, Lee's heart sinks. As someone who knows Murray through and through, Lee knows that Murray is trying to hide something from him. Murray's hand in the mission, however, is proof that he can't possibly have been the one that sent him that weird set of coordinates. Lee doesn't know who sent it to him, or for what purpose, except these aren't what he's trying to find out at the moment. So, when did you start getting yourself involved in all of this? Looking at Murray, Lee feels as though he doesn't know him anymore. The same gentle smile on his face, Murray looks flustered as he looks down to avoid eye contact with Lee. Moments later, he raises his head again. Lee recognizes the look in those eyes, because he too once told Murray the same white lies, and it was him himself that he saw in those same eyes back then. I got these from working with the machines. Don't sweat it though. Engineers get these all the time. Listen to me, I might have to leave you for a short while, but don't worry, everything's gonna be okay. Yep, I'm fine. You know me inside out, right? That's just part of the mission. We gave Commander Nicola all the data we've gotten from the mission afterward. We did everything with his authorization, and you know what he's like. Does that include coming in contact with an ascendant? I don't know what you're talking about, Lee. Says Murray ever so softly, his smile no longer gentle. Back at City 75, Lamia might have been able to copy the way you look, but there's no way she could have gotten her hands on your communication identification number when there was no connection. She could have chosen to be anyone, but I guess she decided to use your code to earn our trust there. And that can only mean one thing. You'd been in contact with her up until that point. As expected, I still can't surpass you after all these years, Lee. Murray's heart sinks as he thinks to himself. Only you can manage to do the course this way, Lee. But I really don't know what you're talking about. Murray knows there's no point in lying anymore, but he refuses to give in. It's been a long time since Lee saw Murray so sad, and so full of secrets. Murray would always look at Lee with expectation, comfort, and admiration. Lee recalls last seeing Murray in tears when Lee himself was inside one of the glass pods down in Kureno's lab, and both Lee and Murray believed they'd never see each other again. Ever since coming to Babylonia, Murray stopped being the adorable young brother he was, stopped asking Lee all the far-fetched questions he used to ask him, and stopped inviting him to art exhibitions. I'm fine, don't worry. These are the kinds of messages that Lee, whose plate has been full with endless battles, would send Murray in response to his messages. The concealed facts and emotions weaved together, separating them and hiding them from the true meanings and thoughts lying under their words. I trust you, Murray, and I'll take your side, no matter what. I just want you to be honest with me. We'll never know what you need if you never say a thing. And there are things that can go unnoticed if you choose to be quiet about them. Why are you keeping me and your companion in the dark about your frame's compatibility, then? This question catches Lee off guard. Well, that's because you never thought we'd be of any help to you, right? You know full well I never saw you that way. Why do you always choose to go it alone, then? And I thought we are family. If you told me a little more about yourself, I would have never have... Murray stops in his tracks, halfway through the sentence with a gasp. Murray! Rushing up to hold Murray so he doesn't fall, he sees how the pace has become. What's going on? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Not saying anything, Murray shakes his head with a frown as he presses his head against his temple, apparently going through an excruciating headache. Wait, is your mind beacon contaminated? Lee, I'm okay. Come on, Murray, you're anything but okay. Murray smiles comfortingly at Lee. Having recovered from the episode, he takes a few deep breaths before standing up against the wall. That came and went fast. I'm feeling okay now. Come on! I'm a full-fledged companion that passed the remote connection test. Oh, but I suppose your companion is probably more full-fledged than I am. Murray has the same gentle smile on his face again, as though nothing had happened just now. Lee was about to say something, but then realizes that nothing he has to say is going to change anything. We need all constructs on standby to assemble at once at the prep zone. Yep, we detected an unknown interference of electromagnetic radiation. We're asking all citizens to follow evacuation instructions. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. As though trying to shatter the silence between Lee and Murray, their terminals start beaming away as though the apocalypse were coming. Highly concentrated punishing detected on the surface. Prepare to engage at once. Unknown electromagnetic radiation that's suspected to be a new method of attack. Wait, does it have to do with the mind beacon contamination just now? And they want all constructs to head to the landing pad to get ready for engagement on the ground. That's a weird instruction. Cerberus got an engagement notice too. I need to go and get ready for a remote connection. Just be careful. Hard pressed to part ways with Murray now, Lee squeezes out these words. I know. I won't be going to the surface because I'll be using a remote connection. I'll be okay. Each with their own orders to obey, Lee and Murray have no choice but to stomach their feelings of the moment as they part ways. I'll come and find you when this is over. Sure. I'll be waiting. Babylonia Parliament Hall, 20 minutes ago. With the executive meeting coming to a close, the air in the hall is somber with flustered councilmen. Going back to what we were talking about just now, Babylonia is on the verge of reaching full capacity with all the refugees it has taken in since the Battle of Puglia Forest Park. And just so we're clear, they are not mere numbers on the reports. They are human beings, and they need to consume resources to stay alive. We're burning through our resources faster than ever, and we don't know how much longer it's going to take for our production line to be built. For God's sake, we haven't even replenished the resources we've spent on the previous battles. If this goes on, we'll have no choice but to cut back on the amount of resources we assigned to the residential area. But this is the standard of production you're asking us to meet is mission impossible. Another thing to keep in mind is that the resources on the colony ship won't last forever. Although the possibility of additional personnel was indeed taken into account when the resources were prepared. And that is what we're looking at on top of all the conservation areas on Earth that can't fend for themselves and need our resources. We need to pick up the pace with rebuilding the conservation areas on Earth and slowly help them get the production level back to what it was. Speaking of conservation areas, the reports show that there have been quite a few earthquakes these days. Why was there no warning? And we haven't seen a single report so far detailing the damage from the earthquakes. Babylonia has lost contact with the majority of the surveying stations on the surface since the Great Evacuation. No one is manning those places now, and most of the areas that got hit by the earthquakes are yet to be reclaimed. The only data we managed to get our hands on are the spatial electromagnetic anomaly that a few satellites picked up, and we just can't tell the exact location and depth of every epicenter with that. Most of the conservation areas that got hit wouldn't have been able to react in time anyway, even if we have been able to send out our warnings, because most of the earthquakes happened at night there. We've managed to get in touch with most conservation areas now, and recovery efforts are already underway with the engineering force in charge. Command Central has sent the majority of task force and support force down there for recon, and we should be receiving a report in no time. Now the next subject lies on the list, the new construct restriction bill submitted in conjunction by a number of councilmen. The bill seeks to implement stricter monitoring on constructs, through such means as making mind accessible for scrutiny or monitoring their conversations, for instance. With it, the light blue projector and screen in the center of the hall shows a new document that lists out the restrictions to be imposed on constructs. Any thought we would like to share regarding this bill? Are we trying to limit their contacts with the enemies when they're the ones out there fighting the war? I find that contradicting. We need to bear in mind that we've seen a large number of defecting constructs over the last 2 months alone, most of whom are still missing. Oh, business with Ascendant recruitment is an open secret now among our construct soldiers. We came forth with the bill based on sufficient evidence that points at the possibility of there being secret agents among our soldiers sent by the Ascendants. We very well might have been able to minimize the damage we suffered had we started looking into the situation earlier, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Commander. People have grown weary from years of war, and we've been through only too many disheartening battles recently. It's only natural that our soldiers are going through a period of low morale now, and that's something that can happen whenever there is war. Still, most of our soldiers are fighting the war with hope and determination. Are we really going to hit them with a bill that shows our lack of trust in them when what we should be doing is supporting them? President Hassan, I know you've always been an advocate of human rights for constructs, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea to stand by the defecting constructs. Are you going to wait for them to attack Babylonia and take all the classified information we have here back to the Ascendants? In the heat of the moment, this particular councilman stands up from his seat as he slaps the table, distorted by the slap. His microphone sends out an amplified buzzing noise that then just put the ear in the spacious hall. What are you doing? This is the world government's parliament. Sit back down already. Councilman who tries to stop another falls to the ground with a punch. Are you out of your mind? Traitor. Mr. Chaos unfolds in the hall. A quiet mumble goes unnoticed. Silence! Right when Nicola was to call out the call security and a disconcerting emergency call forces his way to channel into the parliament. Apologies, this is an emergency announcement. Please kindly terminate the meeting at once and find a place to hide. What's going on? Just tell me what's going on already. Commander, thank God you're all still... Celica seems to be running as she tries to speak. She tries to remain calm, yet her trembling tone betrays her. From her side, she screams and the sound of buildings crumbling down can be heard. Celica, what's going on? About ago, we detected a strong reaction to punishing virus on the ground. Babylonia has been hit with a strong wave of EVA radiation, and it's caused a lot of to go mad. Now, we don't know what's causing all of these. It's extremely chaotic now. Please, stay away from the mass. People that have lost their minds here are highly aggressive. Please, stay away from carrying weapons. Celica's warning call grinds to a halt with overwhelming buzzing noises. Wait, are these people? They've gone mad! Wait, where's the security guard? You bunch of traitors! From the corner in which he was just mumbling, the security guard roars as he aims his gun at the assembly of officers. Trained squarely at Hassan's chest, the jet black gun spits out a bullet before anyone can react, leaving the entire hall in shock. Oh. You okay, Mr. President? Unlike the other tower, it does not even bother to put up a camouflage, only blatantly revealing its danger and hostility to all humans on the surface and in space. The alarm begins blaring at the same time the ground roars in rage, plunging the entire conservation area into chaos and screams. In the distance, a dilapidated building totters on the brink of collapse, its steel framework squeaking as it sways violently. As far as anyone can see, everything is shaking. Excuse me. Unable to stand firmly and on their wits' end, people hold on to whatever objects they can find and keep their bodies low to wake the quake sound. No textbook or video can ever come close to describing the horror they are going through at this very moment. They see with their very eyes how powerless they are, and every shake chips away at their will. Everything they once thought was indestructible crumbles into pieces with jaw-dropping ease. They try to escape out of instinct, only to find themselves completely at the mercy of Mother Nature. In the face of Mother Nature, mankind is no better than a bunch of inconsequential small fry. And yet, stop what you're doing at once and evacuate like you've been drilled to, and don't push. Take cover where you are if you're in the medical zone. Pay attention to the injured. You've reinforced the shelters there, and y'all can count on it to sustain even the most violent of shakes. Everything's going to be okay. We aren't going to let another person get hurt. There's a single idle soldier in sight, each and every single one of them doing what they should to help, which means that Graven can't let anything stand in his way either. After a moment's hesitation, Graven jumps into action, helping Bridget drive her longsword deep into the ground as she's to study her. Lucia nods, and her eyes calm, nods at you, her eyes calm and reassuring as always. Liv, on the other hand, fires at a concrete pillar teetering at the verge of crumbling with a levy gun, blowing it into pieces that pound the ground where no one stands. Activate exoskeleton. After pulling some residents away from the trial ground and out of harm's way, you turn around and, at the top of your lungs, shout your question at the construct that was holding the monitoring device just now. Do we have the numbers on the earthquake? Nothing except that the epicenter is 10 to 15 kilos away from here. We'll have to go to the command center to find out the rest. Okay, Liv, how's connection looking? All channels are temporarily down. I wonder what things are like at the Empress Center right now. We need to get in touch with the people out there and battle Anima as soon as we can. We're counting on your support, Bridget. On it. Where's the emergency command center? It's right there, 3 o'clock from the signal tower. After pointing into a certain direction in the conservation area, Bridget tosses a set of keycards over this way. There are people on duty around the clock, but in case you don't see anyone there, the underground garage is right outside the command center's safety tunnel. The wind and chaos that now dominates the conservation area flood your ears the entire time you sprint toward the command center. With the most violent of trembles behind, the conservation area is now deep in screams and cries, as well as people assisting those calling for help. Right then, out of the corner of your eye, you see a pair of trembling hands with the thumbs up that dangles off a stretcher being carried away by a few constructs. Aren't you a tough one, huh? Yes, come what may, because together, we're strong. As soon as you open the door to the command center, you are met with an unbelievable mess. Sitting right in the center of the gigantic central system, with a straight face, are 2 constructs, their hands flying over the control panel so fast that your eyes can't even catch up. One of the construct's arms seem to absolutely crush out of shape, except she seems completely unaware of it. The space-time distribution, the characteristics, and electromagnetic parameters. What in the world is going on? None of this is making any sense. Emergency communications is 98% activated. 99%. There we go. Damn it. We aren't hearing anything back from Conservation Area 27. Okay. Task Force, Graven is here to help. Oh, thank God. The liaison officer almost jumps out of her seat. Have we located the epicenter yet? Yes, and it's right around Conservation Area 27, which is 17 kilometers away from here. The seismic depth is highly unusual, though. Is this really just a normal earthquake? What do you mean? The epicenter is 2,000 meters underground. Our device got the measurement right. Which makes no sense at all. Because if that's where the epicenter is, then we should be seeing catastrophic damage here just 17 kilometers away. And the Conservation Area 27 can only be having it worse. Because they have a bigger population than we do, with their high-power CPFs. Calm down and send us a copy of the data first. It's likely they've lost all means to communicate there. We're going to head down there now. Wait, use the car in the underground garage. The car comes with a mobile emergency command device that contains all our data. You'll be able to connect to the nodes with it. We have a dozen nodes set up already. We'll keep trying and see if we can get in touch with the other zones. Good luck. Changing a look with Lucia and Liv, you scurry toward the safety exit. The constructs, on the other hand, stay where they are. Please fasten your seatbelt, Commandant. The road is about to get bumpy. The entire time the military vehicle speeds down the quake-stricken highway. Liv busies herself with adjusting the radio in the car. Half an hour later, you finally hear a voice emerge from the white noise that's been filling the air. This is the Commandant speaking. This is an SOS to all squads from Babylonia. I repeat, this is the Commandant speaking, and this is an SOS to all from Babylonia. A group of hetero creatures attacked an unknown electromagnetic radiation abnormal. Commandant, that was an SOS message just now. Can you locate them? Just confirmed this under be Apodidae under task force. Their last mission report was made 3 hours and 25 minutes ago, saying that they were on a joint mission with engineering force around Conservation Area 27. That's probably the squad Bridget was talking about. Let them know that we got their message. On it, SOS message received by Grave, and we're on our way. Closer the car approaches the location, showing the stronger reaction of punishing you pick up. Can't be sure if there will be aftershocks, but you decide to go with the most safe looking route that goes around the city in case you ever need to engage any enemies when an aftershock hits. The weather seems worse than it was just now. The heavy clouds descending upon the horizon quickly rob you of your visibility and turn the grey buildings in the distance into a twisted mountain range. Over the never-changing line of grey, however, a red flash quickly swooshes past. Stop at that. When you turn your hand around for a better look at what there was, however, you see nothing. You're in close vicinity of where the SOS message was sent out, Commandant. Look for their signal. Found them. I'm picking up reactions of them and hetero creatures 923 meters away at 2 o'clock. Get ready for engagement. Incoming from the left. Target has been directed to selected location, Commandant. Get out of there. Laser barrier set up on the right. Live now. On it. Firing from across you, mounted laser cannon accurately blows off the corner of the building you just marked. Dealt the coup de grace, the already teetering walls crumble to the ground with an ear-splitting bang. Whose falling concrete blocks the hetero creature's way out. Then, like a millfall that rots in a time lapse, the floors of the building go down in chain reaction, instantly burning away the hetero creatures that try to make their way up, and crushing them into a crimson pool of syrup in the remains of the building. In the rolling smoke, a few hetero creatures make their way out of the debris, and among them is a deranged hetero sapien that dashes straight at you, whose broken arm you can see sandwiched between broken concrete blocks. Commandant! Raise your gun and shoot. Right when you pull the trigger, you hear a loud bang from behind you, and before you know it, something swishes past you with searing heat and heads straight for the hetero creatures. Right away, you roll over and brace yourself for what's coming next. The wave of eye-searing heat and blinding light later. Well, we're still the hetero creatures and the remains of the building until moments ago are now a pile of overcooked black stones. The world is quiet again as your terminal beeps informing that all enemies have been neutralized. Commandant, are you alright? Okay, but wait. Turning around, you see a girl in her Commandant uniform collapse to the ground, the rocket launcher on her shoulder still spitting out smoke. Ha! Ha! Blood oozes through her fingers that wrap tightly around her arm. We need a doctor here. Right, I'm on it. Tika. Some simple patching should do. Please stay still and let me inject this serum for you. Thank you. Wait, oh my god, I'm terribly sorry. Her arm still getting patched up by Liv. Sika apologizes at the top of her lungs as she looks out of the corner of her eye at the pile of burning metal a few meters away. That was the vehicle. God damn it, Sika. It's fine. Pretty sure Bridget is going to strangle me alive. That shot took down the building and took a turn and landed squarely on the car, which you never saw coming, but you're just glad that no one got hurt. Forget about it. How are you feeling? I'm feeling okay. See, I can still move. What is that? Was it you that sent out the SOS? Yes. Straining herself and looking your way, Sika looks flustered. Seems like she hasn't recovered from everything that happened just now. We're safe now. And I know we should have introduced ourselves earlier, but we're Greyhaven, and I'm Kane. Yes, I know who you are. I mean, everyone from my class. Wait, no, everyone who's been to FOS knows who you are. And saying, says Sika, looking more flustered now. Oh, silly me. I'm Sika LeBron. Came fresh out of FOS, and I currently serve as a Pod-a-Day Commandant. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. The introduction, Sika pays you a proper ceremonious salute, which you reciprocate with a salute. Fresh out of FOS and already serving? Now that's rare. LeBron, I must have heard of it. I must have heard it somewhere before. Seeing Sika's glittering eyes brings you back to all the moments you looked into the shining bright eyes down the audience when you delivered graduation speeches. It's a little late, but congrats on graduating. Thank you. I never thought you'd be the one getting my SOS message, Commandant Kane. Clenching her fist, Sika sounds upset. We're both commandants here, so feel free to just call me by my name. Right, of course, Commandant Kane. It doesn't seem like she heard you. How she addresses you, however, is hardly what you want to discuss now. So, where's the rest of your squad? It's just me. The rest of my squad is on a different mission, and I lost contact with them. Sika quickly goes over what's happened. She was sent here on a mission to help the engineering force install new comms devices, but stumbled across a group of corrupted and hacker creatures her way. In the best interest of the engineers and the communication devices he came to install, she decided to stay behind to fight enemies, while the rest of her team escorted the engineers to safety in the nearby conservation area of 27. And everything went as planned, until the earthquake suddenly hit and severed all means of communication. In the last message she got from her team before the earthquake, they wrote they had detected an electromagnetic radiation of unknown origin. I sent out SOS messages multiple times while moving toward the conservation area 27, but I never heard back from anyone, and I only have myself to blame for failing to come up with a more well-thought-out plan. No one starts out experienced. You can go over what you should have done better after the mission, but now we need to think about what to do next while we're still here. Right, of course. Going through a Pod-a-Day's last message in your head again, you can't help but think that the electromagnetic radiation is a new form of attack that corrupted and hetero creatures came up with. If that's true, you need to get to where they are as soon as possible. Abruptly, an incoming call jolts the communications terminal to life. Pick it up. It is the liaison officer, whom you met not long ago, her face looking grim. We have an emergency. A message was just received from soldiers near Conservation Area 27. Is the communication issue resolved? It's being addressed. A squad with communication expertise and their commandant headed to the site shortly after the support request was sent. From the on-site report we just received, the situation is far more dire than we could have ever imagined. Have a look yourselves. The attachment sent by the officer only contained a video and a string of coordinates. What is this? Yep, a tower. Had you not known that the video was captured on site, you would have been overwhelmed by disbelief upon seeing the projected image. It unveils a spiral tower stretching towards the heavens. With its crimson exterior and ominous number displayed on the screen, the severity of the punishing virus concentration becomes apparent. Not even the most extensive protection would grant a human survival inside for more than a single minute. However, its appearance is even more dread-inducing. No word can convey its unearthly presence that surpasses any structure rooted in the ground. Its sturdy foundation pierces through the soil, while the sharp summit thrusts into the clouds. At the sight of it, one cannot help but wonder if the Tower of Babel, a testament to human ambition, seeking to ascend into the realm of the gods, were to materialize, would it bear an uncanny resemblance to this otherworldly creation? Yet, its very existence evokes not awe and admiration, but a sense of impending menace within humans. It is said that the ancestral primates took millions of years to evolve into distinct lineages of humans and modern apes. is in stark contrast to the development of the punishing virus, from chaos to the emergence of heterosapiens, transpired almost in the blink of an eye by comparison. Subsequently, the humanoid creatures birthed the heterohive mother unleashed havoc upon humanity a mere 2 hours after their genesis, leaving a wound that remains unhealed to this day. You are inevitably reminded of the central purification filter standing in Pulia Forest Park, enveloped by the entangling mass of heteroplants. Unlike that one, this spiral tower before your eyes does not even bother to put up a camouflage, only blatantly revealing its date and hostility to all humans on the surface and in space. Emerging from Eden and the Tree of Life, they have meticulously observed and emulated every facet that defines humanity. Which path will they embark upon next? What evolution awaits ahead? No one dares to venture a prediction, yet the answer unfolds before the eyes of all. Their pursuit now gravitates toward the stage of civilization. Profound silence engulfs everyone, leaving all utterly speechless, yet you see the same conclusion etched upon each face. Are you still with me? How's the situation in the conservation area? The area hasn't witnessed any hetero creatures attack so far, however, considering the evidence in Pulia Forest, it's imperative that we evacuate all residents before the situation spirals out of control. Has the tower itself shown any abnormal signs, like any new type of hetero creatures or reaction from the Hive Mother? There is no way to know. We can't possibly approach that tower with punishing virus concentration as it is. Without complete immunity, it's something that would be no different than an act of suicide. Such a high punishing concentration is beyond enough to raise any form of alarm, but we didn't notice any indications of it on the way here. And the sharing of satellite images from Babylonia stopped 40 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago, right around when the last wave of earthquakes began. Which means the tower had already risen by then. How come we didn't see it at all? Suddenly a recollection flashes in your mind, that of a twisted structure's silhouette you glimpsed in the distance while traveling. At the time, you dismissed it as a mere hallucination caused by the persistence of vision. The tower may be able to employ some form of disguise. Maybe it's only visible from a certain distance. I still can't reach my squad. Clenches her terminal. I must get to them immediately. Any information on Potidai? We are not able to locate them precisely yet due to the EM interference. All we know is that Woodcock and Mountain Owl have already arrived. The other squads that were on missions in the vicinity are en route to provide support. Got it. Then Grey Raven. Wait, I want to go too. Please, let me come with you. Although Potidai is a newly formed squad, I see each member as my important teammate. We've lost contact for a while, and I'm really worried about them. Sorry, I know these words may sound immature coming from a man like me, but and please don't worry about my injury. I assure you I won't slow you down. It's fine with me. If I were my squad in danger, I'd do everything in my power to reach them too. You nod at Lucia, and she immediately discerns your intent. Destination Conservation Area 27, coordinates confirmed. Grey Raven and Potidai Commandant are ready to go. En route to provide support. Okay. Gunshot up to catastrophe, the final Eden of mankind turns into a dangerous cage within an instant. The bullet aims precisely at Hassan's heart, leaving him no time to react. He can do nothing but watch as the enraged guard pulls the trigger, unleashing a furious yell. Bang! The deafening roar of gunshots reverberates within the expansive Parliament Hall. Its echoes gradually dissipating into profound silence. Unexpectedly, the bullet intended for Hassan's heart finds its mark in the chest of another person said. One of the councilmen rushes in front of Hassan amidst the chaos, selflessly shielding him from harm. Mr. List? The bullet strikes List's chest with force, yet it fails to bring him down. Nonetheless, it takes him a few unsteady steps to regain his balance. You traitor! Go to hell! As the guard tries to pull the trigger once more, List's wrist proves swifter than his finger, delivering a powerful blow to the guard's jaw. In a split second, the man is sent sprawling to the ground as List swiftly seizes the fallen gun. Only after ensuring the guard's complete incapacitation does List retreat to Hassan's side. Thanks, but how did you? It's only at this moment Hassan's eyes catch the sight of a bulletproof vest concealed beneath List's suit, revealed by the bullet hole. He realizes that the vest is a true savior that protected both him and this. Beside the two, Nicola deflects the councilman's attack by throwing a kick and comes to join them. So it seems someone actually showed up to a meeting wearing a bulletproof vest. Talk about having zero faith in Parliament security. No offense, it's just a bad habit of mine. Can't stand to see any accidents that deviate from my plans. He swiftly removes a magazine from the pistol to check the remaining bullets before reloading it. With a sense of urgency, he fires several warning shots, dissuading the approaching people from getting any closer. Even the Parliament's guards are. Are the guards collaborating with these rioting councilmen? No, that seems too unlikely. As the assault erupted, Nicola's initial suspicion fell upon Corona. However, this reaction and subsequent actions have strongly suggested that Corona is likely innocent. At the very least, it can be confirmed that such a large-scale attack was not decided by Corona as a whole. There's another possibility to consider. I'm assuming you both have heard Celica's report. That strange EM radiation apparently is affecting people's minds. This discerns the presence of numerous individuals engaging in frenzied attacks or muttering amiss cries, and he recognizes them as members of Corona. Something is undoubtedly amiss. If that's true, then there won't be a single safe space. If that's true, then there won't be a single safe place left in Babylonia. This space station, once hailed as humanity's last cradle, has now transformed into a breeding ground of unadulterated terror. Within its confines, every human survivor has become one of the most menacing foes. Even we, who could potentially succumb to the same fate at any moment, can no longer be trusted. This narrows his eyes and shakes his head, attempting to suppress the maddening thoughts that persistently plague his mind. He recognizes all too well that surrendering to that madness would only inevitably transform him into one of them. Regardless of whether the bullets or his sanity deplete first, the grim reality remains unchanged. This harrowing situation will inevitably lead them all to death. As they face off against the crazed councilman, the piercing wail of alarms resound through Parliament Hall. Accompanied by the clamor, the emergency partition door leading to the hallway begins its descent. We are going to be stuck here. This firmly aims his gun at the councilmen who gathered near the door, and the grim reality steps in. Their only chance of survival lies in swiftly taking down any obstacles and making a desperate run for freedom. We won't make it, it's already too late. Just as Hassan says, there's no time left for them. The partition door falls with astonishing speed, isolating Parliament Hall from the outside world in the blink of an eye. None of this feels normal. It appears that even the person in control of the partition doors is being influenced. Is this the end? This issue is a store warning with his final bullet. Their last means of defense gone, they are now forced to watch hopelessly as the throng of deranged individuals closes in around them. Hey, this way! With a thunderous bang, the previously locked emergency passage door is forcefully kicked open, shattering the tense atmosphere. In the door emerges a figure both familiar and uninspected. Collins, why are you here? Collins waves at Nicola with a wide grin as if they were long-lost friends happily reunited. God damn it, man. Didn't see this coming, did you? I got banned by the Parliament thanks to someone, so I decided to wait for you here. Hey, Nikki, this isn't considered a violation, right? Nicola notices another person in the emergency passage other than Collins. Wells, are you the only one who survived? A man named Wells responds with a nod. As the head of the General Staff Department operating under HQ. He holds a position that technically makes him a direct subordinate of Nicola. Yes, I'm fine, for now. I bumped into this guy on my way here, who told me that Parliament must be in complete chaos. Couldn't resist joining the party myself. Excuse me, no one is asking about you. Wells, how's the situation outside? As soon as I received the messages from the surface, I immediately instructed my team to issue an emergency call for the task force, but they fell soon afterwards. Given that General Wells arrived alone, it becomes evident that the situation within the headquarters must be equally chaotic. General Wells, may I ask how you acquired that weapon? This attention is drawn to the firearm in Wells' possession. Its antique design catching his eye. Appears to be a relic from a bygone era crafted before the Golden Age. Just a piece from my collection. Never expected it to have any practical value until now. A composed demeanor, Wells strides toward the door and tosses a cylindrical object at the crowd. Upon landing, the cylindrical object unleashes a blinding flash that illuminates the entire space, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that swiftly renders the nearby individuals unconscious. Don't worry, it's just a flashbang. It'll be temporarily unconscious, but it's non-lethal. Wells gives Nicola a nod, acknowledging the importance of minimizing harm to the innocent, even in the midst of such an emergency. Who would have thought an antique like this could still come in handy? I bet this old thing has seen more action than all of us. During the Golden Age, large-scale wars were scarcely witnessed, and the advent of the punishing virus further diminished the relevance of weapons specifically designed for combat against humans. More than me, that's for sure, considering I'm a lot younger than you, but I won't make the same assumption about you. Oh, is that so? I almost forgot my age. I suppose an old-timer like me could use a little bit more exercise. Holland swiftly seizes the lurking councilman in an attempt to grab Nicola from behind the door. With one hand, he bends the man's arm at an unnatural angle and uses the other hand to firmly grab the councilman by the collar, forcibly slamming him into the doorframe. He then takes hold of the poor man's head and lets out a laugh upon observing the battered state of his face. Hey, isn't he the control court guy who investigated me? If I remember correctly, he's a friend of yours, Liz. My apologies. I must have hit him a bit harder than intended. This gaze remains cold as he stares at Collins, devoid of any emotion. Forget about it. To be honest, I'm not really that familiar with him. Stop wasting time here. Take these. As Wells distributes the remaining 3 pistols among the group, Liz is surprised to find that Wells has also prepared a firearm for him. There's no way to predict when who will succumb to madness. Someone needs to have the means to stop him. Each member of this group possesses formidable control over Babylonia. They are acutely aware that even a single individual succumbing to madness could cause dire and untoward damage. Well, in that case, we're tailored for the situation, considering our diverse perspectives. If someone loses it, we can put him down without batting an eye. I see. Fair enough. Liz carefully inspects the gun in his hand to ensure its functionality. Confirms it's still in working order despite its utterly outdated model. So, where are we heading next? Go play bridge or grab a drink? Let's make a stop at the communication center first. No, just don't mind me. I was just thinking about the good old community meme of these guys and their whole thing about on their way to make Commandant's Day a bad one. Or something like that. Or something about the vacation. I forgot the meme exactly. But it's pretty funny meme. Basically, the horsemen of Commandant's vacation time apocalypse. We need to send out the emergency broadcast as soon as possible. Hello? Oh. Though nodding in mutual understanding, no one in the group takes the first decisive step. Something is still left undecided. Okay. The game's taking its time now, unfortunately. Connection might have died. Oh, that's why. Hey, well, here is the first question. Who should be the one taking the lead? Irrespective of who among them takes the responsibility, it becomes evident that this person must confront the imminent danger ahead while staying mindful of the 4 guns behind that may point at his back at any time. In the fleeting moments, the 4 exchange meaningful glances with one another. The youngest one. It's not even a question. The youngest one, of course. Considering our combat capabilities, it would be optimal for the young one to scout ahead and make first contact with the enemies. I second that. The youngest person should be assigned to the front line. Guess that's Liz then. A subtle twitch of Liz's mouth as his discernible frown reveals his inner thoughts. However, it only takes a fleeting moment before he raises his gun and makes his way toward the emergency passage. Or the end of the emergency passage. He's like, God fucking damn it. Within the confines of a dim meeting room belonging to the Science Council, the light of holographic transmission is intermittently flashing. Hippocrates! Based on the rough interferences from the Science Council and Star of Life, the conclusion should easily be drawn. The furrowed brow Asimov pours over the task force report on the Hedro Tower, as well as Hippocrates' research document. However, no matter how many times he scrutinizes the information, he repeatedly arrives at the same conclusion. Indeed, it appears that the EM waves, or rather the energy beams emitted by the Hedro Tower, have a significant ability to contaminate mind beacons, leading humans into madness. However, the symptoms exhibited by the afflicted individuals are not identical. It has only been around tens of minutes since the onset, which is not sufficient time for us to fully decipher its approach. Same for us, even. Abruptly, a loud and heavy sound reverberates through the meeting room as the door is forcefully smashed. Ah, Mr. Asimov! Oh, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you, Caesar. Be careful, the Hedro creature that ran away isn't hiding inside this room. Since it refuses to come out, we should utilize this new grenade to blast the door open once we capture it. What if the explosion ends up killing the test subject? Let's break in, just force it open. Despite Rosa's desperate efforts to push her tiny body against the door, her attempts proved nearly futile. Rosa, I want you to hide inside a locker and remain completely silent. No matter what happens, do not come out under any circumstances. But what about you, Mr. Asimov? Before Rosa has time to say more words, Asimov has already shoved her into a locker. There are still things I must finish. Once Rosa is secure in the locker, he puts down all invaluable equipment to position near the door. This impromptu makeshift barricade serves as their final line of defense, aiming to create a temporary delay against an impending assault. From what I have surmised might be too generous word to us. More from my instinct as a scientist. The root cause of this situation lies within that colossal Hedro Tower. Apart from Kamu, a transcendent who is currently on a mission on the surface and unable to make it in time, there is only one frame capable of entering and investigating the Hedro Tower under such intense punishing virus concentration. You want to use that frame to be assigned to Grey Raven, but the compatibility adjustment is still incomplete as far as I know. Time is running out. All the basic adjustments are finished. We have no choice but to. Leave the rest to him. In the meantime, we still need to find a way to establish communication with the task force on the surface. That tower is beyond dangerous. Then we'll gather our forces for the rescue operation, if there's anybody who can still work. As the smashing sounds intensify outside the door, cracks start to form, signaling the imminent breach of the door. We'll prioritize heading to the Science Council. Keep yourself safe before we get there, alright? Try my best. Don't try your best. Give me an affirmative answer. Asimov nods at her, a faint smile showing up on his face. Yes, I will. Having said that, he terminates the call with the Star of Life and quickly initiates a new communications request. This is strange, very strange. Despite the evacuation guidance broadcast, Lee encounters a significant number of civilians still wandering along the path leading to the landing pad of transport crafts. Hey, hold on, you're not allowed to pass through here. A group of contact soldiers intercepts Lee on his way. I'm Lee from Grey Raven. I received an order from the General Staff 10 minutes ago, and I'm heading to the landing pad for the surface combat mission. Weren't you given the same order? That leaves among our elite squad, the contract soldiers' demeanor noticeably shifts, displaying a greater level of respect. We did receive the same order initially, but the order came from the General Staff shortly after. Said that the emergency alarm has been lifted and we are asked to stay here and stop the uninformed task members from passing through. That's impossible. He checks his terminal again to find out either the emergency assembling order has been lifted nor has any new order been received. Wait, that's not right. How come the order I received was to rally the task force and wait for a new order to come? Oh no, what I got is Confusion permeates among the constructs, causing a fracture in their once unified discipline. Despite being from a small team, multiple members have received conflicting versions of orders from the general staff. Could it be that the terminals in the general staff have been hacked? These thoughts drift back to Luna's time as an agent, when she utilized Huashu to hack into Babylonia's network system. Following that incident, security measures were reinforced against invasions. He finds it difficult to fathom the possibility of another successful attempt. Abruptly, a deafening blast resonates nearby, jolting Lee out of his contemplation. It was a street-side store that erupted into flames and subsequently detonated. To Lee's astonishment, the nearby residents appear entirely oblivious to imminent danger. The gaze is fixed upon the flames with vacant expressions. Go help them. Lee's voice breaks through the construct soldiers' preoccupation with the command system error, redirecting their attention to the explosive scene. The soldiers spring into action, rushing toward the site to initiate rescue operations. Just as Lee is preparing to join the rescue efforts, a call interrupts his intentions, emanating from Lee's terminal. It's from Asimov. Asimov? There seemed to be a strong interference on Asimov's side, with garbled noises filling the airwaves. After a few seconds, Lee finally managed to discern Asimov's words. Lee, can you hear me? This is Lee. Asimov. What's going on in Babylon? Do you know anything? Although Lee has answered Asimov's call, it appears Lee's voice is unable to reach Asimov on the other end. Mirroring no response, could it be that the use of internal comms device in Babylon has been manually restricted? If you can hear me, please head immediately to the Science Council. Based on the preliminary investigation, it appears that the recently emerged Hedro Tower on the surface is emitting a specific type of VM radiation in the form of visible red light that can contaminate the mind beacons of humans. And if Asimov's statement holds true, it means Lee is about to confront innocent civilians who are meant to be protected, as well as the entire Babylonia falling under the control. There's not much time left. I will make it short. Among the cacophony of noises, the deafening smashing sound rings once more, accompanied by fierce roars and screams of the humans. Finish adjusting your new frame, consciousness transfer, and authorization are the last two steps to be taken before its activation. The vicinity surrounding the Hedro Tower is densely saturated with punishing virus. Unfortunately, we currently lack the means to detect the inner space of the tower or anticipate the potential hazards that may lie ahead. I want you to switch to the hyperreal frame that possesses complete immunity to the punishing virus. Enter that tower on the surface and investigate the root cause of that devastating red light. Asimov's voice is tinged with groans of pain as he speaks. It seems that he is also affected by the infectious red light. You may be the only one who can stop this calamity, Lee. I'm sorry. I have no choice but to place the hope of all humanity on your shoulders. Communication is cut off right afterward. Asimov's end remains silent regardless of Lee's repeated attempts to establish contact. Damn it. Despite the terrors that have transpired so far, Lee is struck by a more threatening realization. Even Asimov's words cannot be trusted, as he too is a human being. However, something tells him that the frame known as Hyperreal holds the key to unlocking all the answers he seeks. Okay. 21-9. Flash of Destruction. Advancing to the Lazen officer's coordinates, a disorienting timelessness surrounds you. Intense heat and palpable tension blur your thoughts. Sweat trickles down, a reminder of the toll. As the summit of the spiral tower comes into view, it presents a striking image. A sharp red thorn piercing the fabric of the horizon, appearing both majestic and ominous. It seems to suspend itself above the planet, resembling the sword of Damocles that may fall upon one's head any time. However, no matter how far you have journeyed toward that trenchant blade, it remains out of reach, perpetually hanging near the edge of the sky. Kane. Besides you, Sika, the young commandant, does not appear in a state any better. She brushes aside her sweat-soaked hair with a heavy breath and raises her terminal once more to confirm the direction. It is the correct direction. Liv? She immediately responds upon hearing your call. Commandant, the satellite map suggests that we are getting closer to our destination, huh? Anything wrong? Liv seems a bit hesitant, but shakes her head. Don't worry about it, it was just a momentary glitch on the screen, most likely due to the unstable signal. Liv turns off the holographic protection as you and Lucia exchange glances. A somber and serious expression settles on both of your faces. The closer we get to that tower, the more off everything feels. Nevertheless, let's stay on our toes. Since it's already in our sight, the direction we are going in can't be wrong. No, all that glitters is not gold. Eh? I think we should contact the support force. Let's double check our location. Hold on a moment, Commander. The support force didn't respond to my comms request. I've been constantly sending signals to the liaison officer through the temporary channel. Can't reach anyone through my terminal either. Just in case, I'll open the authorization on my terminal so I can immediately pick up signals once the connection is restored. It's not like I'm on any important missions anyway. Thank you, Sika. Please, don't even mention it. This is the least I can do now. We've done what we can. Let's press on. Yes, Commandant. As you continue your march, the lack of response from the liaison officer weighs heavily on your mind. The photos and string of coordinates you received earlier now seem like a final communication from her. In a daze, you suddenly hear Liv's hesitant voice come from behind. Everyone, have you smelled anything strange? I think I've smelled grass. On the desolate and barren ground, and the saltiness of seawater. The scorching sunlight penetrates through the thick clouds, causing your neck to be seared by its rays. Sweat trickles down your body, drenching your clothes, while a growing sensation of thirst consumes your mouth. I think about it, I have, since just now I smelled something delicious like food. But where's the source of these smells? As Liv's words reach your ears, a sudden realization dawns upon you. The air around you carries a distinct and familiar odor. A scent reminiscent of gun oil, the very one that you only smell when repairing firearms. Want something too? As if in a disorienting haze, you notice that your own voice sounds distant and the focus of your vision begins to recede. In your blurred sight, you perceive Sika's arm extending toward you in a languid, slow-motion manner. The shock that fills her eyes unfolds at unusual speed, as if time itself has been distorted. Kane, you're bleeding. Huh? As you touch your lip, blood flows out, staining your finger. Yet you remain strangely unaffected by any sensation of touch or pain. Meanwhile, a colossal crimson wave, resembling a nuclear mushroom cloud, emerges silently from the sky's edge. It slowly expands outward. It only takes a mere instant to shroud your group. Relentlessly, it keeps extending toward the other side of the land, as though in pursuit of the endless horizon. Before Sika finishes her words, her body suddenly stiffens and she collapses to the ground as the uncanny incident unfolds before you. Sika! The eerie light wave leaves no time for you to process or react, forcing your knees to buckle. Your mind feels constricted as if grasped by an immense hand and delayed by pain, and the delayed pain pierces through your being, blurring your vision. Your senses start to fade and you lose control of your limbs. It's the mind beacon contamination. You know you must quickly study your mind. The rapid progression of the contamination renders you powerless, unable to sever mind connection with Lucia, live, or halt his relentless spread. In a devastating instant, the impact strikes deep within your brain, reminiscent of thousands of needles piercing through your mind beacon. Consequently, Lucia and Liv collapse on the ground one after another before your eyes. No. As your mind beacon struggles to stabilize, a sharp, distinct pain jolts through your body. Unlike the contamination, it originates from a physical strike on the back of your neck. Your senses fade away, and leaving you immersed in a state of unconsciousness. The darkness resembles an inky beach after neap tide, or sacrificial grounds of an alien civilization that sits at the barren border of another planet. You find your feet settling on the surface, constantly collapsing and reforming. Before you stands a lofty tower composed of multiple pillar-like formations, with its pinnacle shrouded in clouds, like the mythical Tower of Babel. In the hazy surroundings, red dots of light grow faintly, casting irregular crimson shades that dance across the layer of clouds. The universe itself seems to reverberate in your ears, echoing through the deep depths of space and time. Distant voices converge into a cacophony of sound, carried by gushing winds that roar and scream. As you take a step forward, the crying winds, despite their tremendous sound, offer no resistance. You find yourself landing on emptiness, akin to floating in space. In this weightless state, you sense the presence of two threads pulling you downward, anchoring you to the ground. They are preventing you from drifting away into the vast void and devoured by the crimson light emanating from the tower's peak. Your aimless wander ends at the bottom of the tower. The black blocks that compose the tower swiftly transform, shifting into the form of a door, beckoning you to open it. Yet the door opens itself the next moment. You see Lee seated at a desk repairing his frame. A scene you have seen before. Once again, the familiar smell of gun oil permeates the air surrounding you. This image, the oil scent, and the coldness of your fingertips feel upon touching the door handle, abruptly pulls you into truth of memory. Kane, it's time to wake up. As your consciousness gradually returns, the sense of touch is the first to surface. Alongside the lingering pain in your nape, you realize you are in an uncomfortable posture, where your hands are bound tightly behind your back. Next, a multitude of sounds flood your ears. From the front, you discern the sound of rapid, anxious breaths, accompanied by a sharp clatter of gravel being kicked around. Near your sensitive smell comes alive. You immediately detect the distinct odor of earthy soil and a metallic tang that hints at the presence of blood. Your sight recovers at last, gradually regaining focus and readjusting to the brightness of your surroundings. Your gaze is drawn to a pair of military boots moving rhythmically back and forth, similar to the ones you are wearing. Looking up, you see Harley Joe! Standing before you is Harley Joe, clad in a commandant uniform. Hearing your call, he halts his pacing and turns to face you. To be more precise, sprays you his merciful sight with an arrogant demeanor. The ambush before, was that you? Ambush? Ambush? Harley Joe seems deeply offended by this word. With a sudden burst of aggression, he plants his sword, his eyes widen and pupils dilated to an unknowable degree. The rise and fall of his Adam's apple reveals his anxiety, and his fingers at his waist are twitching rapidly at an irregular pace. The person Harley Joe seems like a completely different person than the one you have known. For some inexplicable reasons, he is in an extremely abnormal mental state. Ah, sure, only something filthy and tricky can match up with a defector like you, don't you agree? I didn't defect. Save your cunning excuses. I saw it with my own eyes. You were messing around with three ascendants. 3! Huh? All of you are defectors. You think I'm so stupid to think I can't realize it? You took advantage of the disarray in Babylonia, doing filthy business with the ascendants. Now that I've got you, just you wait, I'll make you pay for your greed. Pull yourself together, man. I've already contacted the purifying force. Harley Joe raises the terminal in his hand, the screen is shattered into cracked pieces, showing a clear view of what lies beneath before. However, he persists in frantically tapping on the screen, seeming oblivious to its non-functional state. Madness has devoured him, and you can only hope that such damage to the psyche is reversible. That wave of red light you are also struck by, it is abrupt contamination. No, something tells you that the effects have been taking hold since you first entered the domain of the tower. Akin to an alien creature hunting its prey, the tower emits a sweet, alluring poison, clouding minds and diminishing awareness. Where are Lucia and? Casting a swift glance around, you discover Lucia and Liv tied together behind you. Their frames are still in emergency sleep mode, likely a response to the turmoil in the mind connection. Nearby, Sika lies motionless in the same position as when the contamination erupted. Ugh. Before you can further check their states, a hand forcefully grasps you by your jaw, violently redirecting your gaze. Your vision is dominated by the leer's visage of Harley Joe. Alright, the purifying force is heading here now. Before they arrive, let me take the life of you, the top dog of the defectors, to avenge my teammates who fall on the battlefield. You're going to regret this after regaining your senses. Yes, I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you now. Your son and friends are on their way over. I knew it. Harley Joe's not even conversing with you, absorbed in his frenetic illusion as he presses his dagger against your skin, powerless to stop him. You, however, are about to cut the rope binding you with a retraceable knife hidden in your glove, and a connection with Lucio and Liv will soon. Suddenly catch a glimpse of a person struggling to stand. The moment that figure raises an arm, with lightning speed, you instinctively evade the anesthetic needle, the sharp tip grazing your face and drawing blood. With the wound, you swiftly break free from the rope and pin Harley Joe down with force, catching him off guard. Behind Harley Joe, Sika fails to steady herself due to the lack of strength and collapses on the ground once more. I'm sorry. Ah, how dare you! Harley Joe fiercely resists in your arms, and you know that your weak control will not hold for long. Throw him a punch. Command it! From behind, Lucia's voice breaks through chaos. The emergency frame rebooting process is complete, and you regain connection with your gray members. Seiko manages to retrieve the drop anesthetic gun and does her best to aim it at Harley Joe. The injected needle successfully weakens his struggle, yet it fails to stop him from unleashing a barrage of malicious and venomous words. You scum, filth, traitor, mankind, running dog of the Ascendants. Upon breaking free, Lucia and Liv swiftly join your side, lending their assistance in restraining Harley Joe. Meanwhile, Seiko stumbles over and seizes the rope. You just cut the bind the Harley Joe. What happened? I only know that my mind was affected for a moment, then I immediately lost consciousness. Man, I'm glad to see you alright. It's a red light emitted by that tower. Appears to cause neurological damage to human brains. Detected signs of contamination in both Commandant's and Miss Seika's mind beacons. Please give me a moment, I'll run a quick check for you. Thank you, Liv. Commandant, how are you feeling? I'm fine, my body has probably developed some sort of resistance against it. Lucia responds to your bitter joke with a faint smile, but only lasts a fleeting moment before her countenance turns even more serious. You have my faith, Commandant. The connection between us seems very stable. I'm just surprised that even you couldn't notice the impact of the tower immediately, which means greater danger lies ahead on the surface. I'm afraid the situation in Babylonia. That's why we are here. I'll do everything I can to help. In response to your words, the young Commandant before you undergoes a striking transformation. Her eyes sparkle like precious gems, reflecting a newfound energy and determination, and her face becomes illuminated with a radiant glow. A swarm of filthy vermin. Ugh. I will run a contamination check on the Commandant, Harley Joe, as well, to try and find the cause. Oh, this is actually a surgical anesthetic for emergency self-treatment, so I can only achieve local anesthesia. I see. Leave the rest to me. I'll put Commandant Harley Joe to sleep for a little. With the disarray finally settling down, you take the opportunity to carefully observe your surroundings. Turns out that you have already arrived at the foot of the tower. Previously perplexed by the mind beacon contamination, until now can you see a clear image of this tower emitting an unsettling red glow. Unlike seeing it through a video, the shock of witnessing the tower with your own eyes surpasses anything you've ever felt. Initially a mere dot in the photo, now a colossal red giant. The tower occupies more than half your field of vision. The sheer magnitude of its presence reinforces the realization that this structure is far from ordinary, an alien creation that defies the boundaries of possibility. The summit of the tower is emitting a glaring red light that pierces through the atmosphere. The structure resembles an ethereal ladder, stretching toward the vast expanse of the outer space. The sight leaves an impression of a pathway, a bridge that may one day invite the arrival of guests unknown. Upon gazing up at the tower from its bottom, anyone would be engulfed by a deep overwhelming fear. Whether it be a human, a construct, or any being driven by biological instincts, it is a profound and heartfelt apprehension in the face of an alien creation that should have never existed. Both Seika's and your terminals suddenly sound at the same time, shattering the suffocating silence. Comms is recovered. Pick up the call. Finally, you hear Asimov's voice, but his image is nowhere to be seen. The camera jolts violently before it finally stabilizes, revealing the holographic section on the table. A luminous blue screen of light materializes, displaying a vast expanse of red with a striking crimson dot at its center. This is the 13th time I requested to communicate. I'll make it brief. I believe you already noticed the tower. We don't know how long it had existed underground before manifesting itself, but I seriously doubt it took long. In other words, this thing rose from the ground out of the blue. It is the cause of all the earthquakes that have recently occurred on the surface. It can emit EM radiation in the form of visible red light that can contaminate the mind beacons of humans, causing several side effects such as mental disorders, hallucinations, drastic changes in personality, and even an increase in hostility. When the contamination can affect all the constructs connected to humans through their mind. Also, the corrupted commandants can forcibly connect constructs. The range of contamination can already reach Babylonia. The closer to the tower, the more exponentially the punishing virus concentration and contamination level will increase. So far, we have not discovered an effective approach of defense. Ordinary anti-radiation equipment proves futile against it. Only commandants who can resist mind beacon contamination can... damn it! Asimov, are you alright? You are the only one who can. Asimov! The girl's piercing scream erupts from the background and the camera begins to tremble violently. Something abruptly covers the village and pausing everything in absolute darkness. Save the people who are still not affected. You must have informed the others of the situation. Stop it from spreading. Is Lee with you? Lee, the new frame is completely immune to the punishing virus. He The call is terminated. Will Asimov be alright? Lee's new frame is completely immune to the punishing virus. I'm so relieved to hear that. And his safety is guaranteed, so I'm sure he'll protect everyone in Babylonia. Yes, and we must quickly come up with a plan. Based on what Asimov told us, Kane, the distress signal is being sent in a larger range, and I received more responses. Tika raises her terminal, a constant stream of rendezvous comms from other sides pop up thanks to the open authorization. Seems that there are many more who have not yet fallen victim to that Hetero Tower. Swallowtail, Karibu, and Strikehawk? Chrome's squad is also nearby. Let's meet up with them first. Meanwhile, the terminal of Harley Joe, who still lies unconscious nearby, also begins breathing incessantly. Unknown heat sources are approaching from behind. They should be different commandants with their squads, but they are not responding to our comms requests. Likely affected by the unknown radiation. There are 3 squads in total now, increasing to 4. From distance, your gaze figures rushing toward the tower, like moths drawn to a flame. As the figures approach, their numbers steadily increase, forming a growing crowd. Some individuals even began to fight each other along the way. This is probably the purifying force, he called. Sika, can you still move? No problem. Sika arrives abruptly, driven by an overwhelming urge, but her attempt to maintain balance proves futile, causing her to collapse back onto the ground. Blood begins to flow from her nose. I'm sorry, guess I need a bit more time. Sika will do me a favor, please help watch our back, and coordinate with the reinforcements. You have sent a rendezvous request to the terminals nearby, disseminating crucial information Asimov conveyed through the secret code of FOS to the commandants and constructs who still remain unaffected. Stay connected with your squad, reject any connection requests from commandants unknown, and rendezvous at the coordinates provided. Leave it to me. Abandoned. The frantic crowd on the horizon gradually swarms toward the location. I'm ready. Greer and prepared to engage. Okay. 10, hyperreal. You know what to do. Got signals over here. Babylonia has never witnessed such horrors since its birth. Blood, screams, crazed, and eerie cries and laughs. Red alarms blare relentlessly from every banner and sign. The once meticulously arranged furnishings and metas now lie scattered and upturned on the ground, displaying a sight of turmoil. Lee valiantly shields the workers he has rescued, deftly maneuvering through the frenzied attacks aimed in their direction. Nearby a street corner, a worker desperately stumbles out, pursued relentlessly by a human who continues to shoot on him without respite. More people are still over there. Move faster if you can still spare the energy to talk. The demeanor, Lee locks out the humans who are pursuing them in madness, and hands them to the construct behind him. A deep frown shoves upon Lee's face as he recalls the message received from Asimov once again. Electromagnetic radiation, disarray in mind begins punishing Hetero Tower. Pressing his lips tightly together, Lee quickly counts the number of human survivors behind him and starts looking for nearby shelters through his terminal. That's no use. The red light just now wasn't emanating EM radiation. Ordinary protection will have no effect on it. Better than staying outside, directly exposed to it. The nearest shelter's over there. Keep up. Wordlessly, the worker zips up his jacket, bearing visible scratches from the harrowing escape, and quietly follows behind. Some survivors have already gathered in the shelter, seeking refuge. They sit together in silence, occasionally whispering to one another. They briefly exchange words with the construct in charge of security here. The air in the hall is almost suffocating, and everyone's expression reveals their uneasy interpretation. Babylon is under attack by unidentified electromagnetic radiation emitted from Earth. Attention, all passengers on Babylonia, please seek immediate refuge in the nearest emergency shelter upon hearing this broadcast. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Please seek immediate refuge in the nearest emergency shelter upon hearing this broadcast. The evacuation message echoes relentlessly through the broadcast. Even the mechanical audio carries a faint hint of hoarseness, as if strained by the gravity of the situation. Pointless. Whisper emerges from a corner, piercing through the tense atmosphere. From a researcher who escaped from the Science Council, he huddles in a corner, his body curled up in fear as he softly mumbles. Based on the Earth's rotational velocity and orbital velocity of Babylonia, even though we cannot control Babylonia's flying speed, but the next wave of that thing will strike in 4 hours. No, 3 hours. No way. We may only have 30 minutes left. His eyes dart uncontrollably around the room as he murmurs in a trembling voice. By then, no one can guarantee everyone in the shelter won't lose their mind. His words prompt a quiet discussion to ensue the shelter's hall as people exchange thoughts and reactions. However, the voices gradually fade away, succumbing once more to the prevailing silence. Having ensured the safety of the people he brought to the shelter, Lee turns around and dashes toward the Science Council. Science Council Babylonia. As Lee arrives at the Science Council, a scene of chaos unfolds before him. Shattered pieces of glass and various devices litter the ground. Alarms blur, their shrill tones merging with the cacophony of human voices. As Lee moves through the turmoil, he spotted crazed researchers everywhere, unleashing their frenzy and wreaking havoc on their surroundings. Hetero creatures. How did hetero creatures enter Babylonia? Pull yourself together, they are not hetero creatures. There's someone here requesting support. Hetero creatures have breached our defense and invaded the Science Council. I'm not a hetero creature. Put down that stick. Ugh. In an attempt to prevent his colleague from succumbing to insanity, the researcher is suddenly knocked down from his from behind. His eyes widen in bewilderment as he sprawls on the ground. This construct is also contaminated. Be careful. The shock and difficulty in defending against these individuals who are once trusted colleagues and allies is palpable. While the majority of the researchers in the Science Council remain unaffected, the actions of a few lunatics are enough to plunge the entire place into a state of frenzy. Some researchers have already fallen victim to the radiation. Their minds are absorbed in hallucination, while others gather together, struggling to resist the attacks from their own colleagues. After helping the survivors on his way, Lee finally steps into Asimov's lab. The door stands wide open, revealing a haunting sight. Ominous bloodstains mar the entrance, spreading in a macabre trail that leads further inside the lab. Asimov, you better be alright. Inside the laboratory, the screens are still illuminating, but glassware and precision instruments now lie shattered and fragmented all over the ground. There is no sight of Asimov, who would typically be found working diligently amidst instruments. The lab seems completely empty. Without warning, someone suddenly shoots at Lee from behind. He swiftly dodges aside, hearing the direct sound of a bullet piercing through the air. After a creature, another one shows up. They're from the same group. Requesting support! Requesting support! A strange researcher in a Science Council uniform is holding a gun with a frenzied and anguished smile on his face. Continues to call for support through his dead terminal, his gaze fixated on Lee's every movement. Where is Asimov? A recruiter is talking again. I can't understand its language, but I'm sure it's using some sort of structured language, just like the hetero creature I'd encountered before. He hysterically taps his terminal as if recording something. Capture Operation Number 2 starting to record. This discovery, this year's award, is going to be mine. Capture it, I must capture it. Researcher lunges at Lee, akin to a predator closing in on its prey. It seems like he is no longer looking at a hetero creature, but the pinnacle of scientific achievement that could define the rest of his life. After subduing the researcher with a swift action, Lee finds Asimov unconscious lying behind an experiment desk. Where he stands, Lee's view of Asimov is limited to his upper body, likely attacked by the same researcher who lies motionless in a pool of blood, his face looking pale as paper. Various abrasions can be seen on Asimov's cheeks and arms, but the penetrating gunshot wound near the shoulder blade seems to be the gravest. The wound has been hastily patched up, yet the severity of it still poses a significant threat to Asimov's life. He shot so quickly. Bandage is out. There should still be some disinfectant gel left here. A purple-haired girl suddenly stumbles into the lab with a pile of medicine in her arms. Rosa? The girl appears to remain unaffected at the moment. She does not scream pantingly, nor does she exhibit any signs of it having attempted to harm Asimov. Ah, but Lee! She raises her head, her eyes filled with fear and panic. That man shot Asimov. I couldn't stop him. I found some medicine back there. You've done well. Lacking expertise in offering solace, Lee does his utmost to find comforting words amidst the distressing situation. After providing some basic treatment, he manages to staunch the bleeding from Asimov's wound. However, there are no immediate signs of him regaining consciousness in the near future. I forcibly switched to the new frame without Asimov's authorization. No, that won't work. He needs not only the authorization, but also the activation parameter and a set of adjustment data. All the data are classified as top secret. Asimov once mentioned to Lee that he never stored the data on paper or in any electronic device, relying solely on his own memory for safekeeping. No one would have foreseen that Asimov's discrete habit would become a hindrance one day. Also, do you know the new frame's activation parameter and adjustment data? I only took part in the adjustment test. I don't know. Mr. Asimov said that information was highly confidential. I can only find the backup files of the previous adaptation experiments. Lee and Rosa diligently searched every storage device and paper file within their reach, only find some backups capable containing simulated battle records from past frame adaptation experiments. Lee gazes at those storage units marked with numbers, calling the coordinates and information obtained from the header armor shards. In a moment of inspiration, an idea flashes across his mind. A message conveyed through the header armor shards. If the theory holds true that there's a decipherable language existing in the punishing virus, which means if I'm directly infected by the header shards, I can acquire information from them. If his guess proves true, he will be able to successfully activate the new frame. But if it turns out false, too risky. Commandant would definitely say so. However, there is no better option left for him. As the turmoil continues outside, Lee's gaze falls on Asimov's feeble presence on the bed. A fragile human body, weakened by the significant blood loss, renders Asimov unable to stay awake. With a timid demeanor, Rosa helps him to search for further information, but her efforts prove in vain. The witness is sticking of clock echoes through the room. He's passing a moment magnifying the urgency of the situation. Time is running out. If a solution is not found before the radiation of the tower engulfs Babylonia once again. After meticulously organizing the storage devices and paper documents that clutter her desktop, Lee switches off the glaring screen. Rosa, stay here and take care of Asimov. Don't let anyone else come in. Okay. Lee takes Asimov's work badge, his face looking calm and determined. I hope you didn't secure that thing using a password only you know. Don't make me forcibly wake up a heavily wounded man. After ensuring the door is securely locked against the frenzied researchers, Lee quickly makes his way toward another lab within the Science Council. As Lee arrives, he finds the header armor shards stored with their convenience, rather than the stringent measure taken by Asimov's brain. Utilizing Asimov's key, Lee successfully lifts the last security measure. The header armor shards are unveiled, protected by a sealed glass shield, emitting an ethereal glow. As Lee gazes upon the glowing shards of frowns, he raises his brow. The solemn silence of the room is punctuated only by the persistent beeping of a monitoring device. Despite having envisioned this very moment of activating the frames countless times, he has to admit that such an extreme approach to acquire the activation parameter and adjustment data is quite risky indeed. However, outside this tightly secured room, Babylonia and Earth are engulfed in unimaginable turmoil. EM radiation contaminates all the mind beacons in its path, distorting everything perceived by human senses. Given the capabilities of humans, there are inherent limits to the extent of the damage they can inflict. However, when individuals in positions of tremendous authority descend into chaos and madness, the ensuing calamity can surpass even the dreadful spread of the punishing virus. That message better be true. Lee lifts his shield in a resolute manner. He seizes the header armor shard and forcibly stabs it into his own chest before the punishing virus consumes the entire room. Well then. Ugh. As the header armor shard makes contact with the artificial skin, a sharp pain erupts, along with the wild vibration of the mechanical structure in charge of pumping out the vital fluid. Lee has never experienced such clarity as he senses his heart beating. The intensity of the pounding within his chest transports him back to a long time ago, before he became a construct and gave his human heart to Murray. Excruciating pain surges like an immense tsunami that aims to devour the world, relentlessly assaulting his mind. The tides of agony breach the seal on some long-forgotten memories. Give me a moment. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. Twisted light darkens and peculiar colors form a succession of anomalous images, violently brushing Lee's every slender nerve. A burning sensation, as delicate as pinpricks, permeates every inch of his frame. An eerie force devours him, dragging him down into an abyss and blurring his senses. The chilling embrace of nothingness engulfs Lee's mind, while sporadic and unrecognizable murmurs and cries, veiled in piercing pain, flood into his audio module. Stay awake. I can't. Flashes of color and bizarre images continue to gush out of his mind, converging and forming broken rivers. The clock abruptly ceases to tick, and then the hands frenziedly reverse their course. In Lee's blurred vision, fragmented images emerge, flickering like a silent mime. Amongst these fragments, he sees himself walking alone. In a new frame, memories of battle spot alongside Grey Raven and a spiral tower, unceasingly stretching toward the heavens, as if a treacherous ladder that defies all attempts to reach its peak. With unwavering determination, Lee fights to maintain consciousness while searching for and capturing every strand of incoherent data and every piece of fragmented information. Found it. Commencing decryption, activation parameter confirmed, adjustment data confirmed. Amidst a tumultuous currents of information, Lee's keen perception guides him unerringly toward the specific piece of information he seeks. Darkness gnaws relentlessly at the silent expanse, as his consciousness is persistently corrupted and fragmented. Thorns spread within the abyss, emerging along his wrists and winding their way in reverse to his mechanical heart. Ugh. Lee's dilated pupils bear witness to profound pain as he has just endured. With each heavy breath he draws, the chilling air fills his body. The blue vital fluid seeps through his fingers, carrying with it a faint metallic scent that permeates the air. This is the first time he has been this close to the verge of death. Hearing its desperate cries, his body trembles involuntarily, suggesting that his nerves are still entangled within the depths of the void from which he narrowly escaped. The intense influx of calculations within a brief span of time causes a slight overload in Lee's frame. As he blankly stares at the pale ceiling, a rapid succession of everything he has seen floods his mind. Do those memories truly exist? Images continue to flash within him, depicting the operation of switching to the new frame, and battles fought in the distant past. Yet somehow, a subtle sense of divergence lingers within him, as if these memories differ slightly from the experiences he has undergone. Which of them are his real memories? He closes his eyes, seeks to readjust his visual module. When he opens them once more, the fragmented illusions that haunted his visions have already dissipated. Regardless of the veracity of those memories, he has already attained the most crucial information he usually sought. Even without being able to articulate the specifics, Lee has successfully deciphered the key information relevant to the new frame from what he captured. The activation parameter, the adjustment data, and even something extra. New information is conveyed through the vague message overlapping with his initial plan. Activate the new frame known as Hyperreal and enter the tower, the gift of the future. Lee moves his wrist, relieving tension, and his frown fades slightly, finding a momentary sense of ease. A problem is no longer a problem once the solution is found. Next, he only needs to. With unyielding determination, Lee sprints toward the classified laboratory of the Science Council. Okay, next up. 11. Wild Gambler. Classified Laboratory, Science Council. The once bustling area, always filled with blinking instruments and fast-walking researchers, now lies in ruins. The remnants of broken vessels and shattered equipment litter the floor, bearing witness to the violence that has befallen this place. Fortunately, the frame compartment remains unscathed, protected by bulletproof glass from those frenzied researchers, offering a glimmering offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Lee swiftly locates the pod encircled by a radiant red band and promptly enters, settling inside. With deftness, he grasps a cable and inserts it into the port on his neck. He will unravel any thorny dilemma, just as the countless times he has done before. Commencing frame and switch authorization, please enter the activation parameter. Authorization successful, starting consciousness transfer. Please refrain from interrupting the connection during consciousness transfer. Consciousness transfer complete. Alongside the suffocating discomfort that threatens to engulf his body, peculiar light flash before his eyes. Luminance intertwines with darkness in a fanatic dance. Despair and pain seep out from the depths of his mind as twisted towers swiftly rise and collapse. Time ceases to be a mere concept measured by the hands of a clock, transforming into images that endlessly replay in front of him. Okay. His thoughts insidiously begin to venture into the realm of the unknown. Guided by an otherworldly force, he ascends along a web woven with the fabric of time and space. However, an invisible hand mercifully yanks him down each time he nears the summit. At the pinnacle of the web stands a towering gate, reaching toward the heavens with an imposing presence. Once again, allured by the radiant light that seeps from behind it, he embarks on yet another desperate climb. Here, time takes on a different essence, where a fleeting moment stretches into a lifetime. He's endured endless loops of existence, witnessing countless sunrises and sunsets. He finds himself trapped in this rift of the world, akin to a helpless insect ensnared within a prison of amber. He sees the annihilation and rebirth of everything he once knew. Shattered memories flicker before him like a fast-forwarded movie. He attempts to recognize them, yet his vision blurs. Warning, activation of unauthorized frame detected. Warning, activation of unauthorized frame detected. Despite his forceful switch to the new specialized frame, he is unable to achieve full mastery over it. It is undeniably a formidable weapon, but the combat abilities remain tightly restricted until he successfully adapts to its intricacies. Nevertheless, there is no time to squander. Execute access control override. Activation authorized frame detected. The mechanical voice retains its usual coldness as Lee musters all his strength to rise. His every ounce of energy dedicated to appeasing the storm raging within his mind. He is nothing more than a pile of scraps without the combat abilities activated. At this moment, only one person can help him. Turns on the screen and sends a comms request to the name listed at the top of his contacts. Comms request to Commandant Kane. Earth, 6:30 p.m. Enshrouded by a crimson mist, the ruins emanate a putrid stench. Intertwined as blood-red vines grow from the bottom and extend with an unwieldy momentum as if striving to reach the heavens. The solemn tower resembles an immense eye that emerges from the earth, leaving nothing to evade its watchful scrutiny. The resounding echo of rushing footsteps shatters the oppressive silence, as countless bright red dots silently light up the surrounding darkness. Punishing virus concentration in the air is still increasing. The number of no creatures also keeps rising. From a close angle, the tension emitted by the spiral tower becomes even more suffocating. Every aspect of it can effortlessly evoke fear within one's heart, whether the towering height or the incessantly increasing virus concentration displayed on the screen. The sensation of unease intensifies with each and every step taken toward it. A strange tower rising out of the blue, unknown electron radiation, severed communication, crazed teammates, rampaging hetero creatures. As your mind grapples with the potential challenges arising from the situation, Lucia, who has gone ahead to scout, returns to deliver her report. The punishing virus concentration ahead has exceeded the safety threshold of the protective suit. Commandant, it is no longer safe to press on. I haven't picked up any comm signal. The device is functioning normally, but I'm able to establish a connection to Babylonia's comms channels for some reasons. The interrupted call from Miss Asimov might be caused by... She stops talking, reluctant to continue. The severe connection of Babylonia's communication channels suggests a situation that may already be spiraling beyond control there. If it was not Babylonia, it could be the Science Council or Asimov. Either way, it seems that something terrible is lying in wait. Any signals from other nodes? Picked up any yet? With a grim expression, Liv solemnly shakes her head. Maybe they have lost their means of communication, or they are simply too preoccupied with the hetero creatures to send out a signal. After all, facing enemies in such overwhelming numbers. As you approach the coordinates of the tower, a relentless onslaught of hetero creatures surges forth. Their numbers appearing inexhaustible. No matter how many Lucia and Liv take down, more consistently show up as if spawned from an unending wellspring. The challenge posed by the overwhelming numbers of hetero creatures proved to be a strain even for the skilled Greyhaven, let alone other squads. Let's halt here and concentrate on eliminating the nearby hetero creatures for now. We'll find a way. Those words are spoken not only for Lucia and Liv, but also for yourself. The faith of mankind has sparked innumerable remarkable achievements, triumphing over countless impossibilities. It has proved that the unknown harbors not only danger, but also hope. Suddenly a jarring noise erupts the comms device Liv has been adjusting, shattering the momentary silence. Was that a new message? No, just some static noise. Disappointment can easily be spotted on Liv's face. Right afterward, a faint notification sound emanates from your bag. Commandant, Lee? After a flustered search, you discover a peculiar communications device tucked away into the depths of your bag. The small machine displays a blinking green dot of light, indicating an ongoing call. Lee unexpectedly handed you this device one day, and you perceived it as a last resort that would never be necessary. Fortunately, you always remembered to bring it with you. Commandant, I need your help. Is this the new frame? Through the unstable connection, Lee appears before your eyes, though in a frame that is utterly unfamiliar to your eyes. This is the first time he has met others in this specialized frame. Yet no one expected it to be under such circumstances. Meanwhile, the hoarse roars of the hetero creatures echo from the distance as the crimson mist lingers around the ruins. One on the other end, the collie is wearing a frown on his face, looking grim. Yes, things are not going well here. Babylonia is in a dire spot. The electromagnetic radiation has caused mental disorders in a large number of humans. Even Asimov was attacked and heavily injured. According to the Science Council's prediction, the next wave of radiation is expected to strike soon. Through unconventional means, I managed to obtain certain information and switch this new frame ahead of schedule. However, as Asimov is currently in a coma, I need your authorization to fully access it. To attain full access to it. Despite Lee's attempts to present it as a simple matter, his pale-face cannot conceal the inherent peril of his so-called unconventional means. Are you thinking about... I request full access to the frame, including its offensive functions. Lee hesitates, lowering his gaze, but eventually continues to explain after a brief pause. The crucial and initial step required is to resolve everything is entering that tower. But no one can even get close to it. I can. I've sent you every report regarding the adaptation experiments on this frame. I'm sure you can tell from the data that out of all the frames in Babylonia, only this specialized one exhibits complete immunity to the punishing virus. Which means only this specialized frame is able to enter that tower. That's too risky. We've seen worse. Trust me, Commandant. This is our one and only option. Also, Lee appears slightly restless, pausing for a moment before talking again. Do you remember the only message that Asimov deciphered from those Heterarma shards? You mean, this is the gift of the future. Asimov and I found more information from those shards. Everyone falls into silence, only a hoarse static noise from the communication echoing in the air. Lee consciously adopts a relaxed tone, attempting to ease the tension. Even disregarding the message, this frame remains the best option we have now due to its complete immunity against the punishing virus. I'm a member of Grey Raven and the best squad in Babylonia, more experience in battle than any others. With my abilities and experience, I can ensure Lee. It's rare to see Lee this verbose. After you interrupt him, a barely perceptible sigh travels through the communication channel from Babylonia to your ears. I understand. What are you going to say, Commandant? On the other end of the call, a fleeting smile graces Lee's face as quickly as a butterfly flutters its wings and its broken wings amidst a rain shower. This is the sole solution I concluded from the direction, taking both the frame's capabilities and the selection of the executor into consideration. You too are aware of that, aren't you? Lee is right. The answer has been presented together with a question from the very beginning. Lee switches to the new frame, heads to the tower, and settles the situation. Nevertheless, the lingering doubt within you is haunting the fear of the past. And the haunting fear of the past continue to hinder you from embracing this answer. I know what you are thinking. Even the static buzzing in the background, his familiar steady voice resonates through the device. The unknown isn't always unsolvable. Sometimes true hope can be found in the unknown. I know you always choose to stand by my side, and that's exactly why I'm bound to succeed. Now, it's my time to make a choice. His gaze remains firm. You can find no trace of regret or doubt in his eyes, only determination and courage that are always there. I'll do as you request, but with one condition. You must ensure our remote connection stays intact. I need to keep track of your state all the time. I cannot agree with that. It's too dangerous. My mind in this frame is highly unstable. If any emergency occurs, I won't be able to guarantee. No matter what danger lies ahead, we face it together. Lee's hesitation unmistakably reveals the uncertainty regarding the frame, which is precisely why you cannot allow him to venture into danger alone. Crimson sky and a white figure flash again before your eyes, evoking blunt pain within your heart. Liv notices your unusual demeanor and immediately turns her gaze toward you with concern. Fortunately, the current situation seems not as bad as that time. I'm not going to let that happen again. You look firmly into Lee's eyes, displaying no intention of making any compromises. Fine, I accept your condition. Upon hearing the desired answer, you proceed to turn on your terminal. However, to your dismay, the command system fails to respond. According to the emergency protocol during wartime, commandants are granted primary decision-making authority. You activate the backup interface and select the access level. Grant full access. As you tap the screen, the process feels longer than ever. You know that Lee is fully prepared, but the sense of unease still lingers within your heart. The strange EM radiation, the unknown tower, and the disordered mind beacons all have merged into a chaotic tapestry, entwining within your mind. Come back to us safe. I will. Amidst the buzzing static noise, he casts one final gaze toward you from Babylonia, before abruptly cutting off the connection. The ruins recede into an eerie silence, only the Hydro creatures roaring hoarsely from a distance. Commandant authorization confirmed. Verification successful. Full access controls granted. With the authorization confirmed, Lee remains standing in front of the screen, his eyes reflecting the lines of code that flash by in rapid succession. Function is enabled. Data test passed. Access to weapons granted. With the frame operating at full speed, the excruciating pain caused by mind overload begins to subside. Time and space regain clarity in his sight as the mega weapon system is activated. Suddenly the space around him loses all trace of color and time becomes fixated on a singular moment. Some figures appear beside him only to come to the ground as if struck by an unseen force. The vision has only lasted for a brief moment. Once Lee recalibrates his visual module, it never occurs again. The test machine is beeping. The full power simulation test for the Omega weapon has been completed, with all readings showing normal results. However, there is no time for Lee to dwell on that peculiar sight. He quickly runs the test on the other modules and, after confirming their functionality, rushes out of the laboratory. They got here faster than I expected. The Science Council's gate can defend itself against those fragile scientists, but not constructs who are built for combat. A group of constructs in battle mode has already assembled at the laboratory door, showing distinctively abnormal behavior. Among them, Lee recognizes the members of the task force who fought alongside him at the seashore, as well as a squad of constructs affiliated to the control court. The defectors here took away the new frame from the Science Council without authorization. Lee planning to join the Ascendants with our latest frame. We cannot allow him to leave here. You damn defector. The enemy of mankind. Construct holds up his gun and rushes toward Lee desperately. However, Lee swiftly dodges the attack and knocks the gun out of his clenched hand with his weapon in a breeze. No one stands a chance against Lee in this specialized frame with its combat functions fully activated. Soon all the constructs obstructing his path are immobilized by Lee's swift strikes, collapsing to the ground. There's no sign of punishing virus infection. Could it be that the mind beacons of commandants are corrupted, affecting constructs through their mind? This doesn't sound good, and I have a more pressing matter to deal with. I'm sorry. After a brief glance back at the sealed gate of the Science Council, Lee opens the map of the lower hangar and strides forth. He needs a transport craft, one that can take him to the surface, to the root of this madness.
Simulation 完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。
え大したことじゃありません。集中しましょ
う。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Thanks, these things are so annoying. We have more mechanoids over there. Okay, no, only towards orders us to fly in all places. Wait, are you going to Hangar 4? I need to go to the surface urgent mission at this point in time. Gosh, Barrier even sure works hard.
大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
Hey, anything wrong? Are you alright? Watch out! Damn it, not gonna be. Stay on your guard. I'm coming. Ouch. Me, from Grey Riven. I'm from Praying Mantis. Name's Crow. What are you doing here? All that constructs that are still normal are already on standby. You're not out of your mind, are you? No, I'm on an urgent mission. HQ just ordered all normal constructs to be on standby for combat. There shouldn't be any urgent mission. I'm as normal as can be, but I don't have time to explain my mission in more detail. Alright, I trust you. Here are our contracts. They won't have such good logic. Babylonia is a mess right now. There are 2 routes to the hangar, but both have been locked down. The only possible way is to jump down from Dominic Memorial Park. According to the map, you can enter the hangar from there. You should be able to find some transport crafts with sufficient energy left. Thanks. You're welcome. My mission is to clear up an area nearby, so I'll go with you. This place is 2. Emergency module can be activated by simply pressing a button. One picking is more than enough. I wonder how much they need to spend on rebuilding this mess. Time's out. Let's go. Watch out, the gravity is out of control. You okay? Gravity system was shut down. What happened in the control center? Luckily, I have a gravity field generator installed for moon missions. At least the mechanoids won't be able to reach us. Wait, look up. Deepwater drones. Okay, I won't be able to deal with them. Leave them to me.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。ここで終わるつもりはありませんよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
Ow.
何度でも立ち上がります。何度でも。僕の視界、大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
These
僕
guys
の
are.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
And gravity's in from the shutdown. A lot of contacts with fire assistance. Oh, no, it's Crow. Command, I can't hear you. I'm having trouble contacting you. Command, no idea. Maybe you know, or something else happened. I can only hear noises. This is weird. Is there any interference? Contracts here are also contaminated. Not for hibernation, I guess. My mission takes priority. Let's keep going.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Hunger's just down below. Time's running out. Let's keep going.
大したことじゃありません。
Crow,
集中しましょ
coming down in. Others, watch out.
う。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕のもう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
No kill like overkill. Definitely Procoro is probably super dead after that. Well, probably not really.
気を抜くの
No,
は
the like in lore, he probably just incapacitated everyone. Amidst the roar of the bell-shaped nozzle, the transport craft performs a perfect glide and leaps right into the starry sky. For constructs, this level of acceleration has merely no impact as Lee pulls the lever. The Mach number on the control screen rises rapidly. The view of the Crimson Spiral Tower grows increasingly distinct on the screen. Surrounded by rampantly stretching vines, the contorted tower thrusts into the clouds like a thorn growing out of the earth, striving to breach the heavens. But by its mere presence, it poses an unprecedented threat. Prickling pain emerges from his deep mind as if something shatters there. Strangely, he senses that this is not the first time he's also stayed here, overlooking that Heterama tower from this angle. The answers should be lying right there. Feeling the stable connection in his deep mind, Lee quickly gathers his thoughts and sets the landing spot. Then he lunges at the tower with no hesitation. Next, what is that? Scene. Gazing upon reality. She gazes upon the world amidst the chaos. As the crimson light of the spiral tower pierces through the sky, the malfunctioning artificial sky of Eden glows red, presenting a sight of a crumbling mirage. The paradise that once embodied peace and order has now been reduced to an uncontrollable hell. A young man dashes through the panicking crowd, searching for someone familiar amidst the throng. Shortly after parting ways with Lee, that Murray noticed something peculiar about this mission. Cerberus's tasks were typically assigned by Nicola in person. This time, they merely received a vague order of assault through the command system. They attempted to reach out to the chief commander, only to discover that the comms channel was being occupied. Murray finds nothing in his sight but sheer chaos. The warning message is repeated several times over the broadcast, ultimately replaced by meaningless static noise. Through this unsettling view, anyone can tell that Babylonia is enduring an unprecedented crisis. He could not recall how many times he sent comms requests through his terminal, but silence has been the only response received. Suppressing the surging unease in his heart, he raises his head and his gaze is captured by two females, standing not far from him, who are helping injured civilians to their feet. Amid the chaos, one of the women exudes an incredible sense of peace and grace. It is as if she possesses absolute mastery over her surroundings, and nothing will spiral out of control in her presence. Control court? Why are they here? Ishmael! Lesty, there's no available vacancy in the Star of Life now. Leave her to me. You're going to treat her here? Ishmael nods silently, wearing a composed smile on her face. Control court member named Lesty passes the wounded person in her arms to Ishmael. However, she seems not entirely convinced as her gaze remains fixed on Ishmael. Is there anything you're worried about? Not you, I mean the gentleman standing behind us. Your keen perception isn't truly impressive. I'm surprised you have managed to notice the things behind you in such chaos. Murray, intending to quickly end the conversation with some pleasant words, finds himself unable to do so as he looks in her eyes. There is something about that construct's gaze that penetrates his facade, compelling him to treat her with more sincerity. I just sensed your anxiety. Is there anything you are worried about? She repeats her question. I appreciate your concern. I can't reach my older brother and I've been looking for him here. Have you happened to see him around? Murray pulls out Lee's profile from the terminal and shows it to them, but as Leslie looks at it, a frown appears on her face. Lee from Grey Raven, he's your older brother, Miss Ismail. He's the one who attacked the landing pad just now, right? He attacked the landing pad? Please tell me what happened. Well, we received an alert about fighting erupting near the landing pad, resulting in several contracts being injured. After assault, he commandeered a transport craft and departed for Earth. Technically, it's not the controls court jobs to handle the situation, but that's the least we need to worry about right now. As Dusty fiddles with her hair, Ishmael senses an impending wave of complaints and realizes it's her time to intervene in the conversation. Would you mind if I explain the situation for him? Sure. Leslie answers her in a playful manner and naturally steps aside, her gaze still fixed on her senior. When we first received the order, we thought it was another false call resulting from an error in the command system. However, we found this video record from an intact construct after arriving at the scene. Israel projects a video through her terminal, revealing unmistakably that the man engaged in the fight against the corrupted contract soldiers was none other than Lee. Lee, could it be? Read that Lee was infected by his commandant. However, Murray quickly dismisses the theory as he recognizes the familiar look in Lee's eyes. It's the gaze he has seen countless times. It's the same expression Lee wears when he is about to charge into the battlefield. This can only mean that he's out again doing the most dangerous things without telling anybody. A conflicting surge of powerlessness and rage engulfs Murray's heart. Soon, excuse me, my brain. Tiredness and stuff. Misreading stuff. A conflicting surge of powerlessness, rage engulfs Murray's heart, soon followed by panic and sorrow. No matter how many moves he orchestrates behind the scenes, no matter the extent of his efforts, and regardless of the meticulous steps he plans ahead, he still cannot prevent his brother from charging into danger alone. A strong compulsion abruptly wells up inside Murray, urging him to leave. Babylonian makes his way to Earth. Urging him to leave Babylonia and make his way to Earth, either to thwart his brother with his own hands or enter that treacherous tower together with him. He can no longer bear the sight of his brother leaving for one more second. Thank you for letting me know. I have to go now. He turns toward the landing pad. Sometimes, knowing she should just watch Murray leave, Ishmael suddenly changes her mind and starts to talk, as if an inexplicable force is compelling her to do so. People choose to keep their hardships and sorrows to themselves rather than share them with their loved ones. Would you choose to do the same? Those tied by blood are inseparable, like seeds and soil, relying on each other for sustenance and growth. But from the moment the seed sprouts, it ceaselessly strives to ascend toward the sky. He may have already grown into a towering tree, far away from the soil below. However, does it mean he will break the promise he once made to the soil? Sorry, am I wasting your time? Her gentle voice carries an apologetic tone, and her eyes, adorned with a subtle smile, seems to see right into the depths of Murray's heart. Regardless of what lies ahead, I sincerely wish that you make a choice devoid of regret for yourself and for your loved one. You are not wasting my time. I appreciate your reminder. Grey Ribbon Commandant, can you reach my brother? Reach Lee now. Unexpected call suddenly comes through your terminal. The moment you answer it, Murray's figure materializes in the blurry image of amidst the signal interference. The Murray you know always displays the composed and gentle countenance, but this time he's not even trying to hide the anxiety in his eyes. He just requested my authorization to switch his frame. Was it your order or his choice? Somehow you detect no accusation or blame in Murray's words. He simply desired the hero's response, and no, sir, he already knows deep down. He decided to enter that tower and resolve the radiation at its source. I knew it. He wasn't willing to tell me even until the end. I didn't even have a chance to stop him. A bitter smile appears on Murray's face, his eyes turning red. You know your brother better than me, don't you? Murray is aware that nothing can waver Lee from his determined decision. He also understands that his brother is far from acting impulsively without carefully considering the chances of success. Even so, that's still way too risky. Lee must have learned the key to solving everything. That was why he decided to charge into danger alone. But no matter the outcome, I will share all the risks with him. Grey Raven will always fight alongside each other. Fight alongside each other? Is that so? My brother's a smart person. In most situations, he can keep his mind clear and find the optimal solution. However, there's also another possibility. If he realizes that sacrificing himself is the best solution, I fear that he will still calmly embrace that decision. Murray's voice is uncontrollably trembling, but with unparalleled sincerity that surpasses any he has shown in the past. Things go down that path. Please stop him. This is a request from me. I will, as it is my responsibility. Now I have my own battle to fight. Murray mumbles, his gaze shifting from the screen to the view of the earth outside the porthole. I'll leave my brother to you, Grey Raven Commandant. Having said that, he ends the call. How about that? The final glance cast by Murray leaves you with a disconcerting feeling. You try to send a communication request to Lee again, but there is no response this time, just like what happened to Murray. Commandant, yes. Many other commandants have exhibited similar symptoms, and elite squads have also been affected. Ask them to connect to me. This will impose an unimaginable burden on your brain once it exceeds its limit, similar to what happened to Commandant Simon Newell. I'm aware, but there's no other viable option up to us. We must prioritize restoring a portion of our combat power. Otherwise, more of our teammates will perish in vain. But I will be careful and only connect to some of them each time, and I'll keep you informed. Okay, but once you're nearing your limit, please stop immediately. I will. I'm counting on you to monitor my physical state, Liv. Leave it to me. Continue to request reinforcements from other squads. Roger. Mission complete. How's it going over there, Captain? On my way to the west side, I just received a call from Kane requesting reinforcements. I'm going to subdue the affected constructs there and bring them to Kane. One human connects to this many constructs alone? I will assist the commandant to share the burden. Ugh, my nose. And the way my voicing again. It will take us time to gather our forces. We must not delay in taking action. Let's begin with tasks within our capabilities. Lucia and Liv are still the only active members in Greyhaven. What about Lee? I haven't heard anything about him yet. Kane mentioned that he switched to another frame and headed to that tower. By himself? Why is he always pulling that stunt? At this moment, our only choice is to trust Commandant and Lee. We'll head out to support Greyhaven. You can come to meet us since your job is done. Got it. Stay on your toes, you'll find corrupted roaming all over the shortcuts. Don't you worry about me. Meanwhile... Miss Ishmael, everything is settled here. Let's head to the room. Let's head to the next location. Okay, let me finish the final touch. She responds gently, turning around to gaze at the still chaotic Babylonia. Sure, I'll go take a break. Pack things up. In the middle of the passage, a glaring red light appears in real time. Earth projection relayed through Gestalt. A staircase leading to the new heights has manifested. The light of destruction merely serves as its byproduct. Humanity has finally reached this milestone. It's earlier than expected. Everything is progressing at an accelerated rate. The cold voice of Gestalt echoes beside Ishmael's ears. According to my deduction, whether mankind can ascend the stairs or not, it all leads to... Is Nanami still around? She mentions a name with a smile on her face. She cannot alter the course of destruction. The present her cannot make a change indeed. Insufficient reference data. Please update the database. That's not necessary. The one who received her gift has set off. The once established balance has been disrupted. Humanity now stands a chance against the punishing virus. However, the staircase has arrived early. Most are not ready yet. Next. Ishmael gently rotates the earth in the real-time projection, unaware of the observing eyes aside. Miss Ishmael? It seems that the Spiral Tower has made its appearance. Yes, mister. The one-winged girl bows to the man before her. That lady, the merciful one, is likely to take action. Will she extend her hand to humanity? We need not intervene. I would be pleased to witness her assistance to humanity and learn about their last resort. The Spiral Tower has manifested earlier than anticipated. If humans exit the stage ahead of schedule, the rest of our journey may become even more dull. Regardless of their survival, the Spiral Tower will undoubtedly exert its influence on the Ascension network. And thus, we, as the ones intricately connected to it, will also experience the effects. This is a trial not only for humanity, but also for the Ascendants. The filtering process itself is constantly changing and evolving, and so are the criteria. To meet the requirements, we must implement our preparation in advance. Bring that recruit over. There are matters I need her to confirm. Okay. Finally, we meet again. Ah, so it's her. So, about that tower, what is it? Have you not picked up anything during your time spent around that mister? I'm just a defector. Why would you tell me about it? Huh, you don't need to keep up that appearance around me, Miss Defector. Fine. You happy now? Oh, Lamia. Much better. Welcome back, Miss Lamia. It's been a while. Didn't you say that already last time? Fate has brought much upon you and me last time, and so does this time. Let's not talk about this. You really don't know anything about that tower? That mister still doesn't see me as his ally, so no, not much. All I know is that he saw this day coming long ago, and has made preparation for it. I initially thought his old diversion plan was about getting defectors to cover up what went down with the red tide. Based on what I'm seeing now, the red tide could also be part of his next move, serving as a cover for something else. Did he really plan out every step that has happened till now? Who knows? It seems that everything is playing into his hands. He even managed to find someone who passed the filtering among all those useless defectors and became an ascendant. Talking about being lucky as hell, I'd say. However, the show isn't over yet. There might still be some surprises in store. Then, does he already know that I'm an imposter among them? Hard to say, or maybe it doesn't even faze him. In the end, you, who's someone who's been MI for ages, haven't managed to dig up any valuable intel with his intention. Wasn't it your idea for me to go undercover as a defector? How have things been on your end after we separated? He filled me in on the details about Luna, and left the decision making up to me. Then I passed the options along to Luna. Excuse me. Excuse me. She should have already left the moon by now. Well, as I was caught up with Luna, were you busy entertaining Lithos and his special guest the whole time? Most of the time I was just roping in some defectors for him, but later on even he didn't have a clue what to do with that guest. So, nothing achieved. That's not necessarily true. Oh, what have you dug up? Tell me about it on our way to meet Luna. Oh, it's mostly about Lithos. Turns out they churned out a bunch of copies of his mind. That's the kind of technology that agent has. If the current Lithos dies, he'll just use one of those mind copies to bring him back. I'm guessing it's referring to his chair, maybe? I don't know. Gusty winds scatter people's cries across the barren land. Amidst a high concentration punishing virus that no one can survive, a fragile figure emerges, rising slowly. Lithos? He reverts his gaze from the tower, nuts out of sight, gently caressing the herder creature by his side. You are all still alive. The previous I must have died protecting you. Lithos nods at himself as he is no stranger to self-encouragement. Then he walks up to another figure nearby. Lithos? From behind, a young girl calls out to him. He turns around and notices a lady wearing a magician's hat standing beside her. Hello, little Lithos. Do you remember me? Miss Lilith, I'm glad to see you well. Thank you. It's all thanks to you. The previous you, I mean. It's a shame that I couldn't express my gratitude to him in person. In that case, I suppose we can consider this as our first encounter. The rest is all mine. From now on, I'll be your ally as a new Ascendant. Ascendant? Was it Mister's decision? I don't recall any of that. The previous you posed the same question. Worry not, for I made this choice of my own volition and willingly accepted any consequence that may arise. Is this really okay? Certainly. The most thrilling joy is often intertwined with great risks. I begged Mr. Vonnegut for a long time to secure a VIP seat for the upcoming show. Not to mention, you all have your hands occupied, don't you? With the feature that Mr. predicted right in reach, he indeed requires a more resourceful helper. Then a warm welcome to you, Miss Lilith. I appreciate it. Mr. Vonnegut has a task for me. We'll be going. Alright. Lithos, I have a message for you from Mr. Do not squander more time here. You have unveiled the possibility beyond ascendance and transcendence. Your mission stands fulfilled. Linger no longer upon those test subjects. Linger no longer. Cast a fleeting glance at a nearby figure who remains silent throughout. Should I get rid of him? Mr. says Lithos can keep him if he wants. We have other pressing matters at the moment. I see. I'll ask one last time before I seal him up. Cinderella gives him a faint nod and leaves with Lilith. Beneath the crimson sky, only Lithos and that tattered figure remain. You heard it, this will be the last time I ask. This tower has validated all of Mr.'s predictions. No one is able to make a difference facing such a calamity, be it humans or constructs. It's just like what you've seen before, only those who hold power can call the shots. It's been a long time since you were thrown off the train, and I'm the one who's been taking care of you so far. Time for you to make a decision, Mr. Monster. Definitely not our no one, because we have our own no one. Or rather, at Dark Ares, Broken Hearts. In the transport craft, Lee leaves the still tumultuous Babylonia at full speed. The radar blares incessantly, signaling imminent danger. In 10 minutes, he will encounter the hetero creatures that once obstructed the path to Earth. Ever since the Puglia Forest Park catastrophe, hetero creatures have acquired the ability to fly and asserted their dominance in the virus-laden airspace. Humans invested considerable effort in retrofitting transport crafts and bolstering the workforce to just barely sustain weekly transportation between space and Earth. But now Lee is the only one in this craft. Despite his expertise in transport crafts, the forthcoming battle will prove arduous, and he may even lose his life before reaching the intended destination. Making direct contact with flying hetero creatures in 8, 7, 6. It's impossible to break through such an overwhelming number of enemies head-on. Send the first and then look for a suitable location to land. This is undoubtedly the correct decision, considering the unpredictable nature of the enemy's potential attack. It is wise to utilize their aircraft speed advantage to buy more time. Just as Lee is about to pull the lever, excruciating pain engulfs his entire mind, ripping through his chest and the left side of his body. Powerful vision overtakes his sight, revealing the imminent collision of the aircraft with hetero creatures, set to occur within mere seconds. Amidst the explosion of the engine, the remaining half of his body plummets along with the wreckage of the craft. Intense pain stretches his nerves, as if the experience were truly happening. In order to maintain focus, Lee plans to deactivate his pain receptors. But unable to take his mind off the overwhelming pain, he glimpses at the explosion point in his vision. He spots an unknown creature at the rear of the craft, its abdomen emitting an ominous glow. What will happen if he attacks it? Lee wonders about the potential consequences, and he cannot afford to test his thoughts in this critical situation. Speed up and charge in. What? Lee's body moves instinctively, faster than his mind can process. With deftness, he lifts the security lock of the craft's cargo bay and discards everything within it. Upon contact with the cargo, numerous shadow creatures violently explode as if Lee were to decrease his speed. If Lee were to decrease his speed and descend, he would face the same fate as the shattered freight. But he has no time left to dwell on ifs. As the craft gains descent acceleration from the reduced weight, it begins to lurch fiercely and plummets to the ground. Hold it there. Lee clenches the lever with all his strength to keep the craft's head up, fighting against the ruthless pull of gravity. The craft charges into an even denser swarm of hetero creatures. Deafening, wing-flapping noises come from above, almost rendering the engine's roar inaudible. At least he has bought himself some time to catch his breath. Almost no hetero creature can catch up with the craft flying at such high speed, whereas those in its way will be smashed into pieces. Was that a vision of the future or a memory of the past? Regardless of its nature, the pain undeniably saved his life by serving as an alert. This realization, Lee decided to keep his pain receptors active for now and focus on pushing forward. As the craft draws closer to the signal mark of the hetero tower, indicating that once the destination is within reach, a sudden surge of pain strikes Lee once again. This time, the vision reveals an abundance of minuscule hetero creatures, no larger than termites, formed by the slime residue left on the craft's outer armor from the crashed hetero creatures. They are silently gnawing their way into the craft, into the cockpit, and into his own body. No longer holding a shred of doubt regarding the vision, Lee takes immediate action. He quickly detonates incendiary bombs stored within the wing launchers, unleashing a torrent of fiery destruction. The wings are instantly torn into fragments while the flammable substance forms from the bombs envelops the entire craft. The blast has undoubtedly reduced the hetero creature's to ashes, however it comes with an unfortunate consequence. The entire craft is transformed into a colossal blazing metal coffin. As the craft is still wobbling due to the blast, new vision befalls, bringing with it another wave of excruciating pain. This is the price of the vision. This is the price the vision exacts, subjecting him to mental torment, pushing his mind to the edge of fracture, and only to have him mended by the relentless force of pain, time and time again. In a fleeting moment, Lee recalls the scene where Commandant struggled to regain consciousness by using a broken glass to inflict pain. What a reckless fool, he thought back then. But now, I'm nothing different. As the crimson light of the Hero Tower looms ever closer, the craft, on the verge of transforming into a blazing fireball, rushes towards its own destruction. Lee quickly seizes the parachute he prepared after seeing the vision. In one swift motion, he kicks open the cabin door and propels himself into the open air. A deafening explosion erupts behind him the next moment, its flames blossoming fiercely. Ignoring the persistent phantom pain coursing through his body, Lee opens the parachute and swiftly extracts his weapon. With determined focus, he unleashes a barrage of gunfire upon the hetero creatures relentlessly pursuing him. The crimson monsters swarm around him as if they had discovered a delectable feast. He realizes that relying only on his weapon is pointless as their numbers overpower him. Even the specialized parachute proves ineffective in shielding him from their unrelenting assaults. When Lee reaches a height of 100 meters above the ground, the parachute is completely ripped apart, leaving him defenseless against the pull of gravity. Almost there. He firmly pulls the trigger of his weapon and releases its full power upon the ground below. The forceful discharge creates a momentary recoil, ensuring a safe landing. He lifts his gaze before him stands the entrance to the glowing spiral tower. The moment his feet touch this mysterious zone, an indescribable sense of familiarity washes over him. Is this not the first time that I have come here? Will fail again. Must save. With an unsettling presence, a fragmented voice whispers into his ears. Don't, Commandant will die. What? Murray will also. Those words, traversing a great distance, resound with the cries woven from layers upon layers of regrets. Well, from layers of regrets upon regrets. They are echoing ominously, bearing dire warnings of an impending future. As I thought, I can't contact the outside world. Space seems to be unaltered. Gotta find a way up before things get worse. Moving along the path. Yeah. This way? Yeah, this way. And through. Seems to lead to another area, but not take the risk before investigating the situation. I'll take the head first. Just straight fall off. Beat the guardians of the tower.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。僕のこれで終わりです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Okay. Construct? You'll never arrive. This is wrong, don't. This is meaningless residual data. Is this another piece of information captured by the red tide? Often hidden. Silence. Ah. Okay. Downborn from chaos tracing. Who's there? Stop right now. Don't move any further. For Sapiens.
何度でも立ち上がります。何度でも。僕の視界からもう逃げ場はありませんよ。集中しましょう。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。何度でも立ち上がります。何度でも。
A blinding flash of light engulfs his vision. Within the depths of the sight, the twisting spiral tower emerges and collapses repeatedly, while the surroundings blur and shift at a rapid pace due to the passage of time. As helpless as an unguarded dike, he can only resign himself to being devoured by the deluge of information, awaiting its relentless consumption. The familiar feeling throws him back to that simulated battle, yet every fiber of his being is acutely aware of the palpable senses of reality that envelops him. Before him, an infinite array of fleeting time fragments unfold, each as insignificant as a drop dissolving into water. He realizes that even the briefest repetition of measurable moments has the power to weave a tapestry of longevity that can endure for centuries. However, these fragments of information, regardless of their brevity, length, or complexity, still cannot be pieced together into a coherent whole. If what he surmised are true, this is not his first attempt, but rather another try after countless failures. What awaits him at the end this time? How much more failures must he endure before he can finally uncover all the missing fragments? Or will he not be able to even survive a mere moment of mind overload? Within the violent torrents of information, he opens his eyes, anticipating his vision to crumble. Yet instead he finds himself embraced by gentle, comforting darkness that tenderly enfolds him. In the distance, a faint glimmer from a lighthouse catches his eye. A mind beacon. The mind overload is abruptly halted on the verge of causing a total breakdown. At that moment, he senses a warm grip from his hand as his visual modules reload. Commandant. Yes, it's me. The lead breaks free from the swirling torrents. He sees a person standing before him, whose arrival is unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. Are you here? This tower is far too dangerous for you. I know, but this is what we agreed. No matter what danger lies ahead, we face it together. You. Not to mention, I also made a promise to Murray that I will stop you from taking everything upon yourself. Those words tenderly soften his resolve to argue back. Just as he is on the verge of surrendering to the comforting grip, those fragments of information he saw upon entering the tower strike him again. Your commandant will die. Swift determination, Lee forcefully pushes the person before him away and severs the mind connection, as if the warmth emanating from those hands suddenly sears through his skin. When the connection is shattered once again, Lee finds himself drowning in the overwhelming flood of information caused by the mind overload. A mere momentary lapse in concentration would bring a permanent breakdown upon his mind, reducing everything to ashes. He gives up now, there will be no more. Distant sighs and the weariness of torment beckon him to halt, but the prickling pain from those fragments of information relentlessly propels him forward. Commandant will die for. This is not the first failed attempt, nor the first time bid farewell. What? The enigmatic figure responds only with silence and walks toward the distant whirlpool. Wait! Desperate to halt her departure and seeking answers, he reaches out his hand, but the sight of blood staining his palm catches his attention. Unlike his blue vital fluid, the blood is bright red, suggesting it is human origin. Commandant! I'm right here. Suddenly Lee realizes that the blood in his hand has unexpectedly vanished, as if what had just happened was nothing more than a haunting nightmare. What's wrong? How am I here? What are you talking about? Lee notices the unmistakable signs of youthful inexperience on this commandant's face, indicating a recent graduation from FOS. Perplexed, he begins to observe his surroundings carefully. It's 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and this is Grey Raven's preparation room. And you're my commandant. Right. Okay, go back. The person before him looks surprised upon hearing his words. Did I say anything wrong? I said nothing wrong, it's just... I'm surprised by how you addressed me just now. Surprised? Yeah, maybe it's because Grey Raven just finished restructuring. You've been sort of frigid to me these days. I can feel your reluctance to acknowledge me, a recent graduate. So hearing you calling me my commandant all of a sudden. The person starts chuckling while talking. It seems the other way is still better. Come on. As a human tries to explain, he turns away, his gazing at their own reflection in the glass. The pale fire frame. Grey Raven just finished restructuring. Compared to the present, that period could almost be deemed peaceful. But now he finally understands how he himself squandered that precious piece. Stubbornly pushing ahead alone, he shielded his heart from Murray and perceived every commandant as nothing more than a mission-dispensing machine, adorned with a pretty title. He never once considered the possibility that someone else could become his family, bearing an equal weight in his heart as Murray. Commandant, what's wrong? Do you have any wish? He himself does not even know when he asks that question. Perhaps he simply desires to take one more step, to learn one more thing about that person before reaching a point of no return. Retaking the Earth, having a future of peace. I'm not asking you to do a pep talk. Retiring as early as possible and getting my pension? Can you just give me one that's actually achievable? Then, here, smile. What? I wish. I want to see you smile more, Lee. You will scare off everyone with that intimidating look on your face. The memory comes to an abrupt end here, and once again he's devoured by the relentless torrents of information. Lee still remembers his comment on Commandant's wish boring, because at that time he considered smiling a mundane gesture, unworthy of being deemed a wish. He thought that person was hesitant to reveal his sincere wish, using a humor as a shield against vulnerability. He thought in the end no one was truly willing to expose their innermost feelings, just like him. Not until much later did he realize that he'd been projecting his own negativity onto others, distorting his perception of their intentions. Brandon did not become distant because of his cold demeanor, steadfast and resolute, and that person has been cleansing the bloodstains from his hands, erasing everything that Corona made him bear. But now his hands are tainted with blood again. Lee! A voice traverses from the distant past, present to the present, future. Wake up! Once again, darkness enshrouds the torrents of information, yet the distant glimmer from the lighthouse continues to guide him. However, weariness weighs heavily upon him, hindering his advance. Do not surrender to that deception of information. Commandant is here. Amidst the tumultuous state of his mind, he is unable to discern anything before him, only hearing a distant voice. All I need to do is sustain mind connection and take one more step further. He firmly believes that once you can find the truth, find the solution, he unravels the truth behind this tower. I'll find the solution once he unravels the truth behind this tower. Only one more step. That strange figure emerges again above the tempestuous ocean, surrounded by violent storms and torrents. Even as you venture into the tower and immerse yourself in the ocean of information, your understanding of these peculiar languages remains fragmented, doesn't it? Who the hell are you? In response, she quietly saunters toward the ocean as the surroundings change in tandem with her movements. Along Metropolis, the owner of this place told me a story about 9 deaths for 1 chance. She spoke of a fabled river in the ancient legend of Calgon. Its currents were composed of relentless rushing sand, and no soul had ever managed to cross. But there was this one person who embraced death 9 times in his relentless pursuit. On his 10th attempt, he utilized the remains of his previous bodies to forge a path, finally crossing the impassable river. A sad tale, isn't it? If only someone had been by his side, he wouldn't have had to endure such suffering. What are you trying to say? This tower descended too early, and only you alone stand prepared. What awaits others is nothing but brutal demise. To ascend to the summit, you must pave a path with the fallen bodies of your own. It is a price that must be paid countless times, with no assurance of securing even a single fragment each time. As an example, you're already walking toward failure in this attempt. You have indulged yourself in regrets and memories for too long, depleting the entirety of the time you have, incapable of retaining any further information. Each passing second now costs you a wager you're told. Just behold. She points at Lee's embrace, where deep crimson hue has taken hold. Lee. As Lee's mind collapses, he struggles to discern the figures in his arms, only seeing that his frame is drenched in blood. I'm sorry. A person whispers by his ear in a feeble voice. Little time has passed here, yet everything seems to be gravitating towards the bleakest end. I couldn't keep my promise. Commandant! His attempts to speak fail, his words caught in his throat. The desire to rise fills him, but his body refuses. All he can do is watch helplessly as the glimmer from the lighthouse fades into oblivion. Then, with a soft sigh, darkness once again engulfs him. Everything returns to turbulence, even that mysterious figure dissipating into nothingness. Her departing words hang in the air, a declaration tinged with despair. You must reach a starting point to grasp a slim chance of change. However, given your present state, this may just mark the conclusion. So he's still nowhere near the starting point. Despite all the price he has paid, with the mind beacon extinguished and his weariness taking its toll, how can he continue to forge ahead? Don't worry, you still have me. Let's keep pushing forward. A new lighthouse emerges. As his mind finds stability, a faint image of Murray catches his gaze. Don't blame your commandant. This is the choice I made. How long did that fleeting conversation last in real time? When did Murray enter the tower? In what state did the 2 humans he values most make such a decision? To maintain the mind and connection with him, even at the cost of their lives. Just as that strange figure said, he is bearing a weightier toll. I'm not as talented as your commandant and may not hold it for too long. Are you capable of moving now? He helps Lee up and asks him to press on. Take me to the end you are trying to reach. If you believe you can find the answer you are seeking there, I'm with you. You sacrificed so much to earn me a chance at life. I want to protect you at any cost. Will life be selflessly safeguarded? I'm going to return it in kind. Don't return it this way. He yearns to retort, yet he finds himself incapable of uttering a word. Merely moving forward already pushes him to his limits. Given his current state, what can he achieve when reaching that starting point? Starting anew and try again. Even if failure is predetermined. Amidst the fragmented voices echoing along the path, he tightly grasps Murray's hand, heading toward the spiral hub where information converges. Thank you. He smiles when feeling the firm grip on his hand. You must be wondering something along the lines of, why are you saying thank you? Because you always treat me as a child. As Murray supports Lee to stumble forward. Everything is fine. Just some scratches. No big deal. You don't need to worry about me. All I need you to do is stay safe. You'll never tell me about your adversity. Murray mutters quietly with a bitter smile as if there will be no second odds. I'm just more weak and can easily get deceived. I need someone to watch over me all the time. I guess it's only natural that you hesitate to rely on me and gradually distance yourself, even if you don't mean to. Don't be such a fool, that's what you want to say, right? But you know what? When I stare at your back as you walk away, it throws me back to the moment when our father left. When I was little, I once asked you if you had the choice but to leave us for a chance of surviving. Was it because of my illness, or because I was a burden to him? You denied it, but you borne all the burden on your own, never telling me a thing. Because I was a useless burden, I thought back then, if only I could become someone like you, someone you could rely on to and share the hardships with. He emits a quiet cough as blood trickles from his nose, staining his immaculate suit. Now you are finally willing to rely on me once. At the end of this shower, also the starting point of everything, the two brothers stop. It makes me so happy that I'm finally able to help you. Even if just once in my life. He crumbles into pieces with a smile on his face in Lee's collapsing visual module. The possibilities the starting point brings are right in front of him, but he also is on the verge of collapse due to mind overload. Lee reaches out to touch the evidence-encircled light, scenes that have flickered past him and are clearly presented to him. You have once again paid the price to reach the starting point. How many more times does this person you treasure so much have to be sacrificed before your body can forge the way to the top of the tower? No matter, as long as you do not give up, I shall continue to watch over you as the gatekeeper. Go, read her message, and let history replay itself. Message. In the Crimson Virus, the dancing message transforms into readable text. To the person getting their head around shards who is able to read this, you will be able to find data on the language of the punishing and its high-dimensional properties recorded here. As long as you can speak its language, you will be able to send messages into the past and maybe prevent this disaster from happening. I know you have experienced a lot of sad partings along the way, but don't give up. There's still a chance to save it all. This is my gift to everybody, the gift of the future. And now, you don't need to read any further. Time is ticking, go and extract the data. But on the off chance that you're not in a rush, can you relay a message to the man in the Grey Raven, Liv Lucia, and everyone else who is still alive? I miss you guys. There was once a girl who lived here, a girl who loved humanity and to protect those whom she loved. She was willing to sacrifice herself in exchange for a chance to leave a message here. You cannot let her down and waste this opportunity. The language of the punishing message. Was this the cause of the sense of deja vu and premonitions? Then this time I'll have to. He redesignates all his computing power just before reaching the limit. He shouts into the past. Lee. Finally! My poor boy. Going through so much suffering. But he will forge ahead. That much is guaranteed. But we're here to back you up. Do it, bro. Send that message. Make sure you get your future self, your past self, to the future. As Lee extends his hand toward a solitary answer within the ocean's vast picture, his consciousness navigates through an unfathomable multitude of paths in one mere moment. The tower itself manifests a space-time continuum. You can think about it this way. Here you may encounter possibilities that transcend the confines of your own world. Originally isolated, these possibilities are affected by the punishing virus, intertwining within the tower of this space-time continuum. Here both the past and the future take tangible form, shaped and molded by your cognition. Simply put, your interference with the past and the tower carries a significant probability of impacting its very structure. You may also reach the rifts between space and time, fall into a realm distinct from the present reality, where you reside, and encounter phantoms that defy logical explanations and ought to not exist. Such matters are not for you to linger upon. Break free from the confines and search for the true path, leading upward amidst the boundless array of possibilities. As the answers derive through deduction, the surroundings begin to fade. In the form of ever-shifting blocks, the structure within the tower constantly repeats the cycle of collapse and re-establishment. At once, distance and fragmented voice becomes tangible and distinct in this very moment. Sometimes the key lies hidden in minute details. Hope has embarked on its journey toward the past countless times. The page must be turned for the next chapter. Corrupted, right? A bullet slices through the air, the landing in the core of a glass corrupted with an unparalleled precision. The heavy metal chunk crumples in a resounding thud, bringing everything back to silence. This is Lee reporting in. I've cleaned up all the corrupted in Area C20 and I'm ready to return. Copy that. The clearance and operation in Area D is at 80% completion. Let's rendezvous at the temporary headquarters once this task is finished. No corrupted reactions detected in Area B. The ISO device has been set up. I'm heading to the next location. Got it. On my way to the rendezvous. Nearby corrupted signals have all vanished. After Lee ends the communication, he secures his gun back onto his belt, frowning at the wound on his leg. I let my guard down. Not foreseeing a punishing conversion probe positioned perilously close, he got infected inevitably while trying to destroy it. Despite the minor injury, his infection levels already receded within the safety threshold, thanks to the timely treatment. Ugh. An unusual surge of pain emanates from his inverter device, coinciding with a momentary overload within his mind. Yet, just as swiftly as it appeared, everything normalizes as if nothing has occurred. Suddenly, Lee's attention is captivated by some new data lying in his mind. What's this? In a sequence of seemingly garbled codes, arranged in a manner that evokes an indescribable sense of familiarity, a hunch begins to form within him as he is reminded of the cipher he and Murray once used for their clandestine communication. Could it be? There. These are coordinates. He and Murray are the only ones who know the cipher, but this does not look like a message sent by Murray. Instead, it appeared in his mind out of the blue without any known source. Confusion envelops Lee's heart, and an inexplicable pull compels him to investigate the coordinates, as if guided by an unseen hand. According to the map, this location is less than 2 kilometers away. The message showed up with such uncanny timing almost as though the sender had prior knowledge of Lee's presence in the area during this precise moment. Anyway, I should go check it out first. Looks like I'm going to take a detour. So he was the one that sent the coordinates to himself in the past. Fun. Shortcut is blocked. I need to update the map when I'm back. I should go up first. I knew they'd be corrupted. Let's do this fast.
それは隠れているつもりで僕が計算した弾道から逃げられるものなどいません。それは隠れているつもりで諦めた方が賢明です。僕が計算した弾道、それは隠れているつもりですか？
Go. Where am I now? Relocating the coordinates. Coordinates confirmed. Found it. High level corrupted reaction is detected. Is this a detection from the reanalyzed signal in this area? Hello there. Good, you're one of the Grey Raven? This is a joint combat squad. We need help. Why are you here? This isn't a joint combat mission area. Teammates was lost. I'm looking for him. Combat module was affected by the probe. I need more time to reboot. Ugh. Combat covered. Let me help. If you're corrupted, you go save him. Got it.
それは隠れている。諦めた。あなたたちの結末はただ一つです。
Number corrupted are heading this way. Take the wounded. Okay. Obstacles ahead. Brace yourself. Maintain balance.
僕が計算した弾道から諦めた方が賢明です。僕が計算した弾道から逃げられるものなど、それは隠れているつもりですか？
Signal superior assistance greatly appreciated. Military also added its temporary HQ. Need to leave first. It's relatively safer here. Let's stop here for a bit of maintenance. Lee had wanted to find an excuse in the but after seeing how injured the construct was carrying his teammate, he changed his mind. It's fine, he's the one who needs attention. Let's stop here since we can't detect the corrupted signals anymore. Lee immediately starts inspecting the comatose construct soldier as he sat down on a safe corner. His injuries aren't as serious as the infection levels is decreasing. He should be fine. Just to be safe, we'll set out once his mind becomes more stable. He's fine, thank God. The construct lets out a sigh of relief and turns to thank Lee once more. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. The construct relaxes after knowing his friend is safe. His tongue loosens as well. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect a Grey Raven member to come to our rescue. I thought you guys only went to the most dangerous of battlefields. How would you have that impression? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean anything by that. I just thought that elite teams like you guys would receive more important missions. As for newbies like us, Command Central only sends us out to set up devices and patrol bases. Those are relatively safer missions, nothing bad about that. It's different though, I didn't become a contract to stay safe. You got modified willingly? That's right, I may not look at it, but I come from a family of soldiers. I always had a weak constitution though, I need an extra cut, even for walking. My family, they all died bravely in the battle with the corrupted, and I couldn't carry on their legacy. I couldn't even avenge them. So when I found out that my body has a strong affinity to Tantalum 193, I was really glad. I wish to fight alongside the commandant on the front lines and to become a captain that members look up to, someone who can protect and not who I am now. Someone who couldn't even save his own partner. Sorry for the rant, please don't mind me, my mouth just runs when I relax, it's an old habit of mine. It's alright, nothing to apologize for. No one starts out experienced. He starts to sends to survey his surroundings, his brows furrowed. This is the designated coordinates, but he cannot find anything that catches his attention. Has he missed something out? Has he missed out on some important message, or the message is meaningless after all? Oh, is that? Something catches the construct's eyes before, and he makes the way toward the other side of the street, and he then picks up a broken device from a heap of ruined machines. Never thought we'd find this here. It looks useful. I wonder which squad left it here. Is that an EM observation device? Yep, looks like a model used by the engineering force. I've seen them use it on missions, but the task force usually doesn't use these. If the navigation system malfunctions, this can serve as a backup navigator. My team member was bad with the directions in the first place. If we had found this earlier, maybe we wouldn't have been in danger. After all, it's not affected by the punishing virus as long as you can calibrate the imaging. It's a good way to find your bearings when the navigation system is down. It's just a shame these aren't really designed to be portable. If it was smaller, we would have been able to take it with us as a backup for emergencies. I'll try to modify this when I have the time. Holy shit, we've been at this for a while. But we'll stop there for now. I'm tired. I need to get some sleep. My nose is killing me. So, thanks for everyone that hopped in. Thanks for all the new follows. And yeah, I hope y'all guys have a good one. And I'll see you around later in the day when I get up to finish chapter 21. Bye.